right now. So we're live now, by the way. So I'm gonna mod you because I'm gonna run to the what you call Walmart. So if anybody wanna hop on, you can just invite them on, and
All
we'll
right.
discuss it.
Well, I hope you still gonna be active though, because uh I'm not good with these conversations.
I'm gonna call in with the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call him with the phone and still talk about. I'm gonna do a recap because I'm gonna have you responding. That's why you called in
Okay.
because what you don't understand, or maybe you do, and you just ignore it, or maybe you just start silent. Okay, so I'm not gonna tell you what you don't understand, right? So I take that back. So, but what you might be silent to or ignore is that when men having conversations, they need. I explained yesterday. I said normally they need a third party, which could be Chevron, which could be it cannot be Unc, it cannot be Chief X, it cannot be Mr. Morpheus, because those guys are like me. We're straightforward, right? And being straightforward can be unbecoming to your op and even the audience. So I said we need somebody more docile, more open-minded, like Sosa, Chefrin, The Watcher, No Ma'am, and it's probably many others, right? But you guys who I named, and maybe even Indigenous Black Man, I said you guys need to be you guys need to be involved in these contentious debates, because when the op hear your voice, hear their voice and their reasoning, they usually like fall back and like drop their guard. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you might disagree, don't know, but when it's a woman's voice, that's the woman's voice of reason. They usually listen more. The men, that's the so-called op. They usually listen more, and especially if I'm correct. So if I'm correct and you peeped it and you peeped the argument and you just want to explain it in your words, it's more acceptable for that particular guy. So that means that whatever I'm saying, he'll never accept. But when it's a feminine voice, they kind of yield to that, and they won't be so combative. Okay. So
Uh,
I,
I,
okay.
I do think it depends on the guy. Like, I personally feel like, especially in this space, I don't really feel like women's opinions or views are valued like that. But I do think that it can give the appearance that they are, because if she thinks that he's right and I'm wrong, I'm gonna just fall back off that point to not look stupid or like I don't understand. Even if I really don't understand, I'm gonna pretend to understand. But then you have the others, that will commit, and go, double down on it. So I think it kind of just depends on the guy. But overall, I don't really think that it really matters that a woman, like, I don't think it's a real substantive, like, effect where they're really taking in the information and really listening. I really think it's more of a show, a saving face, maybe, so to speak, when a woman is around, than anything.
Okay, give me a second. I'm responding to some people that's commenting.
I'm trying to figure out where they commenting at, because I don't see it.
No. I have catfish accounts, right? Because like so unbiased sports is over, right? So unbiased sports, it cannot be a wolf in sheep clothing, because what they've been doing is they've been going looking at my past videos and say, hey man, you already been arguing this stuff. So unbiased sports is over. So believe me, I got many accounts, and I changed the name to be something passive, right? And I don't have videos for a reason, so they can't just go relook up some shit. And if it does have videos, it's like non-relating to the subject. So they dropped their guard because these guys are cowards, by the way. Okay, these religious nuts are cowards. Just like you could look at a lion. A lion could be a coward, right? Because they prey on the weak. When they go hunting, wild buffaloes or whatever, wild beasts, whatever they hunt, they look for the weakest of all, and then that's what they target. So people look at lions as this fierce animal. It's like, no, if they were fierce, they'd be going after rhinoceros, hippopotamus, all these things that can challenge them back. But they go after the weakest, which should be a firstborn beast, firstborn something, right? Because it's no defense really. They go for that, and then they go for an injured or old something. But they rarely ever go after a healthy prime species. Rarely ever. So lions can be seen as cowards as well, and that's how I view them. I view lions as cowards as well. So the only time a lion is brolic is when somebody comes into their territory. That's when they brolic. But when they're hunting, they're straight cowards. They go at the weakest thing possible.
They said, "Don't start now, won't be none."
Right. Well, but they're cowards when they're hunting. They're not going after something that can defend itself.
But is it cowards or strategic? They want to find food, not be food.
No. I'm saying, like, when what I'm saying is this: when people,
I understand what you're saying. It's a perspective. Like,
right.
they're not always strong and fierce. You know, they choose their battles.
You know what? But then you're not a lion though, because the whole thing about a lion is the king of the jungle. So if you're the king of the jungle, that means all challenges are accepted equally.
Well, see, now see, that's where I disagree. You kind of making the argument that Haskell makes in regard to men and women, and I don't think that you have to be the most aggressive person to be the king or the strongest. I think strategy is important and often overlooked and underestimated. I think that they dominate because they're strategic. You know, they don't just be out there willy-nilly. It don't make sense for me to run up on somebody that's strong and healthy when I'm just trying to eat. I'm not looking for no fight. I'm looking for an easy meal. So I'm gonna pick the easy meal. I'm trying to eat.
Right. Now, I understand from the lion's, believe me, I understand from the lion's perspective. I'm talking about when people reference lions, human beings, when they reference lions, they're referencing a fierce animal that states anybody can get it. And that applies to all things, hunting, defending their territory. That's how most people, when they say I'm a lion, I'm a Judah, I'm a lion, this, that, I'm alpha male like a lion. That's how they talk. They're not.
Yeah, it's the misconception of strength, though.
Right, exactly. But that's how most people come though. Most people come from the angle of misconception of strength. Like they act like the lion literally challenged strong adversaries. That's absolutely false.
Yeah, I had a mild. It was it wasn't like nothing deep, but I had a mild debate with a family member about lions, and kind of their place and what they will accept and won't accept and the order of things, because I also think that they choose that as their mascot, maybe because of the quote unquote power dynamics, the one male that rules and the women do this and do that, and like it's a whole little weird fantasy that they got going on. So yeah, I think the misinformation and what they believe, the misconception of the strength of a lion and the power of a lion and what they represent, I think that's a lot of what drives them. But yeah, if they were more informed on the actual behaviors, I don't think that they would be any less inclined. But
yeah, so for those who claim to be Animal Planet, gurus and observers, then they would know that if you want to do that, or this species period, like you got things like the ant, and it's funny because the Quran and the Quran of the Muslim world, it talks about the ant. So if you wanted to talk about some David Goliath type stuff, where you're the underdog and you're accepting all fights, even the favorite, that's an ant. The ants want smoke with everybody. Everybody with the ants, everybody can get it, and they usually kick everybody ass. everybody runs from the ant. So especially African ants. So if you ever like YouTube African ants, that like their biggest op are termites, right? For everybody else run. They run. And it could be frogs. They haul ass. When those African ants start to migrate and move places and get a home, everybody, except for a termite, but everybody runs. Big frogs, big lions, everybody haul ass.
Oh, they be out here on doing a big one.
They are the truth. Those and bees, for African ants, African bees, be smoking everybody out.
You know, everything's stronger in Africa.
No, listen. If we're gonna deal with science and species, if you look at an Indian elephant compared to African elephant, that's actually 100% correct. You look at African bees versus European bees, the African bees smoke them all out. So I would love for somebody to challenge that. Challenge a species from Africa not being superior to a species, the same species that's outside of Africa. I would love to see that shit. Because even lions, you got lions in India, but the lion in Africa is way more superior. Okay, so I would love for somebody to make the argument that it's the same species that's out of Africa is stronger than the species in Africa. That's 100% false. So Africa definitely produced the strongest species of its own kind. That's not blackology.
Well, you know that 100% false. You know, so you always gotta leave that margin.
Now, look. People could go with an exception. That's fine.
It's probably improbable. I'll agree there.
Yeah, but the
Probably
thing is,
improbable.
people can point out exceptions, but the exception won't even hold up. Because when you point out one exception, we got 1 million of the counter argument. We've got 1 million of the. When I mean 1 million, I don't mean 1 million ants. I mean 1 million instances of this always carrying out as true. So somebody pull out one exception, okay, we got 1 million to show this is true.
Well, I'm not saying. So what I'm saying is, if they find one, then it's not 100% true. So I'm just saying,
so
like
99.9. How about that?
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah.
99, but no, man, we understand that 99.9 is in our American human, not just American, but human terms, human perception. We understand 99.9 is pretty much 100%. Because
Right.
when we have any result that's a 99.9, even with math, we say, nah, that's the answer. There's nothing else.
I understand that, but in science, they don't. They tend to never say that something is 100% because they always leave that probability
No
because
problem.
there's so many unknowns. So
No
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, no problem. But I'm speaking on just actual events. So what I'm saying is 100% of the times, now listen to my words carefully, 100% of the time, if you have African bees and European bees, the African bees will win and every last European bee will be African when it's all said and done. That's 100% of every occasion where they met up. Every European bee became African. African bees produce the best honey. The honey we eat today, the world eats today, is produced by African bees. Not if there's any European bee honey, I believe me, it's cheap. The most sought out honey in the world is African bee honey, the killer bees. And I might go on record to say that all of our honey we ever taste came from African bees. I don't believe we ever taste European bee honey.
I wouldn't want no European bee honey. It sounds like it don't got no flavor to it.
But listen, do you know there's African cows and European cows? Do you know that the African cows are more superior? And everything. Milk,
I know they have different ones, but I ain't never really paid attention to.
Oh yeah, I did. So you got African brown cows and spotted cows, and you got European. Even the African cow is more superior when it comes to producing milk and less diseases. Is more superior than a European cow. So anytime from my research, I haven't researched every species, right? But I would love to somebody to source up a species that's from Africa and Europe, and show me how the Europe species is more dominant than the African species. I would love to just read that. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I would just love to learn that today, tonight. I don't
So
think
I
it
have a so I have a question then. So because technically we're a part of the animal kingdom, right?
is. Yeah.
So are you saying that um since we come from Africa that we're superior?
In what way? Physical? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say physicality, yes.
Okay.
But not in all physicality because Europeans can run for a longer distance. Well, I don't know about that. I think the Ethiopians took over that. But I'm gonna say overall, if you're dealing with physicality, I'm gonna say brute force. I'm gonna argue that the African is more superior than the European.
Okay.
But intelligence, I don't think intelligence. That's more like mind. I don't think that. I think anybody can be superior. I think it's Africans never had a. I'm gonna defend Africans. I'm gonna say Africans never had a fair shake of the same education as Europeans. So we don't know. But if Africans ever had the same education as Europeans, I'm talking about ratio wise, then we can rightly decide who is superior in that fashion. And I'm gonna guess that if Africans had access to the same information as Europeans ratio wise, I'm gonna guess the Africans will outperform them.
Hmm.
If we were even ratio wise, because you have like most it's documented that most black people do not have a high education, but in spite of that, you have all these geniuses, these proteges, these black people, young kids, these proteges that's 12, 13, 8, and somebody could do the research, but I don't know if there's like a far gap between white and black proteges. So if we're like far more uneducated, but we produce somewhere the same amount geniuses, ratio wise, I think one can argue that we win that one too.
I would like to see I mean I know probably wouldn't nobody sign up for it, but I would like to see like a controlled study given different ethnicities from birth, like the same everything, same resources, same
Right.
education, same like,
That's
and just
the
see,
only truly challenge, right?
yeah, and just see how they fare.
So the only way you can do that is so African Americans ruled out because we have so many 100 years of backwards you did devolution. So you can only compare an actual continental African with white people. We're done. We're done because we've been deprived for so long. We're done. You would need a black person who has not gone through what we've gone through. Maybe a continental African to compete with a
No,
white person.
I'm saying from birth, like a study from birth before any like a very 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 controlled study.
Yeah.
Like,
Have you ever heard of the bell curve book report?
uh-uh.
Okay, so the bell curve report was white people showing that black people are naturally biologically more inferior to white folks, and like we're just mentally disabled. Basically, I'm saying maybe harsh words, but that's what he pointing to. And but that was debunked by white people. White people were saying, "Hey, well, you have so many black people that because it's based on SAT scores and IQ results. But white people were showing, right? Research was showing that there's black people with IQs that surpass average white people. So it's like, okay, so black people cannot be born inferior IQ if you have black people who are far more uh far surpass regular white people with IQ. So that's how they debunk that. Like that logic wouldn't follow. You wouldn't find black folks IQs that far more than the average white person if that was true.
Hmm.
So and it was showing that even in the results, the white folks are cherry picking. They were cherry picking results. That's called the bell curve. There's a book about that. White folks trying to prove that black folks are inferior to white folks and have a lower IQ to justify like the treatment, you know. But I like Tariq Nasheed's argument with that when they bring it up with his
I never heard of that particular book, but I mean that practice is very, very, very common. Like it's widely known that they tried to use pseudoscience to prop up their claims that blacks were inferior, all while really making it illegal for black people to learn, and then using the lack of knowledge as, see, told you they was stupid. Like, well, if they're forbidden from reading and writing and, you know, learning certain things, of course they're not going to be able to pass certain tests. When you give it to them, they don't have any type of foundation there. But if you allow them the foundation, then test and then see what you come up with.
Yeah, and they're also not countering. They're not considering the distractions. So at that time, you know, the 80s, 70s, a lot of black folks had to just work. Like education wasn't really that important. It was about working. You know, so a lot of people really didn't take, like, okay, a black guy get a doctor, get a associate, a bachelor's degree. Then what? He still got to work like a 10, you know, a 9 to 5 regular job. He can't do nothing with that during segregation. So that was the argument. It's like that was like a counter argument. It's like, okay, a black man has education. Okay, what do you do now? Is he gonna be hired somewhere?
Yeah, what can he get with it?
Yeah, not the South. So he it's pointless. That's why like most people in the South didn't have an education because like it's useless for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, white society would have to like do something with you.
And honestly, I don't think that's like, I think that was still something even during the 90s. Like, personally, the idea, I get this education, but what I'm gonna do with it? Like, they still not gonna hire me, or, you know, you understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, hell, even today.
You're actually right, because just because a law was passed, it doesn't mean it was practiced, right? It doesn't mean that people say, okay, the law passed, I got to hire you. No. People still didn't hire you. People still didn't allow you in their restaurants. People still didn't, you know, treat you equally, right? Just because the law was passed doesn't mean people are not robots. Like, they got to be, actually, those actual people had to die off. They got to die off, and their kids will be the people who are born into that new ruling. You know what I mean? But the people who's living, when that change happens, they will never really adapt to the change. Even with, like, right now, like homosexuality. There's so many people who are against it, they'll never be for it or treat a homosexual equal. So they got to pretty much die off, and their kids will grow up in that society, and they would treat them a little more fair. They protect their rights. Mm-hmm. So that's what's going on with that. So anyway, with all that being said, did you catch the discussion between, like I said, well, man, before you answer, it's not about being religious, right? Because regardless of what you believe and don't believe, it doesn't matter. We are actually doing something intellectual, educational. We're discussing text. So when we discuss text, you are bound by textual rules, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I read, before I start my live, I read the 4 levels of comprehension. Okay, so the 4 levels of comprehension when you're reading text is that, and this is based off little kids, by the way, like grammar kids, right? I mean, not grammar, but elementary to like high school. So it's for them, not for adult, because an adult, you assume that they're already, comprehensible. You assume they're educated and literate.
They understand what they're reading. Mm-hmm. Right.
But apparently, we know America has school system that failed everybody, not just black folks, but it didn't do a good service for anybody, like collectively. Like, there's some people who did good with it, but more people didn't do good with it. Okay. So the first level of comprehension is all about reading. reading and writing, of course, but reading. We're focused on literature. So the first level was that for kids, remember, it's about kids. So if you want when your kid was 7, he's not going to read a complex book to judge his comprehension. Like you would be like, hell no, what the hell you doing? If he read Romeo, imagine a 7-year-old kid reading Romeo and Juliet, and he got to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, stop, what the hell you do? Or Macbeth. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, hell no, ain't no standard. So they would read something like Cat in the Hat, right? Green Eggs and Ham. So the first level of comprehension is that the answer is always just plainly in front of you. Okay. So if let's talk Barney. Barney will be a dinosaur. He's purple. He loves everybody, right? That would be the story. And everybody got to just read that. If you don't read Barney's purple, he's a dinosaur, he loves everybody, then your kid at that level might be slow, right? They might need slow classes. They might need the short bus. Because the story simply says Barney is purple, he's a dinosaur, he loves everybody. Okay, so if you come up with he loves some people, that your kid, I'm sorry, but your kid needs slow classes. If you come up with he's red or green or blue, okay, your kid need maybe slow classes. If you come up with he's a frog, your kid needs slow classes. So they make it very easy and simple for 6, 7, 8, and 8-year-olds. The answers are clear, precise, and right in front of you. Okay, so as they get older, about 4th grade, 5th grade, the answer's not gonna be right in front of them. Okay, so Barney, they will understand he's a dinosaur because chapter 1. And they might understand he's purple from chapter 6. But chapter 12 might tell you he loves everybody. So chapter 2, so the second level of comprehension is that the answer's in front of you, you just got to search for it. So that means you got to read the whole book to get the answer. Okay, so if you think about it for yourself, when you took the HSPT reading or whatever y'all state called it, those stories you had to like know what's going on or you're gonna fail. Like there's no way out of that.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna pass and fail and be in a slow class. That's real simple. So the third level of comprehension was more so for high school, and we could even add college students. The third level is the answer is not in the book at all. There's no plain way to read it, but they provide clues to the answer. So now they provide clues and they want to know what your conclusion is based off the clues. And at high school and college level, you need to have the same answer, right? It might be 1, 2 options or maybe 1, but there ain't 7 options. So there's no clues. So I give an example of, now I won't even give an example. I'll just say just clues. So they expect certain answers, right? The experts expect certain answers from the students based upon these clues. And if you don't have one of these answers, they look at you as you're not competent, you're not ready to pass on a collegiate level, right? You're done. And then level 4 is just your simple opinion. So the best way to find an answer from text is level 1. It says it plain right in front of you, chapter 1. Level 2 is the second best way to find an answer from text. It's not in front of you, but somewhere else in the book. Level 3 is pretty difficult because you got to base it off clues. And level 4 is just your pure opinion. It's in your head. Basically, you made it up. So when we compare literature, right? Text, comprehension, compare criticism, text criticism, you want to first find it in the text verbatim in front of you. If that's not possible, 2, 3, and then last, but you want to avoid is somebody's personal opinion. And what I'm saying is when you debate these religious texts, these religious people who has an agenda, they're going to start at level 4 or level 3. They're going to start off with their opinion or they're going to start off with clues, but they're never going to just read it just plainly in front of you, like from the text. So you experience that today. If you watch some of the debate, you'll see that he's reading text. That's okay. But the question he's asking and the answer he's looking for, that got applied to the 4 levels of comprehension. So if he's asking me a question and I'm able to read it based upon a level 1, level 2, level 3. Okay, so if I go to level 3, then the way to debunk me, no man, is to go to a level 2, level 1. But if he can't go level 2, level 1, he ain't debunk me. That means that he was at level 3 as well, or level 4. And that's what I'm trying to point out. Go ahead. Let me hear you.
Well, I think the Bible is a little more complex than that, and it's a reason why people are still debating it, because the way it's written, it's it's a mix of different levels. Some things are context clues, and they have different little crumbs that they drop in, and then other things are quote unquote geared to be level one. Other things are geared to be level two. So it's really like a hodgepodge of different levels. So it makes it easy for people to hokey pokey in and out of, well, this is meant to be plain in your face, level one. But this over here is actually supposed to be level three. And you're supposed to, you see what I'm saying? It muddies the waters because there's so many different.
Okay. So let me give you this, man. If the Bible says in plain English that Moses and Aaron are speaking for the Lord, who is speaking for the Lord at that point in Egypt? So we're talking about Egypt, and it says
Moses and Aaron.
Okay. So if you come up with something different than that, what's going on?
Well, can you say that nobody's speaking for the Lord?
Then you, but if it plainly said like
according to the text,
right,
and that's how I would word that. According to the text, Moses and Aaron are speaking for the Lord.
We could only go with the text. That's why I said literature. That's why I said even though people are not religious, this is a literature debate. We're debating literature, so it's educational. We're learning language because we go to verbs, we go to prepositions, we go to articles, we go to the Greek language that deals with inflexes, right? Inflections. And inflections deal with moves, active voice, passive, all these different tenses, future tense, middle deponent. So there's a lot there that makes it an educational discussion. It's not religious at all because we're reading literature. It's only religious if we go off beliefs, but we're reading from a text, and the best way I explain it, when you're reading literature, you're either pushing into the text or you're pulling out from the text. If you're pushing into the text, you're not literate. You don't have a good comprehension. If you're pulling from within the text out, that's called you're comprehensible. That means you understand what's going on. So if you push into the text, something wrong with you. If you pull out within the text, you're good. Okay, you're on the right path. So if the text plainly says that Moses is in Egypt and God is working through Moses to speak to Pharaoh and the Israelites, Moses' brethren, and you read a different name than Moses, no man, you are not literate at that point. Because a fifth grader would tell you that God is speaking through Moses to everybody, the Egyptians and Israel. If the Bible says Isaac had two kids who's Isaac's wife? God, I forgot. But if Isaac's wife is having twins and their name is Esau and Jacob, and you come up with a different wife, a different father, a different name of twins, no man, you're not normal. Your comprehension is compromised. And that's
what's up, Watcher?
Yeah. So the watch, you gotta hop on, bro. You gotta no. Ain't no magnifying glass, and no, you gotta hop on. I need you for this because you was on yesterday. He's here. He's here. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. So the watcher, do you agree that if the text plainly says something and give you directions, and if you come up with something different than what the text plainly says, you agree that your comprehension is then compromised? That you gotta agree with that. Is that correct?
Or you just misinterpreted something.
Okay, now let's go back, brother.
Just real quick, just to understand, because you're asking me if I walked into a gym and saw somebody miss one shot, I'm saying he cannot shoot at all.
Nothing about sing. I said reading. I'm going with something tangible.
Reading.
I can gauge. Okay, so if the book says you're supposed to have a correct basketball form when you shoot, and you come up with
right,
have any form you want, are you literate at that point or illiterate?
Well, if you read it, I can't say you're illiterate. I would just say your comprehension lacks. To me, literate means being able to read. Comprehending means understanding what you read. So someone can read all day, but if they don't understand what they're reading, or if they're stretching that meaning, I'm sorry, I'll fall back.
Literacy is based on reading, writing, and speaking. Okay, it's 3 elements.
I understand.
Okay, so if you can't get past the reading part, bro, you're not literate. If you can't,
I hear what you're saying. I hear everything that you're trying to stretch the words and make the meaning. But if I was to look up the definition, it might say something a little more concrete.
Well,
but if you're going to go into like my guy, let me get into this because you're very amped because you got out of a debate. I'm just coming on here to contribute, so you got to tone it down some.
Come on your ass.
You got it.
It says literate, a person able to read and write.
Okay, there you go.
And that's my point. Reading and writing
doesn't mean comprehending. That's a different thing.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this. Okay, I start off with comprehension. I said the 4 levels of comprehension. I clearly said.
Okay, see, I missed all that. I was just answering off of what you said. I apologize.
But no man. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I was just adding to Watcher's point. I'm not really.
And I appreciate that because I'm going off the definition and you provided the definition. So thank you.
I got you. So if you're baking a cake and the instruction says, no, let's do pancakes. This is something I'm good at. I know for a fact. So if it says 1 cup of water or milk and 1 cup of batter, 1/4 of oil, okay?
All right, I'm listening.
1 egg, okay? And that's what it says. If you interpret 1 egg as 2 eggs, at that point, do you have a good comprehension?
I would say no. If that's what your interpretation is something blatantly wrong, then no, you don't comprehend.
Man, what would you say? If it says 1 egg.
Yeah, there's an issue with interpretation.
Okay, good. So no man, what I'm pointing out is that the Bible, just like that, just like any other book, it says certain things and some things are, and what I point out to the brother, some things are just based on your opinion, right? That's it. It's level 4. You can't do nothing about it. It's because again, they said that Jesus will be made like a brother in all things. The Bible doesn't specify what all things is. So right there, everybody's opinion is good.
But here's what I was saying earlier though. Like, and I guess I understand you're talking about a singular passage, right? Just straightforward. This is the passage. What does it say? What do you get? And it's straightforward. It's right there. Tell me what it says. Okay, that's what it says. Okay, cool. But what I'm saying is the passage is part of a larger work, right? So that passage may be contradicted by yet another passage. So while, yes, this passage is right, but if I go and look at this passage, I can interpret this because it's that 3rd level where I can interpret this as I choose based off the clues I choose to look at. What speaks to me. This is what I've deduced from these clues. So that presents an issue because now, well, which one of these things is right if it conflicts? You understand what I'm saying?
You're a little off, but let me hit a watcher before I respond. The watcher, can you respond or you want me to go?
I'm right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting for something to clear. You said, okay. I hope it went through. All right, let me get back. Okay, now what was that?
Okay. So, man, repeat that one more time for me, man.
I was saying, if you have you're talking about a singular passage, right? Like in your example. But what I'm saying is the issue is this passage is still part of a larger body of work. So if you go to another passage where it's a different passage speaking about the same thing, but it's not straightforward. It's that third level where you have to use a little deductive reasoning to come up with a conclusion. Now it conflicts with this passage. So am I having an issue of interpretation, or are these things just conflicting and I've chosen to believe this thing over here? Now who's wrong when the passages conflict? You understand what I'm saying?
So based off that, right, and my question and the 4 levels of comprehension that I pointed out, the watcher, can you respond? If you understand my question and her answer, her response, and the 4 levels of comprehension, you can respond.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear the full breakdown, so I mean, I don't want to speak beyond the scope of the conversation, but if to try to keep the analogies the same and go on along with what she's saying, if there's a, because to me it sounds like comprehension, what you're saying and what she's saying. So I'm reading a book, and then one book is telling me in order to make pancakes, I need 1 egg. But if I turn a couple of chapters later, it's saying in order to make pancakes, I need 4 eggs. And if someone is quoting the first chapter and then someone brings along the second option, then it's like, are they really literate, or is the book that they're using technically flawed? Because we can't find a singular truth that has 2 truths within one book. Or we're supposed to get one concept from a book, but inside that book, it has a duality, both sides of the concept. So it's like there's a contradiction. Not saying there is, but I'm just going off a hypothetical from what it sounds like I'm hearing.
Right. So the watcher, let me just point out, no man mentioned that.
Okay.
That was not the question. The question was what's in front of us, not what's somewhere else, because that's called 3rd level comprehension. We're searching.
Oh, okay.
Clues.
But no. But here's what I'm saying though.
Right.
Again, that's like saying, so on the test, right? You brought up a standardized test earlier. You can have a question on the test that'll say, read this passage. What is this passage about? I can read the passage and I can give you a straightforward answer. Oh, this passage is about this. That's what this passage is about. Now, let's say the next question is, this passage comes from this book. What is the book about? Well, I don't fucking know what the book is about, because all I got is the passage. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can't build an argument around a piece of an entire work. You can build an argument for that particular passage, maybe, but even still, it's faulty because there's other things that surround it. So what I'm saying is, in the passage example, yes, cut and dry, if we're sticking to the passage. But a lot of what is debated about the Bible, it's related to other things in the Bible, where you go to reference something else and it's not as straightforward and cut and dry. Now you got to go to that 3rd level where you're pulling clues and you're trying to use deductive and figure out what it's trying to say, because it's not straightforward. That's my point.
I think you're jumping the gun, and you shouldn't have done that. I'm just simply talking about the text that's in front of you. We're not, again, level 1 of reading comprehension is what's in front of you. We're not searching the book yet, right? So this little 7-year-old is just reading chapter.
So why you bring up all 4 levels?
Okay.
If we only talk about level 1.
Well, ma'am, let me answer. Because I was giving all the levels of comprehension. But when I'm talking about debating, okay, and talking to people, there's no need to go to level 2 to search for it if it's right in front of you. So the 1st grader don't need to learn number 2 if all the answers are in front of him. If it's actually in the paragraph in the chapter 1 that he's reading. Okay, so he's not, that's what I'm trying to say. The comprehension, as you grow older and skip in past classes, then you will be given level 2. They don't give a 1st grader level 4 comprehension about opinions, or level 3 clues. They give a 1st grader exactly what's in front of them. They speak to his level. So he's only going to speak to what's in front of him. He's not going to search for anything. It's exactly what's in front of him. So I gave the levels of comprehension just to remind everybody, we're talking to adults. We're not talking to 1st graders. So an adult is presumed to know how to comprehend text in all 4 levels, right? So when I'm pointing out, no ma'am, you might have missed it, that a lot of these Hebrew Israelites are actually Hebrew illiterates. They do not know how to comprehend literature correctly. They're jumping to verse after verse, but they don't have to. The answer is right in front of them, but they're ignoring it, and they're going to level 3 and level 4, which is opinion. And I'm saying, brother, if you're doing that, your comprehension is compromised. The answer is right in front of you. You don't got to read. You don't got to guess. You don't got to go to clues. You don't got to give your opinion. The answer literally says what it says. It says that Moses is speaking for God.
But my issue is what you're. So my issue is not. Hey, what's up, Stu P?
Hey, Stu.
What's up?
So my issue is not that you're saying they have an issue understanding a plain passage that's cut and dry, straightforward, level 1. That's not my issue. My issue is when you broaden it to they're not understanding what they're reading because the answer is right in front of you. When that's where I come in like, no, not really. Like, it's the reason why it's still being debated. Nobody feels like.
No, no, ma'am. I'm saying it's debated because people are in their feelings. They are taught like the Israelites. They're taught.
But I'm not talking about just Israelites. It's people that do this for sport. You know, this is their career field. They don't even necessarily believe. Like, but right. They still debate.
Those people, but no, ma'am, those people don't think they're Catholic. They don't think they're Jehovah's Witness. They just read the Bible for what it is, and they don't affiliate the actual organization with themselves. So these people are called apologetics, right? So they don't actually ascribe to a religion. They just read the Bible for what it says, and they're unbiased. And they say, actually, this is what it's saying over here. And it's not saying that. And you have this in Judaism, you have this in Islam, and you have this in Christianity, where they just be honest. Okay, this ain't talking about Jesus here. Even though he's a Christian and it hurts their doctrine, they're going to be honest and say, yeah, this verse ain't talking about Jesus. Even though Christianity believes that, it ain't talking about that. So what I'm saying is that you have people who believe, right? And then they find verses to support their belief. You know, this is how all cults start. This is how all pseudoisms start. They have a belief, and then they go find scriptures or evidence to support it. And we know that's not how proper research works. You let the information, you let the evidence speak to you like a detective. Detective is not supposed to go to crime scene automatically accusing the husband, because then you'll never find the culprit, the actual suspect. You'll lock the husband up or charge him to get him locked up when the actual suspect gets away. So you're not supposed to do that. Or a good detective will let the evidence speak for him, to him. Okay? So I'm saying that when we read the Bible, the people you're talking about, they're not letting the word speak to them. They're coming to the words as an already Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, whoever else. That's how they coming in. They're not coming in unbiased or neutral. And that's why they have a hang up. So that's why I kept going back to comprehension. I'm saying if the literature, so forget about those people. I'm saying amongst us and Stu Peace, I'm saying that if the literature says that Moses is speaking for God, verbatim, and you come up with the Lord speaking to Pharaoh, your comprehension is compromised. You're off. Your comprehension is not legit. Is not meeting the standard. And most likely you're going to be, they're going to talk to your parents and talk about getting you to a slow class. And you're going to have Dr. Umar trying to tell you that, no, your kid is good. Just need the father at home. You did. That's what's going to happen.
Well, I'll say this and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Earlier, I didn't catch the whole thing, but I did catch when it transitioned from kind of nice, friendly, calm discussion to being a little more, tense. And I think that his behavior was indicative of not someone who didn't comprehend. That was someone who very well comprehended what the text was saying. They was just uncomfortable with what it was saying. So some of these people, I don't think it's an issue of comprehension. I think it's an issue of dishonesty. Not being honest or straightforward or having integrity, because then I gotta throw away the whole belief and I want to hang on to that. I don't think people get upset, offended, and defensive over things that they don't really comprehend. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think you missed what I was saying. I'm just talking about comprehension right now. I'm not talking about the brother himself, because I understand people are disingenuous where they cherry pick, right? And people in these cults, they definitely cherry pick because the cult leader taught them to cherry pick. So they never read the Bible for themselves or any doctrine for themselves. Oh shit. They only read the text according to instructions. Jehovah, it's called catechisms. Okay, anybody can research catechisms. The Catholic Church started that shit, catechism, where it's a question and answer. The Nation of Islam, they'll say, who's the original man? And the answer is the original man, the Asiatic black man, the maker, owner, creator of planet Earth. You see, that's the answer. So he's told the answer. He's not actually pulling the answer from sources. So Jehovah's Witness, the Hebrews, like all these people, they go with catechism. They're asked a question and then they're told the answer. So they'll say Esau, who's Esau? The Israelites will say he's the white man. Okay, now that individual did not read that themselves. They were told that. That's called a catechism. Jehovah's Witness would say God's true name is Jehovah. Now that individual did not read that themselves, but they're told that and they're shown that and they believe that. That's called catechisms. Catechism is questions and answers that you give people. So they're not reading the text themselves. They're being taught the answer. So when you come to a live with unbiased people like myself, with those catechisms, like he said, I never heard those before, those scriptures. He told you guys what I brought to him, he never heard before, because he's going off. He kept calling me a Christian, by the way. And he kept saying that this is what Christians say. And he kept saying, like, that's what I say. Because he's caught on to the catechism of Christians. Christians' responses to those questions. And while you keep doing that, you're gonna have a problem, because I'm not Christian. And I'm not responding off Christian catechism. I'm going off what the text actually says, because I believe I got a fair comprehension. So Student Peas, if you know about the subject, because we're not gonna go off the subject, we're gonna stick to comprehension right for right now, and then we're gonna eventually talk about the debate. So Student Peas, do you know anything about what we're talking about? If you want to comment. All right, so I'm calling in now.
I'm through my phone now. I'm gonna run to Walgreens, get a potty. All right. So anybody, if they want to speak, they can. Okay. About the subject we're talking about. So we're talking about comprehension. We're talking about the 4 levels of comprehension, but comprehension period. We're talking about literacy, and we're talking about text, right? Literature. Like when you have a debate about literature, the debate about literature is marginalized by rules of literature. Okay, every language you study, you're going to be held to the rules of that language. Okay, so myself, I know I went to Spanish. If you want to learn Spanish, you're stuck to the Spanish verbs, pronouns, participles, prepositions, all that shit. You're bound to negative statements, positive statements, questions. If you're not, then you're not speaking Spanish correctly. English, Greek, Arab, and Hebrew, same thing. There's no way out of it. There's no way out of that.
But Fabio, You're not referring to the language structure here. What you're referring to is comprehension. What you're referring to.
Right. Yeah. No, the whole thing. Right. Of course. The whole build is comprehension. When you reread something, because I'm assuming that if you're reading, you have a basic fundamental of your grammar. If right, whatever language you're reading from, you understand the grammar. So I'm assuming, I'm getting everybody benefit out, that they understand the rules of their grammar. Right. So
but we cannot just say we are near, because
we can't do what?
We cannot be dogmatic in our approach. People understand when it is. Because
you kind of muffled. Super, you break it up and you're muffled.
Am I better now?
Yeah, you good right now.
You sound a little better right now.
Yeah. We cannot be dogmatic when it comes to how people can
Oh no, we're not even talking about religion, bro. We're talking about literature. Religion's not even here right now. We're talking about text in front of your face in plain English. If you speak English, there's a expectation of what you should be gathering from the text, and that expectation is based on your comprehension level. And there are 4 comprehension levels. There's probably other things out there, but the answer is either in front of you, or you got to search for it, but it's still there. You can read it verbatim, or the answer is not there at all. Just clues that show you the answer, or there's no answer at all in front of you. There's no clues. They're just your opinion. So that's the basic 4 levels of comprehension. So we're not talking about dogmatic. We're not talking about religion. We're just talking about reading literature. That's it.
Dogmatic isn't exclusive to religion, though. I think he was just saying, like, you can't be too finite in your approach to it, though. You have to have some flexibility, because
look, we're not even dealing with that. You guys are making it complex, and I'm just saying, if the instruction says 1 egg, 1/4 oil, 1 cup of water or milk, and 1 cup of pancake mix, that's just what it says. I mean, you're making it more difficult than what it is. If you come up with something different than 1 cup of batter, 1 cup of milk or water, 1/4 of oil, your comprehension is compromised.
No, but you're
trying to pigeonhole it to make it simple. You're trying to simplify a argument or a situation that's more complex than that. You're oversimplifying.
It's not complex. It's not complex. It's not complex at all. Because you heard us speak plain English and we're reading English literature.
So we're all slow, and you're the only one that can comprehend.
Who said you're slow? If you're reading something other than 1 cup of batter, you're slow. Okay, so if the pancake mix has 1 cup of batter, that's just it. Like, it's no, man. You're the one making this more difficult. If it says 1 cup of batter, it's 1 cup of batter.
But
if you comprehend that to be something else.
Hold on. But that's what level of comprehension. You said there's 4 levels.
Deep breath.
You said there's 4 levels, and you're only
so that's the first level of comprehension. You're reading it right in front of you.
You're only discussing the level that supports your argument. You're cherry picking.
No. I don't have an argument. I'm saying if the answer, if level 3 is searching for the answer, you only search for it. Level 3 clearly says the answer's not in front of you. It is not there. It says it's not in the book at all. So that means you can't read it. You cannot read. So basically level 3 means you're not going to read 1 cup of sugar. 1 cup of batter. You're not going to read that. It's going to be clues. So it might say 1/4, 1/4, 1/4, 1/4. That's a clue. That 4 more fourths is 1 cup. That's what I'm trying to say. Go ahead, Watcher.
Okay. Thank you. What I wanted to say is to make this flow easier, we might need something tangible, because what we're trying to do is work on something concrete, which is pretty much comprehension and reading.
So we're talking about the Bible, right?
My God, you gotta let me walk to at least understand where I'm coming from. I want you to understand where I'm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. No, I got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And what I'm trying to say is, like, if to really understand what your point, because nobody's really disagreeing with what you're saying, but you're setting up parameters where we only can answer. Let me say this: the overall principle of what you're getting at, I think we all agree. However, in the scenario that you're recreating, it's so concrete that it's not even allowing for obvious logical fallacies. So what would be better, because we can't argue something that's not tangible or real or even a point that we hold. We're just trying to be factual off logic without digging into the text. So what it would be better for you to do is to give an example of something clear, then find out that's easy to understand where someone is misinterpreting it or not getting it, and then ask us if we understand it. Because what you're doing right now, we're going to keep going back and forth.
No, but I gave the example. I said in Exodus, if the book says Moses speaks for God, okay, that's the text. That's the Bible. That's Exodus. Moses speaks for God. God chose Moses to speak for him.
Okay.
That's in plain English. That's in Greek. That's in ancient modern. That's in Hebrew. Okay.
All right.
That's in Latin also. Okay.
I'm still walking with
every
you.
Spanish that got a Bible, every translation of the Bible in any English, any language is going to tell you that God chose Moses to represent him. He chose him to be his mouth.
Okay. All right. I'm with you so far.
So if you read Pharaoh, God chose Pharaoh to be his mouth. What's up?
Okay. That's cut and dry. That's easy. That means somebody misread something.
No. Not misread. The answer's in front of you. That means it's comprehension problems now.
Okay. I mean, we can assume the comprehension, but there's no such thing as someone misreading a word, and that doesn't necessarily mean
okay. Right. So now watch this. If you missed that, right. Now I agree with you right there. If y'all, that's y'all aim, whatever. Okay. Now, if they misread that, they misread that because misread is a clue to comprehension problems too. Also, because teachers they look at clues, right? You look at clues to see. It's not one thing that's going to say, okay, she is clues. It's a pattern, right? We agree with that. It's a pattern. So if you miss Moses being a representative of God,
right?
Okay. So now we go to Abraham. Okay. Where he said clearly that all nations, because Abraham was one of the first guys he chose in the Bible. Right? He's not part of a tribe, no Israelite, none of that. He's the father of all them. So he chose Abraham and said, listen, I like you. God told Abraham, I like you. And we read it yesterday. I like you. So I'm going to bless, your wife is barren and y'all both old, no kids. I like you so much. I'm going to bless you that your wife's going to be able to have kids now. And not only that is that I'm going to bless that everybody comes from your loins is going to be part of this covenant. So he's telling Abraham above, so he ain't promised shit to nobody at this point. This is Genesis. He didn't get this to nobody. So he's telling Abraham, I like you amongst all people. There's no chosen tribes. There's none of that shit right now. This is an individual. I like you, bro. And because I like you, I'm going to bless your seed that come after you. Right? But I'm going to protect you though. Like, you're the subject. Your seeds, I'm going to grant them some shit, but it's going to be contingent. But you get a free pass. Now, if you read something outside of that, plus you made a mistake and said Moses wasn't the mouth of God. Now you're reading that Abraham wasn't given a free gift. And you're reading that there's a contingency with Abraham. Isn't that two clues of comprehension problem?
I would ask is there an ulterior motive? Is like there an agenda? Like why would they be intentionally misunderstanding? Because there's certain people who intentionally misunderstand you and they work hard to misunderstand you. And
no, ma'am said that earlier, right? Where we understand that. We understand when it comes to like a belief system or some type of, we can say belief system. We understand when it comes to belief system, people are going to purposely skip past stuff, right? That's true. But what's also true is this, because now how do you discern whether somebody's misreading on purpose or they have a comprehension issue? You look for the clues that's being consistent. You look for a pattern.
Right.
This is the expert do it. The expert,
dishonesty. Yeah. Bad faith actors.
Right. So the person had, bruh, if you look how they gauge a kid to be special, I'm talking about not retarded. Like you got kids out here who's not slower. I mean, like far slower. They can count. Right. They can okay, but they're not regular though. They're still special ed. But they can trick you to believe they're regular
high
ed.
Functioning mental retardations and people with special needs. I get it.
So to the way to perfectly place them where they're supposed to be, you got to look for clues. And the clues in this part would be you thought Abraham was given a contingency. You thought Pharaoh was the mouth of God, right? So these are clues. So now these are being documented. So now the parents ready to call the teacher and say, hey, man, you know, your daughter Tiffany, you might want to take her out of this class and put her in a slow class so she can graduate. You dig? Because right now, she's going to be a high school dropout. She ain't going to pass. Right? So you go off the clues. And the clues are, so even if that person, so that, no ma'am, Sue Peas and the watcher, if that person is purposely not reading the text because of an agenda, that person will still be misdiagnosed as a person with comprehension problems. Do you agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
There's certain people who lie just because they want to be.
I get it. Going with the scenario though, I would partially disagree because it wouldn't be based off one class. I mean, now let's say that's their performance everywhere. Yes. But it could just be that they're not engaged in that class. It could be that they do well in math where they also have to read complex passages and instructions and do word problems. And they're able to comprehend that because they're more engaged. So that would be my little tidbit. You know.
So let me ask you this. You ever heard of the HSPT reading comprehension test? It's called something new now.
You said the what reading comprehension test?
Yeah, HSPT. It's called something new now. But when I was in high school, it was called HSPT reading comprehension test. Are you aware of that?
Like a state standardized test? Is that what
you're asking about? No, that's the country. That's the country. It's not state. That's the country test. That means when I lived in Dallas, Texas, that was there. When I was in Mississippi, was there. North Carolina was there, and New Jersey was there.
What test
HSPT. HSPT.
Oh.
Yeah, we ain't have to
right. That. Okay, no. You guys had different names for it. I guarantee you, that's in every state. That's in every state. HSPT test. And again, that's what we call it in New Jersey. But it's probably called something different in Texas, Mississippi, and North Carolina. But that's standardized. Okay, so that has nothing to do with math. That's pure reading. You're reading a lot of shit, and you can't graduate unless you pass that test. You keep failing it, you got to keep coming back to high school. 25 years old, keep coming back. You ain't going nowhere without passing that test unless you admit you're slow. But if you think you're regular ed, you're not going nowhere.
I hear everything you're saying, but to me, your frustrations with someone who's being intellectually dishonest is not going to get them admitted into some psychiatric ward or put in a rubber room where they're in a straitjacket.
Nah, but I'm
my nigga. You know, my G. I'm sorry. You know these people are.
No. You good, bro? Come on, bro. It's me,
I'm sorry,
right?
What?
And nigga. No, I say you good, nigga. G, same shit,
okay,
right? Because we know niggas a term of endearment.
Okay, for sure. Right on. You know that they're gonna. You're stripping away some of these people's only faith, belief, discipline that they ever. So I would anticipate them being dishonest or not understanding or misunderstanding, intentionally misunderstanding. So I would be more to the point of following their logic and then helping them walk right into the discrepancies. So if instead of trying to get them to comprehend what you want them to comprehend, walk down their lane and then see how it can't walk back. Because if they decide to change it in the middle of a pathway, it's not going to make its way back home. So follow that.
See,
illogic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
See, the thing is, it's not about me, right? I'm not the standard.
Right. Okay.
I'm just an individual pointing out the inaccuracies, right? So no man mentioned something earlier. She said that if one verse says this, right, or the book, not verse, but if one book says this, and then another section says something else, no, ma'am, you're right. That's called a contradiction. So that means in a contradiction, no, ma'am, just for the record, I'll tell you what a contradiction is. That does not mean both is wrong. That means one is right and one is wrong. A contradiction means one statement is right and one is wrong. That's what it actually means. It does not mean they both wrong. So that means that somebody's right, somebody's wrong. Huh? No, I know. I'm just edifying the chat. A contradiction means there's two statements that cannot be both true. That means one is false and one is right. That's what it means.
Both can be false though, too. Both can be false. Both can be false.
Then it wouldn't be a contradiction. Okay, so let's look up the definition of contradiction. Okay, why are you doing that? Because I guarantee you that's not going to be there.
a contradiction, both statements don't have to be true. One can be the
Okay.
general consensus, and I can contradict the general consensus. But
Let me get the definition though. Somebody Google it because I don't believe you guys. Somebody Google that for me.
Deny the truth of a statement by asserting the opposite. Assert the opposite of a statement made by someone. Be in conflict with.
Yeah, be in conflict with.
All right. So
Yeah.
let me look it up for you. I know niggas like to cherry pick.
You don't have to look it up from
Google.
Okay. You don't have to look it up for me.
All right.
Now you gotta look it up for me.
Yeah. Okay. But okay. Listen. You brought it up. Okay. Look. Here's the before you speak, two piece, right? Because I'm not gonna change what's going on here. It had nothing to do with contradictions. It's about what's in front of you and you're missing it. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about something is clear and plain, like one cup of fucking water, and you missed it. And there's a pattern. Are you missing that plain instruction or statement over and over and over? At some point, you are called somebody with a low comprehension. That's the point I'm making.
So we're talking about a book that was originally written in Greek and in Hebrew and in Latin.
All right, so let's go there.
Then that book now was translated in Old English first because King James
What's the problem?
Old English.
No. Let me stop you. No. Wait. I gotta stop you. King James is the last English translation, my bro. So don't name King James as the epitome of English translations. Okay?
When was King James? When was the King James translation?
1611.
So you're telling me that in 1611. In 1611.
Let's go there.
That is the translation that we're reading now. Is the one from 1611?
Hey, okay, see, my brother, you don't know about what happened. When was the Geneva Bible written, by the way? It's English. During King James' time. What year was the Geneva Bible written?
No,
you don't know. You don't know.
Because
okay, right, you don't know. Just say I don't know.
I don't know. In 1611.
Right.
In England,
1589.
English that we're speaking now.
No. Hey, look, my boy, what you're missing is this. What you're missing is that the King James Bible came to America, but the Geneva Bible went other places. It went to the UK, it went to other places. So you're missing that. So you're focused on us in America, but America's not the end all be all. The Wayman Tisdale Bible was like 1400 English.
Hold on. If I may, because I don't even know what Stupid was finna say. I don't know. Maybe you knew what he was finna say.
Let me finish what I was saying. I was saying that we're talking about a book that went through different people interpretation of other people language.
Nah, that's wrong. That's wrong. But go ahead. That's wrong.
If the author was, let's say, one of my favorite books is The Alchemist by Pablo Coelho. He's a Brazilian author. He writes in Portuguese, and it is translated in English. I read the English version, but as much as though it might be accurate, it still does not have the spirit of the original language that it was written in.
Right. So, Supi, let me ask you this. What's the oldest scroll? What language was the oldest scroll of the New Testament?
The New Testament is in what the Greeks used to speak.
What difference does that make?
Ancient Greek. It's called ancient Greek. That's what it's called.
Ancient Greek, right? What the Greeks used to speak.
Right.
That's what the New Testament is in. So,
but hold on.
I can't. What difference does that make? So here's my issue. because you're actually doing what you accuse Hebrews of doing. Just a few days ago.
From you, I'm not
something,
surprised. Okay.
Just a few days ago.
From you, I'm not surprised at that charge.
You were in a debate, read someone,
right.
read a passage. They mentioned sperma.
Right.
And what did you say? Let's go to the original. Let's go, because it don't mean sperm like it mean in English, but niggas think that it mean you got to go back. And that's pretty much what Stu Peace was just saying.
No, that's actually wrong. That's actually wrong. You need to go back and watch the debate. He made the claim. That's their claim. Their claim is sperma means sperm, and I disagree.
I know. That's what I just said. So you went back to the original language to prove your point.
They did. No, ma'am, they did, and I went there with them. Is what I'm saying. They went there.
Hold on. You didn't even get a chance to get into it in the debate. This was in your follow-up, right? Because in the debate, you say you would address it later, and you never really got to fully address it. So you in your follow-up and your recap.
No, man, I made about 20 videos. By the way.
Exactly.
Right. I addressed it in those 20 videos. Right.
Again, but you recapped it, and you brought up the fact that they don't understand what they're reading because they're reading it as the meaning and understanding that they have of sperm in the English language, right?
No. That's not what I said, but continue. I just want to object.
Okay. That's not what you said. So what did you say? I want to give you a moment to say what you said.
Got it. I said to those guys, although the etymology of the word sperma means sperm, just like we got language we say every day, and there's an etymology to it that means something totally different than how we use it in English conversations today. I said same thing like that when just because sperm is the root of the word is not ever used as sperm. That's what I said. I said it's used as offspring or a child. Is never, ever used as sperm in the Bible.
Stu Peas and Watcher. Did I not just say that?
Yes, you did.
Did I not just say that, Watcher?
You did.
Okay, so what's your problem with that? So what's your problem with that?
My problem is you didn't even comprehend that I'm saying what you said. Like, I paraphrased it, but I literally just said that. And you said, no, that's wrong. So I gave you an opportunity to say what you said, and then you just said it in different words.
I disagree. Okay, but what? I disagree.
What's the difference between what I said and what you said? Now, since we're talking about comprehension, what's the difference? What's the distinction?
No. What is your point for saying that? Okay, let's go there. What's your point for saying that? You don't even know. You just freestyle it.
No, my point for saying it was because you was telling Stu Peas that he was wrong about the book going through different languages. That don't matter.
No, continue. You said, listen, okay, let's backtrack real fast. You said the brothers said
you're doing the same thing that Hebrews do.
I disagree. But I don't believe you. But I don't believe you pulled your point. So let's go back.
For fuck's sake, I don't have to prove my point.
No. Let's backtrack because you got Stu Peas. Okay, so Stu Peas, I asked you. So Stu Peas, she's in her feelings. Stu Peas, Okay, we get it. Okay, we got it. Well, I don't want to argue with you, Stu Peas.
Your arguments aren't right.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, but okay, you take their place then. I'll beat the shit out of you. Now, Stu Peas, how about this? Since you co-sign that shit, it's on you now. All right? Anybody can get it. You too. So, Stu Peas, she said that the brothers, which you probably even know, you're out of the fucking loop. But since you co-signed it, it's on you now. Okay, so she said the brothers came to me and said seed means sperm in Greek. The etymology of sperm is in Greek. Do you agree?
Listen, I am having a different conversation. I don't know
Exactly.
what
All right,
that argument is
so
about.
exactly. So let's have
I
our
understand what
okay.
you're
So let's
saying,
have our exactly. So
you're bringing
let's
up
have
things
our
that I
shit then.
don't know knowledge of.
Let's have
Because
our
it's
shit then.
unfair of you. I have no knowledge of. I would not argue what sperma mean or the etymology of the word
Okay.
because I don't know. I know about spermatozoa. I know that how plants germinate when they talk about spermatozoa. That they get the word from early Latin. I learned about
He's
Latin
moving
biology.
the goalpost. The whole
I
No,
point
I'm
know.
of
not.
you coming in
No, I'm not.
was I
It's a
said
Latin
something.
word.
I said something, and then you he
Means
turned
seed.
around, said I was wrong, and then pretty much said the same shit I said. Like the
I
fuck.
still think you're wrong. I still think
And,
you're
and,
wrong.
and you still can't tell me why I'm wrong. You still ain't did that. I said,
Okay.
okay, so what's the difference in what I said than what you said?
Okay.
You said, well, no,
Because
what was your reason for bringing it up? You keep moving the goalpost.
right.
Again,
Because
you
I
a
don't
Hebrew
believe. Because I don't
Israelite.
believe you said.
You a Hebrew.
Because I don't believe you said what I said. Okay. And Stu Peace co-signed you. So I would just ask Stu Peace. Okay. If she said what I said, I question him because you're supposed to do that. Like if we disagree, you're supposed to go with the next person listening, right? That's what I did. So I disagree with you,
So
right? Because
what was the problem with sperma, with sperma and what all the brothers interpreted?
well, you gotta
Because
ask
that
No
has
Man.
to be
She brought it up.
differential. No. How did
You
the
gotta ask
brothers
No Man. No
interpret
Man
it?
brought it up. No Man, you answer that. You brought it up.
Right? Were the brother wrong in their interpretation of the word sperma?
No, they were not wrong on the actual etymology of the word. They were not wrong. They were right. They were wrong on how it was used in the context of the Bible. So what I was trying to say just now was that we use words today in a certain denotation, right? And connotation. We use words in a denotative way and a connotative way that's totally against the etymology of the definition. Right? So I was trying to tell him.
In the verse in the Bible, how was it used?
Okay, as a son or offspring. So for example, I give you a case in point. In Genesis 4:25, chapter 4 is dealing with, chapter 2 says God formed Adam and made Eve out of his ribs, and chapter 3 says the serpent deceived Eve and Adam, and God cursed both of them and the serpent. And then chapter 4, and then Cain slew Abel, right, in chapter 4. So later on in chapter 4, it says that after Cain slew Abel, Cain knew Eve again and birthed Seth. Okay, so that's verse 25. So verse 25 says, huh?
Cain knew who?
No. Adam knew. If I said Cain, I made a mistake. Adam knew Eve again because Abel is dead. So if I said Cain, I made a mistake. It says Adam knew Eve again. They had another child. His name is Seth, right? So then Seth said to God, "Thank you for allowing us to have another seed in place of Abel." So he said, "Thank you for allowing us to have another seed in place of Abel." So my argument to Hebrew Israelites is that he's not saying thank you for having another sperm in place of Abel. He's saying thank you for having another child in place of Abel, who is Seth. So I'm saying even though seed etymologically means sperm, when it's used in conversation in the Bible, it's never used as sperm. It's always used as singular, a child, or plural, an actual lineage of a man.
The faith
And
of
they
a
can't get
mustard
around that.
sperm.
Can I say something now? Because it comes back to
Right.
what I was saying
You're right. The watch is right.
Let me say something. When I talk about language and the spirit of the language, because we weren't there in 2,000 years ago to understand how people, because words written on paper is interpretations of sound, but sounds are not interpretation of intent. I can say something, but my intent is totally different than what it sounds like. Because somebody else in a different culture might say, and the intent was different. Because in many cultures, children, women are the bearers of men's seed. Women are the bearers of men's seed in many cultures. And pregnancy don't happen without sex, without the man discharging his seed into a woman. Now, culturally, how was it interpreted in that time? That women could automatically get pregnant without men's seed? Or was the seed of the men? Because remember, you know, they couldn't see the woman egg, you know. During the period,
Yeah.
nobody was investigating on a microscope to see the woman egg. But they could see the man seed any day of the week, any minute
Right.
of the day, any
Right.
hour
So
of the
Supi,
day. So women
Supi.
were interpreted as the bearers of men's seed.
Wait.
That
You're
a
making
man
a
need
mistake.
a woman to plant his
Wait,
seed into to have a child.
No.
Go ahead.
That's false. No, Supi.
How is it
In
false?
science,
Tell me how is
in
it false?
science, okay, let me tell you. In science, you're correct.
I'm not
We're
talking
talking about
about
the Bible.
science now. I'm
Right.
talking
I
about
got you.
culture.
So you're wrong in the Bible, my boy. You're wrong. Because if I take you to First Chronicles chapter 2,
Show me.
you're wrong. Okay, just like them.
Show me.
Okay, so again, if I take you, what you're saying, what they would say. So that's why I said you're wrong. In science, you're right. In the Bible, you're fucking wrong. Because
No,
what
but
you're
so
saying,
in the Bible,
okay,
I'm right. In science, I'm wrong.
Supi,
Show
let
me
me
in the
tell you
Bible where
why
I'm
you're
wrong.
wrong. Okay, got it. You got to let me talk now, okay? Okay, because you will believe you will believe that the seed is of their father, right?
The
Hello?
man seed. That's how the Bible.
Okay.
That's how they interpret it. Bible time.
Okay, I got you. So look, listen to the question carefully. So whatever nationality the man is, if he have a baby and it's his sperm, isn't the baby of his seed, of his nationality?
All right. Let me explain what I'm
You don't
saying.
want to
here.
answer. You see, you don't want to answer.
No, I don't know nothing about nationality.
Exactly.
I am talking about culture. And let me explain it. Let me explain it simple.
Yeah.
When
please
no,
help yourself out.
well, let me use one more narrative to explain it. When the Holy Spirit went unto Mary, Mary is a vessel. When the Holy Spirit went
Right.
to Mary,
Right. Okay.
Mary was told that you are a vessel to carry God. Mary had nothing to do with God. Mary was only a vessel.
Supi, you're jumping. Brother, I'm asking.
No, I am telling you the answer.
Okay.
The answer is
I got you.
Mary.
But I'm not talking about Supi. Mary's not the only example of a woman having a baby and is not attributed to the father.
No.
So, brother, you don't know more Bible. Look. Here's the thing.
No. I am telling you, this is what I'm saying.
Here's the thing. Wait, Supi, hold on. Supi, I gotta slow you down. For one, we're talking about the Bible, brother. I don't know you to be a Bible guy. I am. So what I'm telling you is this. I'm asking you a flat out question. According to the Bible, when a man have a child, okay, from a woman, the nationality takes upon who? The man or the woman?
When Joseph, when the census was going to happen, and Joseph had to go
wait,
back
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Repeat that. Say that again.
In the time of the census, which is historical as well as biblical, Joseph had to return to his home.
Wait, who? I can't even hear what you're saying. Who? What names are you saying?
I'm saying Joseph. Joseph.
You talking about Jesus, Mary's husband, Joseph?
Mary's husband, Joseph.
Okay, you're in trouble. Go ahead. Right.
In the time of the census.
Right.
Because we're going to use, I use an historical or something. Where did they have to go?
Wait. Yeah, to their own city, okay, to be taxed. If you're talking about being taxed, that's why I say the Bible-wise, brother.
So that they could be taxed.
Right. They gotta go to their own city. That's what I'm saying. Bible-wise, bro, you're gonna be in trouble, bro. Okay, so Bible-wise, Caesar. Okay, so look, wait. So let me answer your question. So Luke chapter 2, what you're talking about, Caesar Augustus came out with a decree. He said that everybody got to be taxed. He said everybody goes to their own city to be taxed. So now finish. So I can finish you. Go ahead.
Okay. Where did they go? Did they go to Mary City or did they go to Joseph City?
They went to both of their cities. Okay, I got you.
Where in the Bible
Okay,
they say they went to both of the cities?
okay. I got you. Okay, it's two piece. Relax. You're asking the same question 4 or 5 times in a row. Okay, so you're asking the same question that they were asked, and I'm gonna bother you in front of everybody. Okay, so the Bible explicitly says, this is why you can't fuck with me in the Bible, bro. You stick to history. Okay, so now it says this: Caesar Augustus made a decree in Luke chapter 2, verse 1. He says that everybody should be taxed, and every man go to his own city. Okay, and then he quoted Cyrenius, who came with the decree initially, and then it says everybody go to their own city. Then it says Joseph went out of Nazareth, the city of Nazareth, and he went into Judea, which is called the city of David, which is at that point called Bethlehem, because Joseph is of the lineage of David. And then it said he went there to be taxed with Mary. They both got taxed there.
Which city Mary came from?
Huh? Okay. Well, obviously, got it. Let me ask you a question. You say the same shit. You say the same shit 3, 4, 5 times, like they would. Mary is from the lineage of David. That's why they both got taxed there. The Bible, you can't fuck with me, bro. You stick with history.
All right, no. The reason why I'm asking you that question, because the Bible never said, go to the city where the woman go to. Where the woman comes from.
No. Oh, okay. I got you. So let me help you out. So let me help. Okay, relax. Two piece. Relax. When the Bible says his man, that's both sexes, my boy.
That's not
so
true.
When it says okay, look.
That's not true.
Hey, Stu, you saying the same thing over and over again. But I can show you that the Bible's written from a male or a masculine perspective. So it talks about man, and we go to the Strongs, my boy. This is where you're gonna fuck up at. When we go to the Strongs, when it says man, his, that's talking about both. And a lot of times the case is neutral. It's not masculine or feminine.
You know why not neutral?
Yeah,
when God and the Holy Spirit and Jesus was in heaven, and they said,
okay, now look.
No. Let me finish, please.
Okay, I'm gonna body you here, right here. You can't fuck me with the Bible. I'm gonna body you again.
And the Holy Spirit was in heaven, and they said, let us make man in our own image. They made Adam. Eve was a fucking afterthought.
Okay, now watch this. Now watch how I sink your battleship right now. Wait. Indigenous. I mean, Two Piece, you gotta listen for a second, my boy. You gotta stop ranting. Listen. Now, okay, so now I'm gonna respond to your answer. I'm gonna bother you. You can't fuck with me in the Bible. Okay, so watch this. So when the angel told Mary that you become pregnant as a virgin without age of a man, and she said, well, how would this be? I don't know a man. I never had sex before. And the Bible said that the Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Most High. My boy, the power is feminine or masculine? Answer that question.
Is the power masculine?
Okay, dude, no. Okay, right. So I'm asking you, two piece. I'm just asking a simple question, my boy.
That was masculine.
Okay, you're wrong. Okay, two piece. Relax, my boy. In the Bible, you cannot fuck with me. I keep saying that over and over again. If you go to the Strong's, okay. Stu, hold on one second. I'm in Walmart, my boy, buying, because me and no man talked before the live. I'm in Walmart picking up a potty. So when I go back to my computer, I'm going to embarrass you. The power is in feminine tense. The gender. Stu, relax. Let me finish. No, wait. Let me finish my statement first, so the audience could be educated, right? Correctly. So they all can do this. All they got to do is go to Blue Letter or Bible Hub and type in Luke chapter 1, verse like 30, 33, 32, something like that. Okay. So my boy, You're out of your league. If you go to power in the Strongs, it has a gender. Wait, dude, let me finish. Wait. Okay, but you gotta let me. Okay, wait. Dude, you gotta let me finish though. Stu, you got me. Stu, I didn't. When you go, you ask the question. I listen. Now I'm responding, and I'm saying you don't know what you're reading. I'm saying in the Bible, the power is feminine. It's feminine. Okay.
Then I
So wait. Let me just bring. Okay, you cut off. Let me just bring it back because you cut off so many times that my message is probably diluted. So when the angel came to Mary and told her she's going to have sex, I have a baby without having sex, and she wanted to know how is it possible. The Bible said the Holy Spirit shall overshadow you, and it says the Holy Spirit should come upon thee. Come upon you, and the power will overshadow you. The power is considered feminine, my boy. Now go ahead and keep embarrassing yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, let me say no. Because he had to justify whose power it was. After he said power, he justified whose power it was. If no man hit me down with our car, the car of no man hit me down. That's a female owner of that car. But if I hit no man down with my car, it's a man hit no man down with his car. When Mary got pregnant, she got pregnant with the power of the Most High. And that power is a masculine power because they justified it after the fact. After the
you made that shit up.
No. After the mention who powers it is, after the mention that it was going to be the power, they told you who power it is. Now, if you say
cool.
God is a woman, I will understand.
All right. Okay, cool. So I said, okay, now watch this. What?
In that instant, it's a masculine power.
Okay, cool. No problem. So now you said what you said. I said what I said. And the watcher spoke before. He's supposed to be unbiased, and so is no man. So the watcher, you still there, watcher? I gotta invite you now because we are supposed to be fact checkers. We're not respected persons. We don't give a damn who's talking. We just stick with the facts. Right. Are you there, to watcher? No ma'am. Are you there, no ma'am?
Oh, I tapped out when you was just picking fights for nothing. I'm
okay,
in the
right.
chat,
Well, you're right. Okay, no problem. I'm not reading the chat. I'm in Walmart, but that's your personal interpretation. So the watcher, are you there? Because what happens is that people claim to be truth seekers, fact checkers, unbiased, until somebody that they like is saying some shit that's wrong, and then all of a sudden they want to bow out. Okay, so now Stu Pease is going to hang on when he's hanging on,
or until they just not paying attention no more because
right. No problem. Okay, no, ma'am, you said that, and I listened. No problem.
For no reason.
So I want to see. Well, actually, I'm not contentious. I mean, that's your opinion, but right now I'm just trying to get to the truth. So you bowed out, no problem. I'm not holding against you, no problem. So I just want to see if the watcher is there. If he's not there, then we build the chat. That's all. So
all I was saying is this. I'm saying is this. In biblical time, women were seen as the seed bearers for men because there was no biological and the seed bearers.
You're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong. Okay, and I'm gonna prove it in the Bible. So that's why I asked you the question, my boy. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you the question again that you're refusing to answer. Okay, so if a man who is, let's say he's Egyptian, right? And he has a Moabite. Let's say, no. Let us say a Canaanite woman. So we got a Canaanite, right? She's Canaanite. She's of that lineage. And we have Egyptian who's of the lineage of Egyptian. She's a woman, Canaanite. He's Egyptian man. If he has sex with her, the baby is it Egyptian or is it Canaanite?
Are you asking me or him?
No, I'm asking Stu Pease.
Okay.
The baby would be Egyptian if she's not a slave.
Okay, got you. So now, my boy, this is why in the Bible. Okay, I got you. Now you're emphatically wrong. Okay, and I won't say comprehension like no man said to me because it's not in front of your face. But my boy, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going.
Oh my God.
Wait. Still. Let me tell you how you're wrong. Because in 2 Chronicles chapter 1, going down to about 20 something. Okay, it talks about Sheshan. See, when I point out to still, you gotta let me just talk freely, my boy, so you can get it. So your position is the same as the Hebrew illiterates. Okay, so they believe that the seed goes with the man, and what I'm gonna do to you is show you that's fucking bullshit. And it's false. It's not biblical. It's some made up shit that niggas don't have, possibly ignoring what the Bible says or have a comprehension problem. Okay, so first Chronicles chapter 2. Wait. Right, chapter 2. Okay, now look, control find Sheshan. Control find Sheshan, my boy. Sheshan. He had no daughter. Now, this is all from the tribe of Judah. He had no kid. He had no sons. He had daughters. His daughter's name was Elai. Okay, so Elai, he had no sons to keep the lineage going. So he had all daughters. He gave his daughter to an Egyptian servant, my boy, and they had a kid, and the kid name is Attai. Attai begot all the way down to Elisham. Every last fucking kid is considered a Judite, my boy, not an Egyptian. So it has nothing to do with that false premise.
You know what you just do? You know what you just do? You are talking about a wealthy man. You have found the exception to the norm.
No. Okay, so let me just finish though. But you cut it still. So you cut it. No. Okay, so he can speak freely, but when I talk, he cuts in right away. dude. Let me just bring it home though. Let me land my plane though, my boy. Let me land my plane. So this is not an exception, because now I'm gonna go here with you. This is why I say in the Bible, dude, you're good with history, like real shit. You're good, like non-spiritual stuff. You're really good with. But when it comes to Bible, my boy, I'm not trying to be. I don't care how the watcher no man takes it. I don't give a fuck. I'm being honest. And when it comes to the Bible, you cannot. None of y'all. You watch Earth, no man can fuck when it comes to the Bible. Okay, so I'm gonna give you another example. Since that's not good enough. If you go to Genesis chapter 38, it talks about Jacob's son Judas. All right. So you got Abraham begot Isaac, Isaac begot Jacob, Jacob begot Judas. All right. So Judas had a son. His firstborn was called had a wife named Tamar that Judas gave him himself. Tamar is his wife. Okay. Now, they had no kids. This is Genesis chapter 38. They had no kids. According to the Bible, did evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord killed his ass. But according to Mosaic law, my boy, this is Deuteronomy chapter 25. So you want to get the reference? This is why I'm that guy. Deuteronomy chapter 25. Wait. Okay. All right. Let me just finish. Like, nah. I'm gonna pump my chest. Nah, I'm on my Denzel shit. I'm King Kong. I'm gonna pump my chest. So Deuteronomy chapter 25 is going to tell you about what happens when a wife has a husband and he dies, what she should do next. Okay, so that's the reference point of where I'm going. So died. This is the story. He died. So Judas, the father of had gave the wife, according to Mosaic law, if the husband died and they had no kids, then that means the next child, the second oldest, he has to go into that woman, make her pregnant, and give seed to continue that man's lineage. Mm-hmm. Okay, and watch this. Onan, the Bible says, has sex with her, but he spilled his semen on the ground. Okay, and it doesn't say fucking seed. And guess what? When it says spill semen on the ground, that word semen does not mean fucking seed. That's why seed doesn't mean sperm in context. It don't say seed, by the way. So he spilled his actual semen on the ground because he said, I know if I get her pregnant, that child ain't mine. It ain't my child. It's my brother's child, even though it's my seed. You might be missing it. It's my seed going into her, and she's pregnant, and she's going to conceive a kid. But that kid, according to the Mosaic law, ain't mine. It's legally my brother's fucking kid, even though it's my seed. Okay? That's why you niggas can't fuck with me. And most Hebrews don't know this shit.
Okay,
So,
okay.
so wait. Let me just bring it home. Let me just bring it home so I can tell you where I'm going. Okay. So when you go to Matthew chapter 1, my boy, and you look at the genealogy from Abraham all the way to Joseph, it says Abraham begot Jacob. I'm sorry, Abraham begot Isaac begot Jacob begot Judas, and it says Judas begot some kids. It says, because now it don't mention it don't mention Onan, it don't mention Shalem. So the actual 3 kids that he begot was it was Shalom, and it was Onan. The Bible don't mention none of those kids. They mention the kids from Tamar. So let me explain who Tamar is. Tamar was the wife.
Hold on.
Wait,
Please.
dude. I'm just explaining for the chat.
You got cut off.
Go ahead.
Nobody was hearing you. Nobody was hearing you from you said the word Matthew.
What, Matthew? Okay.
Mhm.
All right, cool. Thank you. So Matthew chapter 1, my boy, is a genealogy from Abraham to Joseph. So it mentions Abraham begot Isaac begot Jacob, and it mentions Judas next. Jacob begot Judas. And then it talks about Judas' kids. And what I'm trying to tell you, Suppies, it did not name it did not name Onan because he had 3 kids. It did not name Shalom, his 3 kids. It named 2 other kids. I'm going to tell you why. Because was married to Tamar, as I said earlier. So Tamar is Judah's daughter-in-law. So when committed evil in the sight of the Lord, he was killed, and Tamar never had kids. So the law is the second oldest got to go into Tamar and give her a seed for So Onan had sex with her, but he spilled the semen on the ground because he understood that this child would not be accounted for his own according to Mosaic law. So God killed him too. So now Tamar still don't have kids. Remember, the law is she must be able to have a kid by one of these guys, be one of these sons, to carry the lineage of That's the law of the Bible. But people can't fuck with me in the Bible. So the youngest son, Shalom, Judas got superstitious. He felt like, damn, this woman's cursed. All my kids who were supposed to go into her, they all died. So he didn't want to give her.
You confluent argument. You talk for about 5 minutes straight.
No, right. But Still, this is important though. Because I'm going to Matthew's genealogy. This is very important. So just hear me out. I mean, come on, bro. You be talking for 2 hours straight, nobody say shit. Like you like Wujabu's son.
I'm talking.
Okay. Nah, but you could go for a long while. But I'm actually making sense here. I'm showing a pattern because I'm showing you that the seed doesn't fucking matter of the dad. That's what I'm trying to show you. So, but let me finish. I'll tell you. So Shalem, the youngest son, who was supposed to go rightfully, divinely, lawfully, was supposed to go into the woman, Tamar. His father, Judas, said, I ain't gonna give you him because Judas felt like she was cursed. He felt like every time his son dealt with her, they died. So he didn't want to give Tamar the last son, Shalem. He lied to her and said, listen, wait till you get older and I'll let him go into you. So the thing is, 2P, you got to comprehend what I'm saying, since that's the subject, comprehension. You got to comprehend what I'm saying. I'm saying that the law of Moses says one of those brothers, there's no choice. They have to go into her and get her pregnant. And none of them did. Because Judas hid the third one because he thought she was cursed, that he'll have no kids. So he lied to her and said when he get older, he'll give her to him. So when Tamar seen that Shalom was older and Judas didn't give him to her, you know what she did? She played the harlot. She dressed up as a whore because she knows that Judas be tricking. So she went out to the city, waiting for Judas, tricking ass to come over there, and Judas, behold, he came out there. Okay?
And he had
so she
tricked the ring and the signal. Okay.
Right. So look, no. Right. I got you. Hey, still. Let me just finish. So yes, he went into her, and she asked for a ring, a signet, and all those things to show and prove that I'm the one you had sex with. Okay, so when they got done, he couldn't find her. And somebody told her, yo, you got played, yo. There ain't no fucking harlot. That's Tamar. So then he said, oh shit. So Judas said, oh shit, she's an adulterer. So he wanted to get her burned. But when she sourced up on his ass and showed that I got this signet and this token, this ring shit, he said, oh shit, I'm found out too. So we both gonna die. So he said, you know what? You got it. You are more righteous than me. And they had kids, my boy. They had 2 kids. And I'm going to tell you how this all ties in to Matthew chapter 1. So this is my whole argument. So they had 2 kids. They had one Zara and one Phares. Zara, and this is how I get the Hebrew Israelites, because they can't fuck with me in the Bible. So Zara was the oldest one, and Phares was the second. They were twins, by the way, like Jacob and Esau. But Zara came out first. Zara, you know, the Bible rules is you come out first, you are the firstborn. You get the inheritance of any blessings. The second one doesn't get it. Okay, that's why Jacob and Esau was fighting over it. So anyway, Zara came out first, Phares came out second, stupids. So when you go into Matthew chapter 1, you'll read Abraham begot Isaac, Isaac begot Jacob, Jacob begot Judas, and Judas had children. But they only named Zara and Phares. They only named the 2 kids from Tamar. And they mentioned Tamar as well in that genealogy. But stupids, listen to me, boy. My boy, what I meant, my boy. Zara was the oldest one.
Can I say something now?
Wait. Let me just, Stupid. I'm gonna bring it home right. Stupid, relax. Stupid, I'm almost done. Wait, I ain't gonna tell me no. Dude, I'm gonna bring it home. Still, I'm not gonna let you go, all right? Because I'm gonna finish right here. I'm not gonna be cut in. I want to complete the actual what's going on. I'm done in 3 seconds. Well, 30 seconds. So in the Matthew genealogy, even though Zara was first, Zara was so now. But the genealogy does not continue through Zara. It goes from Judas to Phares, and then Phares begot Esrom. So the question that you can't answer, I know you can't answer, you can't fuck with me in the Bible, but nobody else can answer. Why did it skip Zara if he's the oldest and he's due to lineage? Why would it skip Zara and go to Phares and then Phares begot Esrom? I'll tell you the answer. It's because Zara was a donation kid. The Bible says that he's supposed to be accounted for Er's kid, not the person who had sex with her. Since Judas had sex with her, not his sons, and birthed a kid from her, that first kid is donated to So to wrap this all up, my boy, that's not fucking seed, but that's seed that is legal kid in the Bible. That's actually Judas' seed. That's his physical seed, his fur. But that's not his kid according to Jewish tradition. That's physical, biological son. Now go and embarrass yourself.
Okay, let's go all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah, please.
You went on for a good while. And
yeah, I know, because I do this.
I have to paraphrase.
Okay. Yeah, try. Please.
You mentioned the guy who had only daughters. You mentioned the guy who had only daughters. As a reference.
I can't hear you. Wait. What you say?
You mentioned the person who had only daughters. You said that this person had only daughters.
Right, Session. Go ahead.
You mentioned Session. And you mentioned
go embarrass yourself here.
You mentioned that Session sent his manservant onto
right, Egyptian. Jarha. His name is Jarha. Go ahead.
Right, but it was Session manservant. He sent his manservant into his daughter.
Right.
To get her pregnant. And when she got pregnant, the result
the son name was Attai. The son name was Attai. Attai was the son's name. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you said the resulting child was not Egyptian, but was actually Israelite.
Right.
And he would not
a Judite. No, a Judite. Because the whole chapter is talking about Judas lineage. But go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just, and the son was a Judite. The son was a Judite and not an Egyptian.
Right.
You did not explain the situation. The situation was as this. It was her father's property. Her father was
No. Come on, man.
You can talk about it.
This guy, come on, man. Cut this shit.
Let me finish.
His father's property. That don't mean shit, bruh.
Of course it means something.
Yo, because I can show you in Titus. I can show you Timothy had an Israelite mom and a Greek dad. He was not called an Israelite. I'm embarrassed you, bro. I don't know why you keep doing this to yourself. But again, look, I'm gonna stay quiet from now on. I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm embarrassed you right now.
I listened for 30 minutes. I couldn't cut you. I said, don't go no further. Let's deal with this one step at a time. You went through a bag of solution to prove that the father is not important. That's what you're trying to prove. That
wait. Bro, I can't hear you. Can you say that a little slower? Say that again.
Okay. What you're trying to prove is that the father lineage is not important. That's the diatribe you went on. Just that no.
That's your words for me, brother. You should ask me. You should ask me the question and don't put it in my mouth. Thank you.
The question because that is what it says. That's what you're saying.
No. That's not what I'm saying, my boy. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying for me.
All right. You're saying
the way it works, the way it works, chat. I will never put words in Stu P's and no ma'ams or the watcher's mouth. I will ask them, but they always put words in my mouth though. Which is ironic.
Allow me to ask you.
And unfortunate. Yeah.
Is the lineage of the father important? Is the child the lineage of the father?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no.
And in those cases where the child is not the lineage of the father, it's cases like when there's no male present. When there's when there's an important family and there's no male present to carry on the lineage, a substitute is oftentimes used to create the lineage.
Let me know if you want me to answer that. You want me to answer that?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
No.
You give me an answer or no?
No, let me ask you the question. In cases where there's no male lineage present, a substitute is oftentimes sorted. Am I right or wrong?
Wait. You said, bro, I can't. Your phone is fucking boost. Yeah, you said Metro Pizza. We said when there's no man, the substitution is who?
When there's no man, a substitute is oftentimes provided. Am I wrong or right?
Wait. What you mean? Why wouldn't there be a man?
In the case of when the man had all daughters and he needed an heir.
Right.
Don't
what about it?
Sometimes a substitute is provided.
What? Okay, when you say substitute, what kind of substitute is provided? So I can embarrass you real quick. What type of substitute?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it does matter. It does matter.
No. I asked the question. Am I right or wrong? If I'm wrong, explain to me why I'm wrong.
Okay. So I gotta first understand the question. So you're saying that when you say man, what type of man? You talking about Israelite man? You talking about that?
Any man. Any man.
Brother, can you give me? Okay, can you give me a situation? Okay, so now I need this from you, for a biblical situation where a man was not involved. Brother, is always a man involved in a woman's pregnancy?
I'm not. That's you're changing the goalpost.
No, I don't understand your question. The watcher, can you help me out with this shit? Because I don't understand this question.
Let me ask.
Still man this question.
Let me ask the question.
Right.
In a situation where here, and there's no Israelite or there's no direct person, a male is oftentimes provided in the Bible. But it wanted to be Noah's daughter, but it wanted to be the one with the son who died. Somebody always come up and step up so that the lineage, which is important, goes on.
Wait.
What is important here is the lineage.
Let me see, and that's what I'm trying to say. The watching no man gonna act like they don't understand what's going on. They normally they'll chime in when it's they want still man shit, but when it's stupid or when it's indigenous black man, everybody want to stay away and shit.
Answer the question. Don't go in the bush.
Right.
No, you cuss me out, call me ugly.
First of all, I've been talking on mute for the whole damn time. So put that out there.
Okay, so no ma'am. Whether we disagree or agree, doesn't matter. You dig? Because No, I'm biased. Answer the question, please.
Right. Because you're going somewhere else now. Okay,
Am I
you
still on
mentioned
mute?
earlier.
No,
you're
no,
not
we
on
will hear
mute.
you loud and clear.
You
But I
mentioned,
want to know ma'am first.
no. It's me and your talk. And finish this conversation and we'll move on. Okay, you mentioned that.
Right, but I don't understand your question. That's why I want no ma'am to
All right.
run it back for me.
Let me ask you the question. It's
Okay.
all right. Who determined the lineage of the child? The father or the mother?
Neither. Not in the Bible, neither.
That's what you're saying? Okay, I'll stop talking.
Okay. So okay, good. You need to stop talking because you don't know the Bible. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you how this works. I already told the man there here, but I told the watcher, and I remind him. The covenant, my boy, was given to Abraham and his seed. So that means that this is why you're taking the argument of these illiterates, the Hebrew illiterates. The covenant is with Israel. So it doesn't matter if it's the mob.
Sir, before you continue, you're
Yes,
saying
sir.
with his seed?
Who seed you talking about?
I don't know. You're saying seed? You're saying his sperm, his lineage?
Wait. So no, but what question are you asking me?
Abraham and the seed, the covenant.
Okay. Now watch this. The promise was given to Abraham, not his seed. So what he said, now watch her. Now I'm surprised, bro, because Abraham's
you're missing
seed.
what I'm asking. You're missing what I'm getting. I thought half of this call you were trying to confirm that seed was not used, like they're conflating seed with sperm, and that's not
lineage. We're talking about lineage, right?
You're saying what?
Lineage. Seed means lineage, right?
So it doesn't mean
bro, offspring. Okay, look.
But my guy,
look. The watcher. Let me just help you out for a reason. Jesus is called the son. He's called the son of David. He's not David's fucking kid. So that means that he's from the lineage or the offspring of David. The Jews told Jesus in John 8:32. They said, "We be Abraham's seed." They're not talking about Abraham's kid.
Freeze.
Okay,
stop.
Go ahead.
It says we be Abraham's seed.
Right, offspring, lineage.
Seed.
Right.
But okay, all right. So they do use that word meaning lineage and offspring. So seed does mean lineage.
That's always been my argument, my boy. I said it does not necessarily mean sperm. It just means lineage and offspring. As you can see, you could have adopted kids and still be considered their seed.
Okay, see, I've been trying to get this understanding.
That's why I'm going with Judas. Right.
I've been trying to understand what your point was the whole time.
Okay.
But now I get what you're saying. So continue on so we can keep going. So what are you trying to get at?
Let no man go. Let no man go.
Okay. I think the conflict that he debates about though comes in because they try to parlay that into meaning like the man has to carry the seed and do I got it in? Oh, it's one around here somewhere.
We hear you.
I was talking to my son. Yeah, checking out.
Okay.
But
wait.
Like,
before you go, I didn't see one potty in Walmart. So I hope Target's open. But go ahead.
So I think the issue comes in because they try to parlay that into making it mean like, oh, the man carries the seed. Like they try to parlay that into meaning actual sperm. Like they try to use different meanings when at no point in the Bible are they talking about actual sperm. Right. It's always in the context of lineage.
Okay. See, this is what I'm trying to get clarity on, but I feel like every time I start asking or try to I'm getting cut. So they're conflating it. So they're conflating it to prove a point to that saying that the seed comes from father, the man. Right? So
there's no virgin birth. Yeah,
because
that's what Stu Peter's going with.
Father, is that what they're saying?
Yeah, and that's what Stu Peter's going with. The Hebrew Israelites are and believe me, brother. But believe me, nobody. There's no scholar. Look. Okay, so let me just say this.
You don't like easily.
We can't hear you.
Is he breaking up or is this me? Right, you breaking up too.
I can't hear you. You sound
right. He's breaking up. So let me just say this real quick while he get his phone together. No scholars, okay? No scholars. Absolute. Okay, the consensus agrees the virgin birth is the context in the Bible. There's only one people who deny it. It's Jewish people, because they don't accept the New Testament and they don't accept the Jesus Christ. So they get offended. So they have all these different doctrines trying to debunk, thanks to Mr. Morpheus, they have all these different doctrines trying to debunk the virgin birth and all different things in the New Testament. They question everything because they don't fuck with the New Testament at all. So what happens is, the Watcher, we have, again, black folks taking white folks' arguments, blackwashing it, and taking it as their own. We have blackology, father is always whiteology. So Jewish people make the argument and put these holes in there, and then black people run with it. And now Stupi's running with it. So I just want to say that. Continue, the Watcher.
No, I mean, I get it now. I'm actually, to me, it's, I understand all the confusion. Well, I don't say I understand all the confusion, but I get it now. Did you have a question for me?
No. So I'm going to say this, because Stupi's getting his phone together. So what I'm saying is this, that the whole seed thing, like No Man eloquently stated, this is why I want her more involved, you dig, on these discussions, whether it is not always coming at me. I'm saying, just be neutral. Their argument is
I'm always neutral. You're the only one crying
okay.
that I'm always coming at you.
Okay, you say that, but let me say this.
But real quick,
when you
unbiased, because I think, well, I don't know, because I guess I got accused of being on the side, and I don't even know what the fuck is going on. I don't even know I'm taking a position. But okay, but so you're concerned, just to boil us back to where we're like, how did we get here? To the seed, to the sperm, to all that.
Okay.
Like, what was your conversation with old boy that got you?
Right. Well, now Stu's tied in that, and that's why I set him up nicely, because they believe that now, No Man.
I'm sorry. When you say they, are you talking about the Hebrews? Or are you talking about?
I'm talking about the black Hebrew. The black Hebrew Israelites exclusively.
Right.
They
now,
got this weird.
Their point of view, or is he agreeing with their point of view?
No. He's agreeing with it. No. He's there arguing for them, but he doesn't know that. Like, he thinks that's independent. But I'm saying, bro, you're arguing. So when I debate, when me and him going at it, me and Supis, I'm actually looking at him like an Israelite, because he's saying the same thing they would say. And so that's why I know that Supis have not ever taken the Bible seriously as a literature book, or a novel, or something. Something to really like look over the verses. And that's why I'm like toying with him on purpose. I'm really doing this because he embarrassed me when it came to history. I said some shit. He got on my ass, corrected me, educated me, and I'm on the right side. So now, now we forgive, but we don't forget. So I'm so glad I can get his ass back.
Petty as fuck.
Oh, now I'm very petty, but it's good though, because he gonna learn like I did, and he ain't gonna bring this shit up no more. Okay, so now, so No Man, and the Watcher. What I try to point out to those Hebrew Israelites, and it's only them, no Christian, no Catholic, no Jehovah's Witness, nobody else in the Bible, no Mormon takes this position, because the Hebrew Israelites, again, I speculate that one of those founders in One West had Nation Islam background, because the arguments are the same. The white man's the devil, like everything they talk about, the Nation Islam, you see the Hebrews, they use the same talking points. And nobody else in this world does that. Even if they hate white folks, they don't use Nation Islam talking points. So I believe, and Elijah Muhammad died in 75. Well, the One West doctrine was in the 80s, originally in the 80s. So I'm saying, like, people from the Israelite Hebrews, the Nation Islam doctrine, they went other places. They went to Islam, and they created the Bilalians, by the way. So their sect of Islam is called Bilalians. And that's the people who have their legs, their pants up to, like, their shin. You don't see no Orthodox Muslim doing that. Like, that's called blackology. Like, that's some shit they did. Now, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm saying, like, that's clearly a black version who's influenced by Elijah Muhammad to create that shit. So they went to Islam and they went to Christianity. And when they went to Christianity, they took the influence, what they learned in Islam with them. The white man's the devil, black man is God, that type of shit. And that's why you hear the Hebrew Israelites say, the One West doctrine Israelites, they say black man is God, black man's that, and white man's the devil. And Elijah Muhammad said all white folks are doomed. Not one of them going to be saved. And Hebrew Israelites, what they say, all white folks will be in slavery. Not one is going to be saved. Same shit. But you won't have anybody else besides the Nation Islam or the black Hebrew Israelites that read the Bible and conclude that the other nations are comprehensible in the Bible. If you read the Bible, you'll know that everybody can be saved. They believe on Jesus. There's so many examples. Okay, so that's where I'm going with it. So I'm saying Stu Pease. So I'm saying that Stu Pease got somehow hoodwinked, and Stu Pease somehow got hoodwinked to the black Israelite talking points.
Does he believe that, or was he just? See, that's what I don't understand about it. I don't understand if he was explaining it. I don't know if he was representing it.
I asked him flat out. It doesn't matter if he believes it, represent it. It doesn't matter. I asked him flat out. I said, bro, do you believe if the seed goes with the father, the identity goes with the father? He said yes. At that point, it don't matter what the fuck he believes. He's with that position.
Yes, it does.
And I had
yes,
to.
It does.
Yes,
it does.
Yeah, let him explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him explain.
It does 99% of the time. It does.
Wait. Me and No Man talked earlier, right? And No Man said, now No Man, where you at? You said 99.9 is not good enough to say all the time, right? No Man? where you at? See,
Yes, I did.
Okay. So Pease, you're wrong, my boy. It has to be 100%. So if there's an exception, that means that does not apply, my boy. You can't say that. You got to say both now. If there's exceptions, then you got to say there's both.
You see, because I'm scientific, and you're professing to be scientific, if you're saying that 100% make the rule, go on with it. But I'm not going down that road.
Wait, wait.
Wait.
No. I just brought No Ma'am here. No Ma'am says she said it. Okay, so now speak to No Ma'am now.
Are you saying that 100% make the rule? If something is not 100% is not the rule? That's what you're saying?
I didn't say it's not the rule. I said you can't.
Unbiased. Does 100%?
No. Let No Ma'am talk, bro. Boy. Right. But I want No Ma'am to speak for me. No Ma'am, go ahead.
Well, I was saying earlier in our conversation, you said 100% of the time, something. I made the point that you can't say 100% of the time because nothing is 100%. You have to leave that margin because there's always, a deviation. You said, well, 99.9%, you can go with the exception, but most 9 times out of 10, it's going to be, a certain way. I said, that's right. You're right. But scientifically speaking, science allows for.
I'm asking the question. Does the rule only apply 100% of people does?
Okay, so No Ma'am, he didn't want to hear you, so I'll say it for you.
No, I'm asking the question. Does how
I got you.
100% of the situation.
I got you, my brother. I don't mention percentages, right? I just go with
no.
Literature. Two piece. You're not gonna pigeonhole my answer, my boy, like the Israelite. You're not gonna do that. Okay, right. But I'm gonna answer it however I like. You're not going to dictate my answer. You can accept it or reject it, but brother, we have a panel and we have a chat. So my job is not to convince Stu Pease, Amber, or nobody. I'm here to give my answer, and people can accept it or reject it, right? But you're not going to tell me how I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to give you my answer, okay? So my answer, because I'm never going to satisfy you if you're my op. So I'm going to answer the question to my liking, to my satisfaction. Right. So let me answer your question, my boy. Let me answer your question because you don't know the Bible at all. Zero.
No. You are not answering the question. I asked you a question.
Okay. So ask the question again. But nobody even can hear you. But nobody can even hear. No, man. What's this question? We can't even hear you.
Does the rule only apply if it satisfies 100% of the situation? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so again, I didn't hear you, but did you hear this guy completely?
Does the rule only apply if it satisfies 100% of the time?
You said does the rule only apply to satisfy the 100%?
Yes.
Am I putting it upside down? No, I couldn't.
What kind of question is that, bro? I don't give a fuck about that question. We're dealing with literature
No.
here.
Because it has to do with it has to do with what you're saying. It has to do with
my boy. Your personal question.
It has nothing to do with
I can care less about. Okay.
No. It is
I'm
how we're
going
going
off.
to build the argument. You are building
Brother,
the argument.
brother. No. We're talking about. Okay, my boy, you forgot the subject is the Bible, not stupid personal.
I'm asking you.
Okay.
If the rule only apply if it satisfies 100% of the situation.
Okay, dude, what are you talking about? Look, let me tell you what I'm saying.
You are talking about an established rule. You're saying that the established rule is not good because everybody wasn't doing it. That's what you're saying.
No. It's the stupid. Stop talking for me, my boy. That's really it's annoying me right now. I don't talk for you. I don't talk for the watcher. I don't talk for no man. Just ask me the question. Let me answer. Stop telling me my answer because you're misrepresenting me. Right. So let me So let me answer the question that you're answering, but don't tell me my answer, my boy. You're misrepresenting me. I'm saying that in the Bible. There's no fucking law in the Bible where you got to go through your father. That's some made up shit that they were doing for certain reasons, and I can tell you the reasons. So if you go to Numbers chapter 1 verse 18. They were going after the father. Dude, you gotta let me finish, my boy. You gotta let me finish. Okay.
Has to do with history. I don't have to do with history.
All right, so I'm gonna be quiet. Okay, so I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let no man. So no man and the watcher. No man and the watcher. Either one. Is he giving me a chance to answer? Yeah, yes or no?
Remember, can you not answer my question? You're not answering the question.
Okay.
You have not answered the question.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm going to be quiet and let some people who are not involved in this conversation.
Answer the question first. Does the rule
okay,
only
no.
apply to satisfy
I just tried to, and you cut me off. So I want to know if I'm being treated fairly by no man or the watcher. Okay, so he's going to keep talking, ask the same question over and over. No man or the watcher.
Because you're not answering it. When you answer that stuff,
okay, I got you. Okay, but you're saying it over and over, bro. Let somebody else talk. I got it. I disagree with you. You disagree with me?
Why do we have a
okay,
conversation?
Bro, you disagree with me. I disagree with you. Okay, so I'm trying to get a third party on the line.
You cannot have a conversation.
Okay, Okay, I got you. I know you're embarrassed tonight, and you're trying to save face.
No.
It's cool.
You cannot have a scientific conversation unless you answer that question.
Why are we having a scientific conversation? We're talking about the Bible, a belief system, my boy. Okay, no. Now that's called pushing the goalpost somewhere. We're talking about the actual Bible, the literature, the literature in the Bible. That's what we're talking about. We ain't talking about science, because the Bible talks about Matthew 29:16 says things are impossible with man, but everything is possible with God. That's not science. That ain't science. So we ain't talking about science. We're talking about the world where miracles are accepted. Okay?
You can have a scientific conversation on fiction.
No, you are. No, I'm not having. No. All my lives been about the Bible. The Bible is clearly, the Bible clearly defies science. A virgin birth defies science, my boy. So we're not talking about science. That you talking about science because you trying to say faith.
What you're having a spiritual conversation. I don't have spiritual conversation.
Okay, so why are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, my boy. Okay, stupid. The subject is the Bible, my boy. It's still. This particular live, like you said science. This particular live, you're probably not the best equipped to deal with, because we're not talking about science. This live clearly says debating Bro.Yodi, an Israelite, about the virgin birth. Okay? So just off that, it defies science. So if you come over to talk about science, this is the wrong live for you.
When you're talking about, why are you talking about sentence structure? Why are you talking about new stuff? When you're talking about comprehension and sentence structure, all of which are scientific, when you're addressing a spiritual issue. Why are you using the rules like that? You
Okay,
cannot
my
have it
boy,
both ways.
my boy.
No,
I'm
no,
not using
you
anything.
understand
I'm
what
reading.
saying. You cannot have
I'm
it both
using the
ways.
Bible as
No,
though
you,
it's
no,
brother.
no. You cannot
Okay.
use the tools of science
Let him go.
and
Why? Everybody be
then
silent. Let him go embarrass himself.
only half the
Dude,
time. You
dude,
cannot have it both
dude,
ways. Not in any discussion.
dude.
There's no
It's
discussion
two
that
peas.
operates like that. It's either you're having it
Two,
that way or that way.
it's
If
two
it's a
peas. Two
spiritual
peas.
conversation you're having, disregard the
I
rules
got
of
you.
science.
I got you.
Language
It's two peas.
understanding and comprehension is a scientific approach.
It's two peas. What you did was you hopped in the live and you didn't know what was going on. It's okay. You should have first listened to what was going on before you gave your opinion. You fucked up. You started to go to the Bible yourself, and you were wrong every time. I proved you wrong every time. The seed does not necessarily go through the man; it can go through the woman as well. And I can give you count again. I could go to Titus. Titus, where
I'm sorry. That needs to be a 30-minute type ordeal to explain that, because that will clear out a lot of cobwebs.
Right.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
right,
but that needs to be addressed.
But he's not the guy for that because he does not know. That's why I say I'll go to Titus. Titus deals with Timothy, who's a Greek who had an Israelite mom. Okay.
No,
and
what I meant
Leviticus.
a presentation. I'm biased. I meant do a presentation.
Oh, yeah. So
okay.
now the watcher. No, ma'am, it's two peas. The only reason why I won't do a presentation because these Israelites are watching my videos now.
Oh, I see.
So if I give a presentation, they'll understand my entire argument. Right. So I'd rather keep crushing them real fast, and then I literally plan to do this. There's two things. I'm either going to do a book, proving the virgin birth, and put it on Amazon, right? Or I'm going to do a pamphlet and just hand it to churches for free, where they can understand the argument against the virgin birth and so they're equipped. So there's two options I'm gonna go with in my city. So either I'm gonna do a book, which is like proof of the virgin, something like that. Virgin birth for proof, and I'll put it on Amazon. Or if that's too difficult, then I'll just do a Staples printout pamphlet and just personally just go to churches, talk to pastors, and tell them what I'm doing and give it to them. And I guarantee you they all will accept it. So that's all I'm gonna do. So that's only after I'm done with this little tour with these Israelites. Because now look, no, but I gotta do it like that because I gotta first show.
As the Bible explains it, does not happen?
Huh? What happened?
Are you saying that the virgin birth, as explained in the Bible, did not happen?
No.
I'm reading the story
in
the Bible. I said the virgin birth happened.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to say,
Supi.
Right, Supi, that's what I'm trying to say, bro. You hopped on the live and without understanding what's going on. I'm in support of the virgin birth. I'm in defense of the virgin birth. I say it's true. And I say it's overwhelming verses to prove it. Now, if anybody want to hop on the other side, you're going to have a problem. Okay? So I've been like 100-0 lately. I debated Captain Zariak. I debated all these guys. Beacon of Destruction, a heavy hitter in the SICARII movement, who's second to Guerrilla Hebrew.
No, because they never asked you the right question. Because if they ask you the question, if the rule only apply 100% of the time, if they ask you that question,
but you're missing
you. They would have
right,
you
but Supi, right, you're right. But let me say this though. The argument is simply, is Joseph, so let me just narrow it down to this. We really just argue this. Is Joseph the biological father of Jesus through sex, or is it God the Father?
God is the biological father of Jesus.
Right, so Stu, that's the actual argument though, amongst the Israelites. Like we're really just arguing. If you sum it all up, it comes down to the argument is Joseph the biological father of Jesus through sex, or is God the father through no sex?
The power of the power.
Right. So I go with God is the father through no sex. And they say Joseph. And the problem is that I'm 100-0 because they can't show me in Joseph's own lineage in Matthew 1 that he had any children. That's the problem. So what I do is, for entertainment purposes only, I'll go to other verses and make it
Are
little,
you saying that Joseph didn't have any children? What about Jesus? What about Jesus' brothers? John, what about?
Okay, the watch. You see that? Okay, Stupies. In the Bible, you cannot fuck with me. Verse 25 of Matthew simply says, chapter 1, it simply says Joseph did not know her until the firstborn. So they had kids afterwards, my boy.
Okay.
The Bible is not for you. And you can't just get that. Dude, I used to be a Hebrew. Stupies. No. It's just Stu. No. Stu. Don't say what I said.
You said
Stu. Relax. Let me tell you something about me. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite for fucking 10 years, my boy. You ain't gonna tell me shit.
Is what you just said.
Okay. So what I say?
Question. You said Joseph had no children. And I asked you,
nigga, it's still. I said in his fucking lineage in Matthew's 1, he had no fucking children, and he did.
You said that after the fact. After the fact. You said
no. The Watcher. What's my argument, the Watcher? Am I changing my argument or am I maintaining it?
No, it's what you said originally when I asked the question.
Dude, I don't know what question you asked because we can't understand your. Dude, listen to what
you said.
Stu, before you say that, we don't even understand you because your phone keep breaking up. So if you ask the question, it's possible I didn't even understand the fuck you were saying. Your phone keep fucking up, and you know that. In all the lives, we tell you, Stu, we can't hear you. So if you ask the question, Stu, it's possible I never got it correctly. So what is your question? So Stu, what is your question, my boy? What's your question right now, for the record? What's your question?
I asked you originally.
Right.
You said a while ago, Joseph had no children. Before you
no. Hey,
mentioned
no. It's still. Listen, boy. Still. Listen, my boy. Listen, you my boy. I love you, but I'm at the boot you because now you're lying on me right now. I was only talking about. Still. I was only talking about the lineage of Matthew, my boy. You're hopping in You're hopping in. Still. All right. Okay. I'm at the butcher ass now because now you're lying on me, my boy. I never maintained it. Hey, Stu, you're a fucking liar at this point. Stu, you're a fucking liar. I never maintained, brother. I had debates with Israelites who said, Stu, you're lying. Stu, one thing I don't like, brother, we could disagree on certain shit. But what I don't like is the motherfucker who keep putting words in my mouth. And you've been doing it all night. Stop doing that, bro. Stop telling me what I said I did not say. I maintained through all of my debates with Israelites. Because Captain Zariah, the Watcher, no ma'am. If you go to my Captain Zariah Israelite debate, he said, are you saying that Joseph had the children? He said, stupid shit, stupid. Matthew chapter 1 and this lineage. Y-E-T, yet. He had no kids. Until they gave Jesus.
Tell him, baby. Tell him.
He got me pissed off. He got my son crying and shit. I'm yelling. But I really don't like for anybody to put words in my mouth that I didn't fucking say. Like, I don't care if we disagree and you prove me wrong here and there. But, dude, I kept checking you. I said, Supees, stop talking for me, my boy. Just ask me the question. And you kept talking for me. Stop doing that shit. Now you pissing me off. He's still doing it. I know the fucking Bible. I know they had other kids. Okay? But that's after Matthew's 1. You're talking about chapter 2, 3, 4, something else. You ain't talking about 1. We're focused on the virgin birth. That's chapter 1 of Matthew, chapter 1 of fucking Luke. So I'm not gonna have you lying on me, bro, in front of a lie. Stop doing that. That's disingenuous of yourself. That shit pissing me off, bro. And you keep doing it. Just ask me the question, let me answer. Now, the Watcher, did you recall me ever saying Joseph had never had kids ever? Since you off mute?
You asked me what?
Do you recall me ever saying Joseph never had kids ever, or just Matthew chapter 1?
Yeah, you clarified. You heard him. You let him say that, but then you referred it back to Matthew chapter 1, and you know enough of the Bible that you've said that. I've heard you say that in other arguments as well. So I mean, that was a point that he wanted to highlight, but it was a mute point. You just ran right over it. You could have just stopped and addressed it, but I think you talked past it.
But I don't even understand. I don't even know. Okay, so if I'm telling my boy that I know the Bible, why would you think I don't know that? You dig? Like why would you? Because we know in Matthew's, Mary and her kids came to Jesus' aid at some point because he drew a crowd and some shit was going on. But they all came there. It said James, his son's name was James and some other shit. So so for two people to maintain that shit and saying I said that, that's pissing me off because we're live and he's talking for me. So the watcher, no ma'am, and the chat. What I do, I would say, the watcher, I'll ask you a question. The watcher, what is this? I'll get you to say it. I will never say it for you. And then when you say it, I'll cut your ass. Okay. So, but Stu Peas keep telling me what I said. I didn't say it. That shit pissing me off. I don't like that, man. Just ask me the question.
Yeah.
Just simply say unbiased. Did he have any kids? Just say that. Because the captain asked me that shit, and I stopped the captain. I said, Captain, we know Joseph had other kids, but Jesus was not one of his kids. That's simply just like that. So when I say
he was
lineage,
trying to do that, but there could have been miscommunication. But I heard y'all dialogue back and forth, so I thought y'all squared that away. I was kind of
nah. Yeah, but first of all, why would we even talk about Joseph's other kids? Who gives a fuck?
I know you and your point of view. But when he was asking it, I thought he was clarifying, like he was trying to catch you. And I don't know if you just got irritated or there was some miscommunication, but you just
That's the thing. He's not gonna catch me. I know what I'm saying, right, man?
Right, but I think you got triggered, like you got insulted. Like you're like, nigga, are you serious? I'm trying to have a good point. And you want to stop on that minuscule little
right? No, because the watcher, he's not asking me. He's telling me what I said. That's different than asking. Just ask me.
Okay, so he wants to solidify. So he wants you to be on record saying something, and even if you're trying to correct it, he's like, nah.
Yeah, but he's not asking me. No, he's telling me what I said, and I disagree. I'm like, I didn't say that.
Well, is he still on the line?
Yeah, I didn't mute him. I'm on the phone. I didn't go to the house yet. I'm nowhere near the computer, so I couldn't have muted him. I couldn't have kicked him off. So he's mute or he right. So I nothing I can do right now.
Okay, no, I'm looking. Go ahead.
Yeah, the baby's in my hand right now, in the car seat. We're at the door, so I'm nowhere near the computer.
Okay, no worry. I mean, I'm not accusing you of anything. I was asking so he can speak for himself, but I looked and I see it's on.
Yeah, I want him there because I want him to tell me when I ever said Joseph had no kids.
Yeah, because you made a statement. Yeah, I heard you say it, but it was just I know the context of what you were saying. So I mean, if his phone is going in and out, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even trying to make excuses,
bro.
But it's
but that's what it sounds like, though. I'm being honest with you, bro. It sounds like you make excuses for the guy. The guy.
Yeah, and that's why I'm stopping because I don't like doing that shit. I don't cape for nobody, so I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah,
I don't do that
because I want him to tell me. It wouldn't even make sense if he just listened. Stop trying to be right, dude. You're wrong on this one, and it's okay because the Bible. You know, you're not a Christian. You're science. We get it. I'm not a Christian either. You dig? And either I don't think no man where you are. You dig? But again, it's not about belief system.
Hey, you don't know my heart. You don't know my heart.
Right. But watch it. It's just about textual criticism. That's all we're doing. We just comparing text. Well, that's what I'm doing with the Israelites. Right. So it's not about belief. I don't care what you believe. You can believe in frogs. I don't care.
That's fair.
You dig? Yeah, I don't care what you believe in. I'm not here to debunk anybody's religious beliefs. I think that's your personal. That's your personal privacy. That's your personal right. That's private for you. If it helps you get through the night without drinking and drugging, killing somebody, I support it.
Hey, settle down. What's wrong with drinking and drugging? You fucking judgmental. No, let me stop. Because I'm gonna be just as bad as you.
so what I was trying to tell Stu, I couldn't never said that, bro, because I had a debate with Captain about a week or two ago. And he broke that shit up. He said, "Hold on, are you trying to say Joseph had no other kids?" I said, "Captain, we know he has the kids. I'm just talking about this particular genealogy. There's no kids here of Joseph." And Stu Peas, no man, the watcher or Captain can't show me Joseph having any kids in Matthew's 1. I don't care what Stu Peas, what angle you want to take. Stu Peas, we can set up a debate between me and you. Okay? You take their side, and you can get anybody with you. You prove to me Joseph got kids in Matthews 1, and I will stop doing this tour.
He said, "We'll stop doing the tour."
Yeah, yeah, because he can't fuck with me because like he don't understand the Greek active voice, all that middle. You know, he don't know that shit. The inflections. He don't know that, and he ain't supposed to. This is for religious people only, and people who want to learn Greek. That's it.
Sheesh.
Yeah. So, but we gotta bow out certain shit. Certain shit we gotta say, okay, yeah, because we went with the man seed. I showed in First Chronicles chapter 2. That's false. Sheshan daughters had Egyptian, and then he tried to make us some bullshit there. Okay, no problem. I'll run from that. Let's go to Ur. Let's go to Ur dying and his father giving seed. I show how Zara was his first seed, right, of the birth of him and his father and his ex-wife because he's dead, and that seed is not counted for Judah, because in Matthew 1 it names Pharaoh and Sarah, but it goes from Pharis, the second born, like the Bible actually says, the Mosaic Law says the second kid is yours, the first kid is not. So now the point of that, the watcher, I'm gonna need you, because some of these debates, if you understand that, you know that if Judah's seed, the sperm, gave birth to Zara, but Zara is not accounted for his own kid. He gets no credit for that. And that's why his second kid spilled the sperm on the ground. Because he said, I ain't trying to have a seed because it ain't gonna be mine. He put it on the ground. So it don't matter if that's a physical seed. In the lineage, the genealogy of that man, Zara's going to be there for him and not Judas. And not Onan or whoever else. And guess what? When Zara has kids and kids and kids and kids, all those people are called Er's lineage, even though he has no seed involved. That's my point about seed. Like, dude, you're lying. The whole seed shit is fake. It's some shit men made up, but God never. There's no law about that. And that's my thing about the Hebrew Israelites, because they call it law. And the watcher, I be trying to see. I don't want to say too much in his lives because they watching my shit now. Bro, ask Mr. Morpheus, bro. 2 guys the other day was on a live saying they seen my live in their feed and they were Hebrew Israelites. So it's so much I want to tell you, like last night, but I just like, nah, because it got to be offline. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you still got my business phone number?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to put it in chat.
I'll shoot it in chat.
I hit you, and then like I could go over, because even with LJ, I keep telling AJ, I said, LJ, you never heard my whole presentation. And the watcher, I'm not even saying it's like put together properly in order, because it's not even, it's some shit's all over the place, right? I'm just taking notes and putting in there. So some shit would just be like off subject, but still relevant, you know? So it's not like all the way formatted. Because when I debate, bro, we never go there. The watcher, I got about 200 slides, man. And when I debate, I talk about maybe 4. All my debates, you go to 4 slides only.
Jeez.
4 slides, because they can't, brother. So for me to make the conversation like compatible, I will talk about their shit. But I could, like this guy tonight, the guy I talked to tonight, brother, I went to Matthews immediately because I felt like he was already live. He had a subject. I bullguarded his shit, and I changed the subject. So I probably won't have a whole time to bullshit with him. So I went right to Matthews, killed him. And bro, this dude cut his live off without telling me. He was like, bro, we not live. This tonight. This is the recap live.
Oh, so this is your second one.
Yeah, it's the recap live. This is our second live.
So how long was the conversation?
2 hours and some change.
2 hours and some change.
Yeah.
What was it balanced? Did you give an hour and he gave an hour, or was he dominating her?
Oh no, no. This dude, I gave him props. I said, bro, I hope they don't corrupt you. But the person you are right now, you somebody who I would hang with in real life. Nah, he was very fair, bro. Very, very fair. He was too fair. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I felt like, damn, you should probably want to bullguard me a little bit more, bro. That's how I felt. Like, dude, you should take on some taxes. Like you because now the reason why he didn't, the Watcher, because he's brainwashed by them that they're in the truth and I can't be. And my screen name made him drop his guard because my screen name was not unbiased sports. It was not right, learn right, left dumb. It was not the Keeper Israel. It was another name that I created today to purposely make them drop their guard. And if you go to it, you're gonna see my name is called Black Catholic Minister. That's my name.
That's funny. That's funny.
So they think they're talking to a guy who's persuaded by the Catholic religion because they think that's the weakest and easiest religion to defeat. So my name is Black Catholic Minister. So all of them, I'm gonna beat this guy ass because he's gonna come with that Immaculate Conception, these traditional, cherry pick Roman, Latin Pope verses, and they had no idea what they're actually talking to. If you watch the live back, he kept calling me a Christian, by the way. He said, you Christians.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, was he live?
Yeah, you're right. Yo, he was live until I kick it. Okay, let me tell you this. So these guys are so egotistical that his live had nothing to do with the virgin birth, right? But it works for all of them. When they go live, they have a subject in mind. In the chat, I'll say, "Hey, man, what do you think about this, that?" And they all fall for that shit, bro. And they start targeting me. I had this other group from ISCPK, Tazariak group, and all they did was just call me names, like, because they see Catholic. They start calling, "Oh, you rape kids, you do this, you that." But they would not invite me on. They were smart. So
didn't you get on
that
there
didn't
before?
work.
How did that, in your opinion? Because I didn't even hear anyone ask you about it. It's like, what was your opinion
What's
on
that?
you and Captain Tazariak?
About what?
Sincerely, the conversation. Just the
Oh, no.
optics alone. Not even going into the content yet. I want to ask that in a second. Just optics alone.
Wait, optics, explain it.
Okay, so optics, like, how did it look? Like, people will say that Donald Trump will beat Hillary Clinton in a debate off of optics because he was posturing, interrupting, looking strong, and walking around saying remarks that seemed strong, but they weren't even correlating to the topic.
Okay. So optic wise, the only people who side with him is a cult group. If you read his comments, yo, you'd be surprised, bro. When I read these comments after my debates, where they like try to like pigeonhole me and mute me. When I watch the comments, bro, I'm like, oh shit, yo, half of these Black Israelites or Christians, whoever, be like, nah, he's right. Talking about me. I'm like, oh shit, I'm expecting all of them to like get on me. But nah, bro, I have a good round of support. And you know what I do? I say, hey, subscribe to my channel right away. Subscribe to my channel. I do this often.
I see. Because I'm just curious because that to me, that's if you understand it. I'm just going off of optics because majority of the people don't have the depth or the intellect or the knowledge of what you're talking about. So they're looking at the optics. Right. So if he's cutting you off, being mean, controlling it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. They're gonna always win with that, right? So anybody who, well, let me just first say this. So when people come to their lives, they're already either against them or with them. Like there's nobody neutral that I believe that's on these Hebrew lives. They're either with them or against them. So you will see people commenting and going against them, or you see people supporting. Right. So now my thing is this though. When I go live with these guys, my job is to get the people who support them to put them in doubt. Oh shit! I didn't know. Oh, okay. Wow, that was interesting. That's what I try to do. I'm not trying to convince, because think about it. When somebody hold a position, when somebody has a faith, bro, you're never going to make somebody turn. If somebody has a faith and they contend for it, you're never going to turn them over in one conversation. Never.
I agree.
It's going to take some time over and over and over and over and over. And that's how they get recruits. When they recruit, they beat people down over and over, brainwash, and then they finally conform. So for me, I just want to plant the seed of doubt. That's all.
Okay.
And I did that when the captain, when I was on Captain Channel, I mentioned Matthew chapter 1, and they all can't beat me in Matthews 1. They might do good in other areas, but Matthews 1 is when they really fall apart. And you can tell by their confidence. They don't talk as loud anymore. Even the guy today, they laugh. They don't talk. And he cut the line off. That tells you what I was doing to him. He cut the line off. Or they talk over me, like the feminine guy from SICARII, Arayala. They cut me off all the time and say I don't speak Greek. And
All right.
me.
Well, okay. So to me, I think that's a pivot or deflection and not engage with the material or the point. Did Captain Tazariak engage with any of your questions or any of your counters?
Okay, so he really, to be honest, bro, he was probably the worst person I ever debated. Like, he really just didn't accept any of my answers and try to hold me to an answer that's satisfactory to him. So I gotta, like Supi tried to do to me today, I gotta say it where he can say, okay, that's good. It's like Cat, bro. Nothing I'm gonna say you're gonna do that to, because this is your livelihood, my boy. And you're a captain.
Okay, then you have to change the dynamics of the conversation then. Because if you're coming to the conversation like, hey, I'm going to prove this truth to you that you've never seen or heard, then that's an uphill battle that I don't think they're going to allow you to have. But I'm just curious, like, if you stated anything that he easily refuted because he's like, oh, yeah, I got this. I got a response to this. And then
okay. So we went to Hebrews chapter 2. Like, he thought, because he has catechisms, so he thought he did a good job. And
right,
we went to
Galatians. He has catechisms. What's the depth? Can you look that word up? Because I heard you guys talking about it, and or you can't share your screen. I don't want to put you out there.
I'll do it because I was trying to find his bottle. But hold on, he gonna start crying in a second because I ain't got
that baby in that bottle and a piece of the house is probably a little more important.
All right, so let me share my screen. Where's Google? Okay, we're here, right? All right,
so I heard you give a breakdown when you and Amber were talking, I believe, and it just didn't square in my head, so I'm trying to get the same understanding you guys have.
All right. Okay, cool. Let me. Damn.
Because I was thinking indoctrination or.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so let me just show you. Let me share my screen. Okay, so you see my screen now?
Let me see. Okay, catechism. A summary of principles of Christian religion in the form of questions and answers used for the instruction of Christians.
But look at the bullet point right there.
Serious fixed questions and answers or precepts used for instruction of the situation of the birth of diet and catechism, more exercise, less tobacco and alcohol, and a better diet. Okay, so this is like that circle seven, that what is it called? The Circle 7's Quran?
Yeah. Look, the best example I give is the Nation of Islam. They say, who's the original man? They get a black man, cream of earth. Right, there you go. That's catechism. Who's the white man? Who's the colored man? That's catechism. You ask the question, the answer is there.
Click the purpose.
Do it.
Can you click that drop down arrow?
I seen that. Yeah, I seen that. I was gonna do that next.
Let me see that. Okay.
So it says, go ahead.
The catechisms contain the essential and fundamental concept of the Catholic faith in a complete and summary way. It presents what Catholics throughout the world believe in common. It presents these truths in a way that facilitates their understanding. So it sounds like mind control, MK Ultra.
That's what catechisms are, and they all do it.
This is up. What is down? This is down. This is the way. Damn.
Brother, they all these cults, all of them got catechisms, man. Even like non-religious, like some Jim Jones type shit, catechisms.
That's like the military.
Yeah.
I left my home. I left my home.
That's it. And look, it's smart because you can even go to like certain families. They got that in their home. You know, for example, check this out. If it's a fire, what do you do? Stop, drop, and roll, right? It's catechism.
Oh, shit. What's the most important part of basketball? Defense. Why? They can't score. They can't win.
Catechism, right? Catechism, because it's so basically it's not designed for you to pull within. You know, the whole point of education is to pull from within. It's not there. Like this is pushing into your mind, not pulling out.
I see. So you're not teaching people how to think, but what to think. This is what it
Right.
is. This is the question. This is the answer. Don't question it. There is no right or wrong. So yeah, you can't try to get someone out of that, or you can't argue out of that. So is that your point?
Yes. So I'm saying that all these people, and I'm not saying, I'm saying sometimes it can be good, like stop, driving, roll can be good. If a stranger, you know, get out of here, or you know, they got them over you scream, women, little kids, they scream, so like grab you. It's catechism, right? But it's not asking like it's not pulling your intelligence out, like you know which comprehension is supposed to do, and it's not supposed to do that. You don't have the time to think if a guy snatch you up. You got to just scream. Okay.
Right.
And if it's a fire, you got to stop, driving, roll. Like if you're on fire, you don't have time to think about, okay, I'm on fire. What should I do? No, you already programmed. So it's like a programming.
Yeah, that's indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's valid. So you're saying when they're coming, go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
No, I was gonna say it's not always bad. That's what I was gonna lastly say.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But you're saying within context of someone's moral compass and control, and that's
that's bad.
Yeah.
So a lot of these, I'm just gonna focus on them because we know other religions do it, right? But the Hebrew Israelites, they're clearly their doctrine is based on catechism, right? So that's why they all believe the same thing. They all believe they're black Hebrew Israelites. They all believe the curses is the reason why. You see, it's the same shit. Because look, we just proved tonight that we don't do catechisms. You, no ma'am, Miss Two P's. We all had different responses, different answers, different questions. Okay?
Right.
We just proved that.
So we're not bots.
At all. And when people say, because people always try to say, hey, yo, your chat disagree with you because I'm like, yo, nah, you got the wrong chat, bro. My chat don't do that with me. I think the opposite of you. I think my chat fuck with me. I think my panelists come on just to prove me wrong. So I'll be arguing the opposite, like, nah.
Or to gain understanding of the arguments. But yeah, I get it.
So, but to get us just to go back a little bit, which I really don't know what the problem was when I was talking to No Man. I was simply saying, and you know, because you tuned in some of it. I was simply saying that if the answer's in front of you and you come up with something else, that's a clue. That's, you know, for an expert to say, hey man, that's an issue. Let me see if that keep happening. And they're gonna ask you something else. So No Man mentioned math. And then I said, no man, math ain't got nothing to do with reading. Because HSPT test is all about reading. That's it. Reading long, boring stories. Go ahead.
Baby.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to slow this down so you can understand exactly what I'm saying and why I'm saying it, so there's no confusion. So in the case of what you were saying to No Man.
Yeah.
You started out 4 levels of comprehension.
Right.
Went into, so if I ask somebody something that's cut and dry right in front of them, you know, and they can't understand that, it's a comprehension issue.
No, right. I said that's a clue. That's one clue. And then I said if there's a pattern of that keep happening, that's a comprehension issue.
You're right. You did say that. Now, I said my addition to that was, like if we're just dealing with the passage, but I think the issue in the Bible comes in a lot of times because there's different levels of comprehension in one book. So this passage might be level 1, straightforward. You know, what you see is what you get. Another passage may be Level 3, where it's not clear and concise. So it's kind of hard to decipher, you know, for some people, when is it straightforward and when is it not? You can kind of play around in that gray area. Well, it don't
Well,
mean that it's symbolic because there's other symbolic things in the book.
but that's why. That's why. Go ahead. That's why I
Hold on.
disagree with you because. Okay, go
Hold
ahead.
on. Hold on. I just want to continue to get it out
Mm-hmm.
so you can understand, because this is where you disagreed the last time.
Yeah, right. Right. But I don't
So,
think I got able to express it.
so my point in saying that was, at the end of the day, I don't look at one thing or one reason if they do this, if they do that. Hell, it could just be a complex text in general.
But
It's just
okay,
hard to kind of, again.
you're adding into it though.
But
You're adding
here's
into it.
here's what I'm saying. To my understanding, we were talking about the issue of comprehension, which has 4 levels, and it applies
Okay, and I
inside
was
the
dealing with
Bible.
level.
Hold on,
Uh-huh.
inside the Bible and
Yeah.
outside the Bible. So for
Right.
me,
Literature period. Right.
but beyond literature, even in speaking, like, if you don't let me get my thought out, you won't be able to comprehend what I'm saying, because I'm not done saying what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So
When would I know you're done?
I'll let you know when I'm done.
Okay. And what are you going to do so what would you say to let me know you're done?
I'll let you know that I'm done speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
So for me personally, I didn't know that. No, I'm just speaking specific to level 1. And if it's this, that, and the third, because you're trying to get a certain answer, you want to pigeonhole it to, I'm just talking about this, stay within this frame, because this is the answer that I want. And I'm saying, well, there's a broader conversation to be had. That's what I was saying. Now I'm done speaking.
Okay. The Watcher, you there? Are you there, Watcher?
Yeah, I'm right here. I just went to mute. So
Okay.
she can speak.
Okay, she's done. Okay. I clearly said 4 levels, and I said clearly that this is for elementary kids, because adults presume to have these abilities, right? So I said, we're dealing with 6 to 8 graders, 6-year-olds, not 8th graders, 6 through 8. I clearly said what she threw in there that's not in the mix yet, she threw in there. I clearly said, you're not going to ask a 6-year-old to look for clues. That's more so for high school, possibly middle, but high school and college. I clearly said that. I said 1st grade, the answer is going to be right in front of them, because you don't want to mix up, don't make it difficult for them and misdiagnose them. So 1st through like maybe even 9-year-olds, the answer is going to be right in front of them. It's going to be the turtle was green and had red shoes, and his name was Charles. So if a kid in the first 6 through 9 say a different name than Charles, say a different color than green, and the shoes is different color than red, that kid will probably be asked to go to a slower class. That's what I said. What she did was bunch them all at once. I never did that. I said one by one. But then I said, as you get older, okay, I said you get out of elementary, you get around middle school. I said now the answer's not in front of you. It's just elsewhere in the book, because you don't ask a 6-year-old to read a whole book. You read it in one time. You read it with them, and you make sure he gets it. I know I'm amongst tutors who teach reading. Okay, so and all my kids have billions of books from the library they check out. So, secondly, as they get older, now they're expected to read the entire book, and they actually give rewards. They give rewards for kids who read the most books. So when you read a book, they're going to ask the kids in that same conversation. I'm telling you, they're going to ask them, "What did you read? What was the subject?" You got to say turtle. If not, now this is older kids. They got to say turtle. What color is he? They got to say green. What's his name? They better say Charles. And what color his shoes is? They better say red. If they don't, it doesn't mean that they need slow classes, but they definitely not going to be invited to honor classes. Okay. The honor students is going to recall all those details. Okay. If you miss one, doesn't mean you're slow, but you're definitely not in honor classes. Okay. Now, if you catch one and miss them all, you might be invited to slow classes. That's what I was saying. So part 3 is the answer's not in front of you. It's not even in the book. It's clues. So a clue could be this, that they tell you that the turtle Snickers is the color of an apple. That's a clue. So, of course, apple comes in different colors, but traditionally, you think of apple, you think of red. Okay? So you're going to, shoe must be red. So you're going to say the color of the turtle is the color of sea moss. I'm just joking, but that's to be a clue. Okay? And then you'll say the name of the turtle was the name of a panelist of TNT, right? Basketball. That's a clue, Charles, right? So that's what the clues are going to be. It's not going to be, so that means you can't read the clue verbatim, but it's going to be something in there to let you know the answer is what it is. And if you come up with those answers, you're considered to have a good comprehension. Okay, and you might be above. So I don't know how they measure it totally, but I'm sure they got a normal, above normal, and below normal. That's all I was saying. So when we go to, so now what I was saying with no man was that got somehow blown out of proportion. I was saying that we're not talking about 2, 3, 4. We're talking about 1. So when I debate these Israelites, we're talking about 1. We're reading the story and the answer is right there and they act like they can't see it. So then they'll go to different books to give you an answer. And I got to sit through this shit. It happened tonight. It happened with Zariach, happened with Deacon, happened with the feminine guy, Arayula. They will go to different books to give me the answer that's similar. They're looking for clues. Number 3, when the answer is number 1. It's like, bruh, can you just read verse 5, please?
But
they won't do it.
But see, that's the problem. You literally just said what I said. That was my point. I'm not blowing anything out of proportion. You're missing my point entirely. You can't tell them just read this level 1 passage because I think that this tells you everything you need to know. When they can flip to another, when they can go 4 passages down or to another book and say, oh, but here's a passage with some context clue. But again, that was my point. You have this book that mixes level 1, 2, 3, 4, all levels in one book. So it leaves a lot of gray area because now the argument can be made. Well, how do I determine when it's plain language and when it's...
I got it. So no, ma'am. So I didn't miss your point. I got it. You think I missed it. That's your opinion. I got it. It was easy. What I'm saying is, case in point, Matthew 1:18. It said the birth. I'm laying down with no Bible in front of me, just reading. I'm trying to get into sleep. It said the birth of Christ was on this wise. When as Mary, his mother Mary, was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found the Holy Spirit. So now these guys, no ma'am, will say before they came together is talking about before they officially had a marriage ceremony. Okay? So now, what I don't know if you purposely doing this, but I said with the 4 levels of comprehension, it's designed for you to pull without the text, right? So what the text is saying, you're supposed to pull out information from it. It's not designed for you to push into the text. So I call it push in, pull out. Religious people say exegesis, eisegesis. Okay, I'm saying that to determine literacy comprehension, you don't push into the text, you pull out the text. The Bible says don't add to it. Okay, so when they say came together is a marital ceremony. Okay, that's not number 1. That's not number 2. That's not number 3. That's number 4. That's your personal opinion. So now they go to prove that because that's their opinion. So now tonight, If you watch my debate tonight, yeah.
Quick question. What does came together mean?
Came together means before. It means conjugally, a relationship conjugally. So that means that they're living together, but they haven't decided to go to a special room to have sex.
So how do you know that?
That's in the Strongs.
So you have to go somewhere else to see it. It ain't plain right in front of you.
Okay, right. Well, actually, it's right in front of you because he was at these guys. Okay, so no, ma'am, I don't know if you just being this on purpose, but this guy already had the blue letter Bible pulled up. Now, if he had any other Bible pulled up, I wouldn't expect him to notice. He had the blue letter pulled up. So now, no, ma'am, you don't notice, and probably not in the watcher. But when you go to the blue letter, that's a study Bible. When you go to Bible Hub, that's a study Bible. Wait, just let me finish. Wait, just let me stop something fast. Let me stop something fast. Okay. So when you go to the Strong's number, that means you're aware that this English shit ain't what it really is. This dates back to Hebrew or Greek. So he's at Strong's. You'll never not never, because absolute. If you go talk to a regular Christian about the Bible, even a pastor, I guarantee you they'll never go to Strong's. The chances is very slim. They're gonna just read it in English. If you go to Strong's and show them something, I guarantee you that they'll reject it. They'll reject it because they don't know about Strong's. Like that's not something taught in church. Even a pastor most likely either is purposely been ignorant or don't know about Strong's. This is something that researchers go to, people who know better. They'll go to Strong's. So then when this brother was teaching, he was already at Blue Letter Bible in the Strong's. So it made it easy for me. So I'm like, brother, just click on tools. And he wouldn't. And when he did, he was wrong and I proved my point. So all I'm trying to say is this, no man. When you go to came together, without even going to Strong's, if it says before they came together, church people automatically, without Strong's, they don't know shit about Strong's. They automatically understand it to be before they had sex, because that's the terminology in the Bible. They use those phrases. He knew her.
But
go ahead.
But as you stated, that's not necessarily that they know. That's just what they've been taught. It's a catechism. Okay. This means that. So look. Here's
it's the same thing though. That's all they know.
Okay, but so that means someone knew who did the research and then they propagated the message to them.
Now that's speculation. Now we don't know if they did the research, because if you look at some people, some doctrines, you'll see that they read something and they had an agenda, no man. So people sometimes when they come into religion or a history, let's say like some black stuff where we do Kwanzaa.
Well, I'm talking about typical Christianity that has a set of principles and beliefs that's been long established.
So all I'm saying is this: sometimes, no man, people hop into religion late, don't know much about it, just know popular stuff, and they come with an agenda, and they make it sound like how Polite make it sound. Polite don't know shit about Christianity or Islam, but if you listen to him talk, you'll think he does. Okay. So they'll come to there with fancy words and they'll know certain things, and then they'll get people to follow them, to believe that they are authority in that particular religion.
I agree.
The perfect example of that.
But if I may, I'm pretty sure Polite has probably not come across not one person that wasn't already familiar with Christianity, the religious belief itself. Like,
I don't know, because he purposely, when you look at his debate, right? He debated Tazariot, which is, again, my personal opinion, is the worst Israelite to debate in the Bible. Like, he's the easiest to debunk. When he debated Muhammad Ali, I mean not Muhammad Ali, I said Muhammad. When he debated Ali Muhammad, the subject wasn't Islam, by the way. It was a comparison of which one is better, because he knew Ali Muhammad knew more about the Quran than he did. But no, man, he would challenge Bashir and debate Bashir on Islam. But people who are more well studied with the religion, he won't debate them. So he picks and chooses his matches. He debates the worst of that faith. And that's what I'm saying.
Now, one thing I was going to say a little earlier, but I'll let you make your point. To me, you can't say it's level 1, it's right in front of you if it requires external research. Like, at no point, because level 1 we said was, the grade school level, cat in the hat, very straightforward, simplistic book.
Jack and Jill.
They don't got to go research. Everything
right in
they
front of
need is right in front of them.
Mhm.
So if they got to go to the Strongs and the this and the that, I don't consider that level 1. And that was my whole thing. Like, I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
you
no,
would
no, that's not level 1. That would be level 3.
right.
So-
So if you're saying you made the example, came together, right?
Right. But got you.
And then in that example, I said, okay, well, what does come together mean? Oh, it means, they
Right.
hadn't pretty much officiated they little situation. But that didn't say that. You got to go outside.
Right. So ma'am, you missed what I'm trying to say though. I'm saying that there are some people that do not. I debated again. You guys be asleep when I debate, or purposely just quiet. So I debate Israelites. You got some who are very good, like SICARII Israelites. They're very good, and you got others who are not. But I noticed that when I debate the SICARII Israelites, the guy tonight, that they are very clever in the Bible, and they know a lot more than other Israelites, but different camps. Okay. So no man, when I debate Tazariak and when I debated Dayton, so Dayton Israelite was he's from ISBK. They were the two easiest. So for them, I don't think they know how to do level 3, the Strongs. I never seen Tazariak go to Strongs. But SICARII will. The dude Deacon just killed Garfield. Garfield's good. And Garfield in the Bible like me. This dude Deacon destroyed Garfield. Had Garfield say, hey, okay, where you going live? He destroyed Garfield. These guys are good. So what I'm saying, no man, is that some of them don't know level 3 and some do. And the fact that, so a key sign, level 3 is that you're already in the Strongs. You got the blue letter. So when the guy tonight, I noticed, oh shit, he in the blue letter already. So that's going to be easy for me because some of them, no man, if I say, okay, listen, I don't mean that. It means this. Look, go to blue level. They won't do it. They say, nah, fuck a blue level. Show me the Bible. I know that guy wants 1 and 2 because he can't do 3. Or, he never done 3 or afraid to intimidate it. But the SICARII is like the one tonight, and I know all of them being that blue letter. Everyone I debated, all 3 for 3, they all went to blue letter, every last one. Arayula, Deacon, and this guy today, Yadi. They all went to blue letter. But other ones don't do it. So what I'm saying is the fact that he was already a blue letter, no man. I'm saying he was already cognitive of the blue letter, of the level 3 now. So now he's purposely not, limiting his umbrella. He's purposely doing that because he knows that's strong. So what they do is they'll read Strongs for the words that they like, but they won't read Strongs for words that's probably not fitting their narrative. Okay, that's what they do. And you'll see that in my debate with Arayula. That they pick and choose which strong words they read and which one they're not going to read. So, and Arayula caught me off guard because at that point I wasn't that good. I was not that good in the Greek. So he lasted a little longer. But thanks to him, when I debated his leader, Deacon, man, when he tried to go to the Strongs and I beat him there and told him what's going on, it's recorded, it's on my live. He didn't even want to go to Strongs no more. He didn't even challenge me. He went back to Matthew chapter 1, verse 1. He didn't even challenge me on the Strongs because he tried to go to the verb ganao, which is begot and is born of. So it's for the woman and man. But he doesn't understand that it's the same word in modern Greek, but it's different words in ancient Greek. And you can actually see it because when you click the passage, it shows the ancient Greek, and you can see ganao for begot is different from born of. I wasn't privy to that when I debated Harayala. So that's what I'm trying to say. When you debate people, they surprise you, and you take that and you prepare for the next guy. So yeah, so level 3, the SICARII Israelites are well aware of that. Can't say the same for others.
This is supposed to be a whole recap show. We ain't even get to the recap.
So, okay, so watch this. Watch this. Well, we actually did do a recap. We did good. We talked about
I thought
the
you was gonna
Bible.
play portions because I missed a lot of it.
I can do that. Hold on. So let me first give a brief.
Tell the truth.
Yeah.
How did you feel when that nigga came out? It's like, you laugh.
Oh, no. I felt caught. Like, oh, shit, you got me.
Man, I was in the chat rolling. I said, Pops, that nigga, how he find out? Nigga, it's only 5 people over here, nigga. How you find out this nigga lied?
Yeah, I was confused because I thought maybe, I thought somebody told him I was live.
He claimed he seen
Nah,
you, I guess, in his algorithm.
He did. That's the only way he could, because I try to cap and say, yo, somebody must have seen my unlisted live because I gave it to certain people. They must have given it to him. But when he said I typed in something and I seen it, I believe him. You can do that. You could type in something, and then because the way I worded it, I believe him. I believe he typed something in. He seen it was live.
But just like a nigga. First of all, I don't know why y'all do this, but when the nigga said you live out of nowhere, because he was like, so I got a question for you. Something right. He said. He was like, you live? and you was like, you was like, it's private. It's private. It's not even public. I said private. Nigga, private. It ain't private. Then you might as well just go tell the truth.
But when I said that, I caught myself like, if it's private, how the fuck he know about it? But I was hoping he didn't catch it. But I guarantee you, another Israelite wouldn't have caught it. The SICARII guys are pretty wise.
He said, but I'm looking at it right. He's like, I'm looking at it right now. He's like, you got people in the chat and everything. And then you like, well, you got your record? I got it. I said, the nigga just switched that quick. Like, bro.
Oh, yeah. Well, I threw him off when I said that, though. I said, well, brother, you just said that you're recording for so I won't be disingenuous and chop it up and make it seem a certain way. I said, so, brother, I'm live, the same thing. And then that was still not good enough because I already fucked up. But later on in the conversation, I smoothed it over a little better. I was like, brother, I said, brother, I only went live because you never told me you were not live. So I said, when you told me you were not live, that's when I went live because I didn't trust you at that point. Because if you could stop your live and not tell me, then you're already showing suspicious activity. So I went live just to make sure nothing foul going on. So that's how I cleaned it up later. I said, so I only went live because you said you didn't tell me you were not live anymore. And once you did, I went live.
Man, that shit had me fucking hollering.
There's no way. I don't think he could tell how long I've been live unless he's on my Zoom. There's no way he could tell. So there's no way he could tell I'm live how long I've been live. Cause I got his ass. So he's gonna believe I went live after he said he was no longer live. But you see, he changed up his position. After that, he became more reserved. He didn't want to talk too much.
Yeah, but I listened a little bit while I was at work. And it sounded like y'all was having a decent build unless you was doing the old, what they call it, the rope-a-dope.
Of course. I always, when I'm on that platform, on my shit, I'm only aggressive. They can't kick me off. When I'm on theirs, I'm always passive. I'm always, yes, sir. I'm always like that on their respectful. I shut up on their platform. I always act like I'm just trying to learn like you.
Yeah,
Like I
but
show
you go
that.
over there, treat them niggas like gold, and they be disrespectful, talking crazy. Then you want to treat us
That's
like a wet
fine.
food stamp. Soon as we disagree, and, or
Nah.
don't back you up, shit.
Now, so you got to understand one thing. So I'm trying to lead by example. I tell indigenous. I say, indigenous, you come on here, the platform. There's certain rules that I tell you in advance. You disrespect them and you get mad and I hold you to them, and you cuss me out and you hang up. I said, now I go to other platforms. I'm bound by their rules. They disrespect me. They hold me to those rules. They mute me. And I never cuss them out. I said I maintain my professionalism because I understand that I'm a guest.
You cuss me out, I'm cussing you back out. I don't give a fuck. Guess or not, you
No,
don't mistreat guests.
But I don't do that though. I don't invite people and then cuss you out, and then
But that's what
pigeonhole
I'm
you and tell
saying.
you.
Like, you don't nobody's supposed to mistreat no guest. So I mean, I understand being respectful, but I'm gonna be respectful as long as respect is given. Like all that,
But
I'm on your
but
platform.
see, what I'm trying to do is this though. So when you read the comments on these guys' videos, so first of all, you know it's good cop, bad cop all the time. So when he's cussing me out and I'm taking it and humble, the only people who are gonna side with that are people in his faith. That's it. Somebody, an atheist could be in the chat and be like, yeah, that's wrong, yo. You see, anybody outside of his congregation will be like, yeah, that's crazy, bro. You wrong for that. Forget about the argument. He could be right about the argument. But an average human being is gonna say, yo, your actions that's fucked up. That's wrong. Like you might have won a debate, but your actions is horrible. Like you're a horrible guy. Might be smart and wise, but you're a horrible individual. I wouldn't even want to be in your church because of who you are. And that's what I be trying to like expose. Like what called for that? Like I'm humble, I'm respectful, I'm shutting up, I'm being quiet, I'm not talking over him, and he still disrespects me.
That's the optics that I was referring to. Outside the topics that you were talking about, what did the optics look like with you and Tazariak? Right. And he looked kind of rude, disrespectful,
very rude.
But that's what I was trying to get. That's what I was trying to get.
Okay,
at.
I got you.
The optics he may have lost. He could have even won textually, but he didn't even really respond to anything. He just chose to demean you, cue you up for how wrong you're about to be. Now go ahead and go. Now I knew he was wrong. Look how much wrong. And it's like, all right, so where is he wrong at? He never even had to do that because he had it so greased to keep you on the pivot. So anyone who didn't even understand it was just looking at it optically. It was like, damn, bro. Because I thought you were better than this.
Yep. And oh man.
But for the type of people that he needs to follow him, like that's going to appeal.
Exactly, like that Trump shit.
Yeah. So what I like to do is this. I like to say that I'm not above jokes. I'm not above disrespect. I'm not above by just kicking my ass in the streets, right? So that's what I like to represent, right? So some people come on this panel, right, like indigenous, and he will swear I treat them horrible. So now I'm a living example saying, indigenous, if you think I do you bad, I also subject myself under the same conditions. But look how I react from that. Look how I behave with those under those conditions. You dig? Look how I behave. So because some people can give it, but you heard this phrase. They can give it, but they can dish it, but they can't receive it.
Right.
So if you guys see me give it, obviously on my platform, I certain conditions, I give it to you. And by the way, I am under the influence of holy water. By the way, you can tell by my aggression. You can tell by my aggression. You can tell. If you know me, you can tell. Holy. Yeah, right. So you can tell. Like I'm on one tonight. You could clearly. I'm excited. I'm loud. This is not my normal behavior.
I thought it was ENJ. It was getting ENJ.
Nah, this is definitely moonshine. This is my moonshine, right?
Moonshine.
So you could tell that I'm wired up, but don't mistake my wired up for being emotional. I'm wired up, but I'm not feeling a certain way.
You're gonna cry in the bottle.
Man,
You see what I'm saying?
you were sounding extremely emotional.
Nah. I'm just wired up. No, I'm wired up. I'm not, because if y'all see, like, I don't know, it's kind of, you can't, but but it's weird. But I'm wired
Plot
up.
twist.
It's almost like, right? It's
Plot
almost
twist.
like a person
Plot
like
twist.
playing
Plot
football.
Twist. That wasn't even baby. I said that wasn't even baby unbiased crying. That really was you.
Nah. I was really, I don't know. It's like game time for me. Like, when I got wired, like when people want to get in a certain mood, they want to get angry, and it's not normally them to be angry. They would slap themselves in the face. Look, they'll slap themselves in the face. They'll push each other's shoulder pads. Like, they'll do something to get angry, right? So it's wartime. Otherwise, you're gonna be nice. So you see how nice I was with that guy? I wasn't drinking. The watcher, no man. Had I been drinking, I wouldn't have been that nice and patient. But you could see you could see when I started drinking, because I started to like over talk him and like be more assertive. You could see, you actually could see.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your
My behavior changed at some
choosing
point.
violence.
Huh?
I say you start choosing violence with everybody.
Not really violence, but yeah. Okay, you could say violent speech, right? But in person,
you chose violence with Stu.
Man.
No. With Stu, I know I had to do him like that, because sometimes Stu will just hop in subjects without knowing the context, the subject itself. He'll hop in and give opinions, and y'all know he does that. He hops in, he changes the subject, and this is one subject I don't want to change.
Okay.
So, because I like this subject, but normally Stu would definitely come and change the subject, and I don't mind, because
and
that's what we do here, right?
But
we do that
really,
here.
but really, he didn't change the subject. You kind of segued into that because of what I said, and then you wanted to pin him down, like, oh, well, you agree with it, so.
Right, he did, and the thing is, I know Stu was not following. The series of debates. Okay,
no,
so
but,
I purposely wanted to humble him.
But what he weighed in on didn't require him to follow the debate. It just required him to follow what I said versus what you said. All he was saying was good. It sounded like y'all said the same shit. Like,
yeah, but I believe he was being a yes man. Okay, that's what I believe.
You still ain't telling me the difference between what I said and what you said.
Okay, so I believe he was. Well, you got to repeat it, but I believe he was being a yes man.
Man, red
at
ball
that point.
Right quick. I ain't finna repeat that shit.
Right. So anyway, I just felt like when certain people come on the platform, they can say some crazy shit or stuff people disagree with, and nobody says anything. Because I'm boisterous, opinionated, aggressive, forward, I think I become an easy target for people who disagree to voice their opinion. I think other people who come might be more humble or a lower tone. I think people could be more tolerant with their bullshit, right? So I'm like, yo, why we just can't be unbiased? Like, you know what I mean? Just be no respected person. Anybody can get it, no matter how they come. Nice, aggressive.
Don't say some people. Go ahead, put a name on it.
No. I'm saying like the actual person who's being controversial.
But what I'm
not
saying
the people listening in.
Who do you think that people?
Okay, so when this is black man come on here, right. So when he comes on here with his stupid, I'm sorry, I apologize. This when you come on with your controversial comments, connection of dots, the only person who comes out and challenges you that I know of is me. I think Sosa did it a few times. I don't know another person who challenged him right when he was in his steps.
Nah, I know you telling a whole goddamn lie.
I never recalled you doing that. Please,
Boy,
I bet you I was involved. I bet you I said something like, man, you gonna go with that? Well, I don't recall you just stopping him.
First of all, the argument always starts out between y'all because my goal is never to be. I want to be the right.
No, it's not about us though. He started talking and then I stop him and then it become an argument. But it don't be us.
No. But y'all both have a similar personality. You want to be right. He want to be right. I don't be in shit to be right.
No. Now that's your opinion. I don't want to be right. I like to go with the facts because yes, last night when I thought the brother had a better argument than me on adultery, what I say? I said, bro, okay, I think you're right. I'm wrong. Okay, so one of and I didn't really believe that. Really.
What brother was that?
This was SICARII. He came on the other night.
But you and IBM have a history.
No,
ma'am.
I don't have a history. No, ma'am. I don't like that. See, now you're framing something like Stupido's doing. We don't have a history. He says I'm anti-pseudo. So that means if you or the watcher says his same talking points, I'm gonna stop you guys too. Okay? So, and I'm gonna challenge you guys. Same way. Take his argument and right. So take his shit and start it. I'm gonna stop you. Right? I'm gonna challenge you right away.
But I can't even get my thought out though.
Because you already saying we have a history and we don't. You don't even know what
I'm finna say though. Like you don't know what
I heard you say it before, no man. But go ahead. I heard you say it before. But go ahead. This ain't the first time you're saying this.
Margaret Sanger.
So what I'm saying is y'all have a history. So
I disagree.
A lot of times IBM can't even get his point out. Like
that's false.
No, it's not. A lot of times, and I ain't gonna say it's any different on your end with him. A lot of times you can't get your point out.
Now I'll let you finish. But no, he gets his shit off, and I stop him immediately.
As far as I'm concerned, you treat IBM like everything that comes out of his mouth is trash, it's garbage, it's pseudo. Like nothing.
The watcher. Do you feel like that? And then wait. When we agreed on that, that's a lie. Because even he says a lie. As many times we agreed and we had great lives with each other without arguing. Many times we had those lives.
I've never been present and not a one of them.
Okay, right, exactly. Yeah. Well, you cherry pick. Like you cherry pick when you want to be a part of the lives of me indigenous or not. So like you looking for drama. Well, I mean, it's a coincidence that you come only when we're arguing, and when we're agreeing, you don't come. I got dated videos of me and indigenous. The watcher.
You be showing out.
The watcher. We got dated videos on this channel. It's not deleted. Title: Me and indigenous. No argument. No, we're talking and we're agreeing and we're going in. And then now listen. Now, no ma'am. Do you know that he agrees with the virgin birth? You know he agrees. He agrees with me. Watcher, you know that?
With I haven't heard it. You guys have religious conversations.
Yeah. So you won't know that. So I'm sure she won't know that. But yes, he agrees that the virgin birth is true.
Yeah, I mean, you convinced me.
Well, honestly, I feel like most.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, this is a new, and not new in the sense of new. It's new to me. I didn't know that people didn't agree. Like I've always been raised on the virgin birth. And
people don't. No man, people don't. It's a small sect of people, literally small, but they make the most noise because controversy sells. So if you say so, look at Andrew Tate, right? Now his dumb ass locked up. When you're controversial, you're gonna blow up faster than people who are just truthful and honest, right? Controversy sells. When you're controversial, you're gonna blow up. It's instantaneously, right away. So this virgin birth doesn't exist. That's what I'm trying to tell you, no man. Everybody who applies the 4 level of comprehension, if they read the virgin birth, you don't got to go to Strong's. You could just read chapter 1 of Luke, chapter 1 of Matthews, and I guarantee you, anybody who's not mental disabled is going to conclude that Mary was a virgin. It's only catechisms that will make you believe that she's not a virgin.
Read.
Now, look.
I don't believe it. No. I don't believe it. You telling me that reading a couple of sentences gonna make me believe that a woman? Or you're talking about according to the story?
Yeah, the story. So now, no ma'am, are you still there?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
apologize.
Yeah, I'm still.
No ma'am. Okay. Do you know in all my debates, including this one, we argue the virgin birth, and the virgin birth is only spoke about in Matthew chapter 1 and Luke chapter 1. Do you know in all my debates, my opponent never read from either one? It's always me that forces Matthew 1. Matter of fact, no, ma'am, I never had one debate where we talked about Luke 1.
Well, if they are denouncing the virgin birth, why would they read the passages?
Well, because no, ma'am, you got to show how it's not talking about a virgin birth, which they try to do. They try to say the words you're reading that implies a virgin birth and states it directly is not a virgin birth. So that's why, and that's hard to do. So they rather not just read it because they know they got a hard hill to climb. So they rather just talk about seed and other shit to build a case. So you would think that we're going to read about Jack and Jill up the hill in the water. We got to read that story. How are we going to prove it's false if we read Cat in the Hat? If we read Humpty Dumpty? You're not going to do that. So we got to address the actual story and show how it's not, because their position, no ma'am, they're saying what I'm reading is not saying she's a virgin. Or what I'm reading is not saying it's a virgin birth.
Well, I'm going to say from their perspective, same thing like with a defense attorney or a prosecutor, they're not going to point out the weak parts of their case. Like, that's not what they're going to do. They're going to focus on the strengths or what they perceive as the strengths. So it ain't really their job to bring it up. You got to talk about it.
No. Wait. No, ma'am. First of all, I can't control their, so it's their platform. They're going to tell me what I'm going to talk about, which they have done. So now, the virgin birth, no, the watcher, I'm going to talk to you now. Both of you, but specifically to you. When we in court, the defense and the prosecution, they're faced with evidence. Is one side to debunk the evidence and is one side to uphold it. So the virgin birth stories will be the evidence in these debates. You can't go around it, no ma'am. It's either the evidence ain't saying what it's saying and it's faulty, or it upholds.
But
the evidence is the actual story.
But both sides get to present evidence, though.
Right. No, but no, man. Wait. What are you saying? Right. Listen, the evidence is the actual story. So, for example, OJ, right? Because I do this. I'm the one who show you.
I get you.
Right. So, right. Exactly. I'm about to say, I'm the one that show you interrogations. I do this. Like, I watch these shits all the time. Yo, there's a storyline, and you got to say it's either true or false to the juror.
Yeah. If the Bible is the evidence,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So, like, the Bible is the video footage. So whatever we see in this footage is the new reality. That's the new world. That's,
right. It's either true. It's either a lie, either lying to us because somebody fucked up the video and copied and edited it, or is it actually the actual video?
I get you.
Right. So they gotta read the story with me in front of you guys and tell you it's not talking about a virgin birth.
Right. And they won't do
ignore that. Right, they go everywhere else.
But here's what I'm saying. Okay, I wouldn't look at the Bible as a piece of evidence. I would look at it as multiple pieces.
Okay. I mean, but it's not about you though. It's about them.
Let her explain. Let her explain though. Let me hear her point.
Anybody. It's multiple pieces of evidence, right?
No, it's
not. Again, and from your opinion, it's multiple pieces of evidence though.
Show proof. The other evidences.
Huh?
Tell me.
Tell me down the rabbit hole. Did she finish her point?
Okay.
Well, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But
yeah, okay, no, man. Go ahead. Go ahead with the rabbit hole. Go ahead.
Multiple pieces of evidence is what I perceive the Bible to be for me. So it's
but not we have a subject though.
Again, can I finish my fucking?
Go ahead. She's just talking. Just go ahead.
Yeah. So. Just like as in the case, I might have a drop of blood, I might have a thumbprint, I might have the gun, all of this, but I couldn't identify anybody from the thumbprint because it was a partial. Am I gonna necessarily bring that up in court? Oh, we got a partial print, but it don't prove shit. Not for me. It don't help my case. So what I'm gonna bring it up for? It actually weakens my case. So why would I even bring up the partial thumbprint? Whereas the defense may bring that up. Oh, they found a partial thumbprint, but they weren't unable to identify anybody, but they want to pin this on my client. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, but I think you're mixing up who's the plaintiff and defense in this, right? But I think you don't know who's the plaintiff in this defense of this. The virgin birth is a worldwide believable account. So if somebody has a video, they're saying they're debunking it. The watcher, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm listening. Am I on mute?
Okay, no, but I want to make sure. So in the Quran, no ma'am, you might not know, but the Quran speaks of a virgin birth as well. So again, the virgin birth is a worldwide accepted account for those who are in religion, Abraham faith religions. Muslims in the East and Christians in the West. They all agree together that the virgin birth is true. It's in the Quran under Mary or Miriam, and it's in, I think it's Surah 19 in the Quran, and in the Bible is Matthew 1 and Luke 1. No, ma'am, I think you're missing that. So again, that's a world accepted viewpoint. Nobody's arguing the watcher. Nobody's arguing the virgin birth except for a small group of people. That's it. So it's their job to prove it does. So now they got to do one or two things. The watcher, they got to at least show so the Jewish people, we know the Ashkenazi Jews, the Mizrahi, that they don't accept it. But no, ma'am, they say the whole New Testament ain't worth shit. So they don't play the game. We're reading from this verse, that verse. They say, nah, the New Testament is garbage. They say, first prove the New Testament is worth something, and then we'll go there. So they dismiss the entire New Testament. So you won't go far with them, right? The watcher, no ma'am, you won't go far with them. So they're not fun. So I need, and even like you got Hebrew Israelites that don't believe the New Testament. They're called Old Testament Hebrew Israelites. They're not fun. I will never debate an Old Testament Israelite on the virgin birth. It's pointless because you got it. So that's why when I go to these Facebook groups, no ma'am, I first say, hey, do you accept the New Testament as the Word of God? Because I made one mistake and invited one guy out here who didn't accept it. I made a mistake. After that, I said, okay, I can't do that again. So I got to make sure that they accept the New Testament. So once they accept the New Testament, then they're bound by it. Okay? So when you talk about the evidence, no, ma'am, the evidence is Matthew 1 and Luke 1. There's no other evidence. Everything else is just supportive arguments for the evidence, like witness accounts, shit like that, or circumstantial shit. But the actual evidence when the detectives come on the crime scene for the thumbprint, my man, the thumbprint you talked about is Luke chapter 1. The glove that didn't fit, that's Matthew chapter 1.
But see, my thing is, if it don't make sense to me, if you saying this thumbprint identifies the defendant as the prosecutor, why would I, as the attorney for the defendant, bring up the thumbprint? If anything,
no, ma'am,
I'm trying to get the thumbprint suppressed.
Right, no, ma'am. But I think
coming in.
No, ma'am. I think
that's my point. Like it's
right,
up to y'all who
believe
in the virgin birth to bring out the scriptures that prove the virgin birth. They not gonna bring that shit up.
No, ma'am. The prosecution. Okay, I don't think you know who the plaintiff and defendant is. We are the defendants that support it. The prosecution team are those people saying it never happened, right? They are the people who are burdened with the proof. That's in all courts in America. Okay, and they got rules of how that's played out. Some people got to do what's that called? The proof is what's that called? The watcher. In California, it has to be. OJ got off because the proof got to be without any doubt, right?
Yeah, beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay. Right, there you go. I was trying to say that. There you go.
Okay.
So no, ma'am. They are the people that got to prove it's not saying what it's saying. Okay, so they got to tell you that this video footage, the watcher stated that earlier, they got to show you that this video footage showing my defendant killing that woman, shooting her in plain sight, that ain't him. And he didn't kill nobody. She ain't even dead. You dig? So, no, man. Wait, let me just say one more last thing. No, man. They are the ones who's bringing it's not an argument. They are the ones who are saying the virgin birth is false. Just like somebody said the Holocaust is false, slavery never happened. You got to prove that.
But
how do you prove that? You got to go to the Council of Slavery and say it's all bullshit.
But here's where I kind of disagree there, because as far as I'm concerned, like, first off, this hypothetical situation. I don't look at them as having the burden of proof, because at the end of the day, it's a belief. It's their personal belief. They don't got to prove shit to nobody. They could just believe.
But they are trying to prove it, though.
And they don't have to justify it. They could just say, well, because I fucking said so. Because it's Wednesday and I want to believe that the virgin birth is bullshit.
And no, man, it won't be a debate then. Okay, if somebody just said the virgin birth is bullshit, and I believe that, I guarantee nobody will debate them. But when you say, the watcher, come on, bro. When you say Matthew 1 ain't talking about a virgin birth and Joseph is the father there of Jesus, and you say Luke chapter 1, what you just read ain't what you just read, that's a different ballgame, though, man, than somebody's pure belief. Because pure belief would be level 4. I'm good. That's your personal opinion. You're crazy. I'm okay. Like, even with the vaccine debate, no, man, I'll never debate somebody who just says, I just don't fuck with them.
But I don't understand why it's a different ball game, because if you believe that it does support the virgin birth, I don't understand why that has to be a debate. I don't understand why they have to prove to you why they feel like it, like, because at the end of the day, motherfuckers really ain't changing their minds.
Okay, but it's not about changing minds. Well, first of all, that's a lie, because a lot of them did change their position, and the dude tonight gave me credit. All right, and also I got an email from a guy saying, "Bro, you did and this was a guy who was my op, by the way.
I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying don't like debate or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, in the grand scheme of things, nobody really has to prove their belief. Like, just
you're right. You're right. But the point of a debate, no, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Now you somewhere else. You want some kumbaya shit. The point of debate, there's an argument. Okay, cool. Right. But this is the wrong time, because we're talking about debate.
Nigga, you ain't finna tell me what time to be on kumbaya.
Okay. No. No. What I'm saying is the wrong time, because we're talking about debate, and when a debate, you have opposing opinions of a topic. Either
this is my opposing opinion. We still in the spirit of debate.
Okay, got it. But now we're dealing with literature, though. So here's the problem, though. If you're dealing with literature, then you're confined to the 4 levels of comprehension.
I ainst confined to shit.
Okay, no problem. Then you won't be debating nobody. But I'll tell you this much, though. The watcher. Let me ask you this. Let me see how I'm gonna ask. I want to ask you where it's not so easy to answer. I want to get like kind of a little complex. I'm gonna do basketball, because that's something that you do. I think you are up to date. Okay. The carry stuff, right? There's a carry. So the whistle's been blowing on Poole more than anybody, correct?
Yeah, because he carries from right to left. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then people will show video of Luka, Giannis doing the same thing, right?
Right.
They say, hey, well, why y'all and LeBron and everybody? They're not, I'm not just picking on anybody. I'm saying, like, even like the no-name guys, they'll show them do the same shit. So they'll say, well, why are they picking on Poole if this is the standard, right? Why only Poole is held to the standard, nobody else?
Because he came from the G League. He ain't put in the hard work. He came out of nowhere. You got to be a superstar and make a certain amount to get it, and he didn't really put it in. He just now got the money. Won one championship.
So wouldn't you say that other folks are getting a pass, like leniency?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually not earned. It's not leniency. It's earned credit. They've earned it.
Okay. Now, how do you earn it? You said you gotta be a superstar, all type of shit.
It's a lot of. It's just like you can look at. There's certain ways you can beat the hell out of a quarterback, but you are not finna do that to Tom Brady, because he's earned it. He's been there long enough. Aaron Rodgers.
I agree.
So sticking with basketball, you've just been there long enough.
Right. So when you say that the standard is different for them than other people, that's so-called earn something, right?
Yeah, I think it's completely unfair. You can whack a rookie in the head and knock him out, but if you touch Kobe Bryant, then he's going to the line.
Yeah, because the watcher, both of us seeing now, we both know the AI crossover is a carry, right? Now it can be done correctly because I think certain guys can do it correctly, right? Where it's not a carry, but AI was carrying. Okay, but when you see AI do it, the call won't be there too much. But when you see a low-level guy do it, it probably look better than AI. You're like, damn, that was even better than AI. And he gets the call, and that's what they was doing during that time. They'll whistle a bum doing the AI perfectly. They'll whistle his ass. Carry. Skip to my Lou. Motherfuckers carry. Like, damn. But Pat Ewing in the post, get in position, carry that motherfucker like nothing.
The worst example of that is what they did to Iverson. When they were tired of him, they couldn't make that much money. They said to Detroit.
He had to get rid of the move, bro, and do something else.
They called it like 4 or 5 times in a quarter.
Hey, bro, I didn't want to say that. Yeah, they made AI drop the crossover, bro. And then he did it in between, he did the tween thing. He'll go with the crossover, but he'll go in between that everybody do right now. When you go right and throw between your legs and come back left. Right. So they made AI do an entirely different move. And that's how good he was, though. He was able to adapt. He didn't complain. He adapted and had another move which is effective. And that move he did, I'm talking about and playing, is what put Tyronn Lue in his ass. It wasn't a crossover that dropped Tyronn Lue. It was the move I'm talking about. That put that new move he adopted that put Tyronn on his ass and he stepped over him.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I'm just going back to all that to say that's what's going on here. No, man, is that these brothers feel like the rest. They feel like certain verses that they favor gives leniency, but other verses you need the Strongs and all type of shit to prove it. And tonight was a case in point of that, where he needed. And look, how about when I debated Deacon? Deacon told me that I can't go to Strongs because that's the white man. But when he went to prove Isaiah 14:29, he went to the commentary, and I said nothing. I just let him go because it's recorded. You dig? I'll do a recap. I ain't got to. Like his platform bigger than mine. I'm there for my own agenda. Okay, when you read Deacon name, you're gonna see Unbiased Sports. You read the Captain's Art, you're gonna see Unbiased Sports. I'm there for a whole different reason. Like, dude, whatever you play unfair, no problem. So he told me I can't do Strongs, and Strongs is way more credible than the commentary of a particular scholar on the Bible. So he skipped a whole bunch of scholars though for his commentary because it was mad commentary scholars, from scholars. He skipped all of them and got to one that favored him, and he read it. I said nothing. I said absolutely nothing because I know when we go to Matthews, he's done. So it's like, because these are side arguments. These are the rabbit holes. I'm like, no problem. Just go to Matthews now. Show me where Joseph got a kid. Because that's where it's going to end up being all the time. So for them to say, hey, well, Mary is from lineage Judah, nigga, I don't give a fuck. Who do you think you're talking to? A Christian? I don't care where Mary comes from. My job is to prove Joseph ain't the father. And no, ma'am, that's where they off at. They assume my position. They assume my religious beliefs. They have no idea who Unbiased Sports is. They automatically assume me to be a religious nut like them. Okay? They have not watched my content. So they try to put the burden on me like, yo, find Mary. No, nigga, you find Mary. As far as I'm concerned, it's a contradiction. You dig? I give a fuck. That's your problem. You figure that shit out. All I know is that Joseph ain't the father, according to the text. 1, 2, 3, or 4. He ain't the father. And so far, nobody was able to challenge me. No, man, this is not my opinion. This is all the recorded debates, including tonight. When we go to the genealogy of Joseph, they all cowered out. And this is what I'm telling you, that if we're going to debate a subject, if you're going to accuse somebody of something, because no, man, they are the woman in the, let's say a case of rape. They are the woman at this point. They're accusing the Bible of rape, saying that the Bible says something about the virgin birth that's not there. So women just can't say that and the guy get locked up. They got to prove it. They got to go to a rape test, all type of shit, text, proof that they was actually involved at some point and she was unwilling. The thing with Tupac, you dig? So a woman just can't say rape and the guy goes to jail. It's not how that shit works. You need substantial and circumstantial evidence. So when these guys accuse the Bible of rape, they got to prove that shit. They're burden. So it is on them, man. You're wrong. When you accuse the Bible of saying something it's not saying, the burden of proof is for you to show us how these verses are not saying it's a virgin birth. You don't have the liberty for that, whatever you're talking about. You're saying these words are not saying it's a virgin birth. We all read English, it's saying virgin birth, but you're saying it's not, that's not saying that. And you say came together means some marital ceremony. So now you ask me about came together, I go to Strong's. They don't go to Strong's. They go with their imagination. They go to number 4, their own opinion. Yeah, it's talking about a marital ceremony. Really? Okay, so now the watcher, on their platform, I purposely play dumb. On my platform, I'm a little more solid. But in theirs, I play the fool just to keep the conversation going so they can allow me to get them to say certain scriptures because they don't see me as a threat. So the guy see me as a threat when he realized I was live. That's when he's like, oh, shit, you live? Okay, okay. I'm not going to answer this. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? I need a lawyer. That's kind of where he went. No, I need a lawyer. I'm not talking no more. That's what he did to me when he realized I was live. Because now he see, this guy ain't some guy, some weakling. This is somebody who's going live on me to embarrass me. I'm trying to embarrass him, and I cut my live off because it ain't work. But he's trying to embarrass me. Now he has no idea that the entire, unless you look at my shit, he'll realize that I was live the entire time he invited me on. That's what he's gonna realize if he do his research. He's gonna realize that I was always live like him. He cut his live off. I never cut my live off. That's the difference. And why would he cut his live off? Like, why are we in a private Zoom? Yo, the watcher, I don't do private debates, no, man. I don't private debate nobody. And the watcher knows, I called him a 3-way one time with a personal friend. I don't private debate nobody. I don't do that because I'm not going to, like you said, I won't convince you. You ain't going to convince me. We're both right in our own minds. So I need a third party to let me know if I'm off, if I'm making sense. If I'm not, then
you
I'll
gonna
consider
cut the
that.
third party out too, child, please.
The watcher, did I cut you out? The watcher, did I cut you out?
Nah, not
He must
times.
agree with you that day.
Okay, wait. So now you're saying the watcher is a yes man.
No, I said that day.
Okay. Right. So to watch this. So
now
no man was
spin a narrative.
No. I'm saying no. You said I called a third party. I don't do private debates. It's gonna be live. Or I'm gonna call someone 3-way, right? So now that live. So now the watcher, when we talked, was that recorded? Was that live? Have you ever heard that again? Have you ever heard that discussion again ever in your life?
About your homeboy and the beans idea? Nah.
No. Yeah, I'm talking about all of us talking. Have you heard that audio again somewhere?
Nah, I have not.
Right, because it wasn't recorded. Because I don't record everything if I got a witness. Because I'm not going to argue with somebody with we're both just right in our own minds. So I'm going to get a third party to judge accurately. And guess what? No, man, you trolling, but I'm going to call somebody who I believe is authentic, who's not going to be a yes, ma'am. Okay? So I don't believe I believe the watcher has a certain reputation in his household and online that he got to uphold. So I purposely don't want him to lie for me. I'm going to tell the watcher, yo, you lie for me, you a clown. The watcher, do I prep you for that or no? Do I say, dude, if you lie for me, you a feminine. You feminine.
Who introduced the idea that he lied for you? Who introduced that?
Okay. I'm just pointing out this. I'm pointing out this. I'm not doing that game shit. I'm pointing out this.
Okay.
All I said, well, I don't know why you even commented, because all I said was I don't do private conversation. I don't do private debates. It's either recorded or I'm gonna add a third party. That's all I said, and you responded. Okay, so it don't matter what the debate is. It's the fact that we both are standing strong in our positions, and I believe I'm right. And I just think if we got an honest person on the three-way, he can rightly divide what we're saying. Okay, and he wasn't all the way on my side, by the way. Okay, he wasn't all the way on my side. Like, he just gave his piece to it, and that was it. But he didn't say, Bias, you're right, and yo, my man, you wrong. He didn't say that. He just weighed in on it and gave, and still mad people shit, and had people explain it over it. That's all. And he had us see what the argument is going. And and to me, to looking back, I'm embarrassed to even call the Wild Turn 3 for that one, to be honest. I'm embarrassed to call him on something little as that.
Yeah, I was kind of heated though.
Yeah, I mean, but that was embarrassing because that scenario, that didn't need a three-way call. That's a simple, fruitless, harmless discussion. You dig? But sometimes I could be that petty though. You dig? Where I'm like, you know what? Let me call somebody because I'm only that petty because he's that fucking strong on it.
Don't say.
Okay, but he's that. Okay, again, I'm only that petty because he's matching me. He's that strong on it. So I'm like, dude, really? You going that hard for this shit? All right, let me call my three-way because I refuse to keep going back and forth. Now, this is the same guy who decided to go on live to debate me. I didn't want to go live. I try to keep private conversations private. Okay? I try to keep private conversations private. So that's why I like, let's just, no, go live. So you know what I did? No, man, I called out of work, lost money to go live today because he pissed me off that much. You know, no, go live. Okay, so you think you really gonna beat me? Okay, let's go live.
Damn.
Let's go live. Let me humble your ass. And he didn't call me for like 6 months afterwards. A guy who claimed he won. Like, okay, so if you won, why you ain't calling me?
So it's fair to say that you love to argue.
No, that's your assessment. My thing is this.
You said you literally called out of work, nigga.
Right. But look what you called it though. Watch her careful. She said, I love to argue. So that's undermining what we're doing. We're debating, and debating is the best form of communication. It's the highest form of communication. You're forced to listen to somebody's argument and then rebut it. Understand it. That's chess, by the way. That's chess.
That's a real debate, not this shit.
Okay. No. That's not. No, that's I don't give a fuck how you take it. I take this shit serious. That's why I listen to somebody's argument. I understand it, and then I either accept your. I mean, I just debated somebody today. Did I say the guy was wrong on all levels? No. I said, bro, I understand why you come to that conclusion. I get it. I said, brother, and the watcher heard me admit that yesterday with the adultery shit. I said, bro, I said, I disagree, but I understand why you would come to that conclusion. I said, you're not crazy, and I don't believe you're wrong. I just disagree. That's it. So that's called listening, understanding, and say, okay, I get why you're saying that. I don't think you're wrong. As a matter of fact, I won't even argue no more about that from this point on. If you believe both need to be there, I will never debate that again with you because I believe that's a logical argument to come from the text. I disagree, but I believe that I can see people coming to that conclusion. You're not crazy, dude. So you got it. I can see. No problem. You know what I mean? Let's move to the subject, which is the curses. But I do that. So I don't gotta be right. If I had to be right, the watcher, I could stay what I was arguing. But I felt like I understand that people beside him would come to that same conclusion. So I said, I'll leave it alone because it's 50-50. At this point, to me, it's 50-50. Right? You know what? Tomato. Cool. No problem. You did, because that conclusion doesn't tear away from the message that was going on. You did at all. No problem. Now, if your conclusion tear away from the message, I'm gonna push back more. I felt like what he said is not against the text. I'm like, fuck it, no problem. You got it, bro. I can see you got it. I did that on live. So that debunks. I always gotta be right. That debunked that shit. 'Cause I still don't. I still hold my position, but I understand where he's coming from. I don't believe he's crazy or illogical or making shit up. I believe that he was a worthy opponent. You dig? I believe other guys are not, and he's not a black supremacist Israelite. By the way, he agrees with the virgin birth, so he's definitely a worthy opponent for me. I think he made great sense. I think he knows the Bible very well. But these illiterates don't. And I proved that in our discussions. So back to the burden of proof. It is on them. If I'm saying that Luka didn't score 60, bro, the other night, a triple-double, I got to prove that shit. I just can't say, well, nah, that was some shit no man talking about. No, I got to actually prove that. I got to prove how he didn't score 60. With a triple-double. I got to prove that. If you're saying the Bible does not speak of a virgin birth, which they say, that's in plain English in Matthew 1 and Luke 1, now you got to tell us that these English words don't mean that in Greek. Because this all comes from Greek. So now that's logical, the watcher, no man. If you're able to show me, yeah, that says that in English, that's a bad translation, this is what it actually means in the Greek. Then I got to bow down because the Greek is reigns superior over the English. The New Testament is written in Greek. And English is a translation from the Greek. And you got different versions of the Greek. NIV, the NWT, God's Word Translation, New Living. I mean, you got New Living Translation. You got a whole bunch of King James. So we have to compare it to the Greek to say what's accurate to the Greek and what's not. So now, no, ma'am, the Greek is not just some spooky shit. It's the actual language that deals with verbs, nouns, pronouns, prepositions, participles, articles, everything we deal with. And it's rules to the language. But the Greek is more in depth. See, English, we are, no ma'am and the watcher, we are spoiled. Our language really provides no ambiguity at all. Other languages do. Arab, Spanish, Italian, those languages, you got to speak high, speak low. So if I say, cállate la boca, that means shut your fucking mouth. But if I just say, hey, cállate la boca, that means be quiet. See how it is? So because I raise my voice in Spanish, that means I'm cursing at you. It's offensive. If I talk low, that means, same words. If I talk low, I'm being respectful now. So the Greek has something called inflections. Inflections are the 5 different ways the speech is supposed to be comprehended, back to comprehension. So you have, in verbs, you have the passive voice, you have the active voice, and you have some other voices. But to make it just very simple, sum it up, the active voice deals with the recipient receiving the action, and the active voice is I said recipient. The passive voice is the subject receiving the action, and the active is the subject doing the action. So just a quick, easy analogy where you guys can understand. If I punch watcher, and I'm sorry, watcher, I'm not going to say punch. If I invite the watcher to a party, that's called the active because I'm initiating the action of the verb invite. But if it's passive, and I'm the subject, then I'm the one being invited because I'm the recipient of the action. So in Greek, you have passive verbs, you have active verbs. That's not made up. That's actually true. So what the Strong's does, no ma'am, the Strong's educate English-speaking people how the Greek inflections work, how they understood them in their language, their native tongue, because we don't know that. So saying, nah, when it says the same word, ganao, now, this is the active. No. In this tense, the subject is the guy doing the action, and the guy receiving the action is the indirect object. And it's telling you that in ganao, same word, in the active, the person receiving the action is no longer the direct object, he's the subject. That's important to know. So when we read the Bible and you want a good understanding what's going on, you better know Greek and Hebrew, and you don't need to speak it fluently because the Strong's helps you. It's a cheat code. You click that, it tells you what the Hebrew words mean, what the Greek words mean, and in what mood, what voice, what tense, future, present, past. It tells you that. The watcher, does that make sense?
Yeah, clearly.
Right. So when you read a language, you need to know the rules of the language. So that's all the Strong does. It tell you the rules of the Greek language and the rules of the Hebrew language. That's all it does. English got rules too.
So
And
basically,
the rule go ahead.
I'm sorry. So basically, you're saying that there's really no reason for them to dodge that unless they're just directly arguing in bad faith.
Or if they're unaware of the Strongs. I was trying to tell no man. I was trying to tell no man, the watcher, that a lot of the SICARII Israelites, like they are like probably the toughest Israelites to debate because they are aware of these Strongs, and so you're not gonna catch them off guard. But I'm saying other like Captain Zaryak, you're gonna catch them all day on the Strongs.
Okay, let me stop you real quick. What are the Strongs?
Okay, so the Strongs is the cheat code is telling you how the Hebrew language works, the rules, and how the Greek language works and the rules.
Okay, so it's like the language key for certain words.
Yes.
So it's like the etymology or like the origin, like a
It's
word dictionary.
more than that. So it's definitely etymology because it deals with the origins, but it also tell you if it's a verb, participle, preposition, article, noun, pronoun.
Okay.
It covers everything you need to know about those words.
So
there's
now
no
it gives
confusion.
ownership to it. Okay.
Right. It tells you exactly how this word is supposed to be received from the text.
I see.
So SICARII Israelites, I'm going to give them props. They are, because I had to face 3 of them. They are the toughest. Like, you got to come sharp with them. Ain't no bluffing them, right? You either know what you're talking about or you're going to get embarrassed. But everybody else, they're like, you can kind of bluff them. The SICARII guys, like, it's because they are affiliated with Sotnetter, Shock Atmos. They debate Garfield all the time. So they got used to, like, it's like Pastor Bennett, like, right? When he first came to the scene, he was easy. But he got, debate Unc, Asar. He's okay, so we got to source up. You know what I mean? He got the rules very, very quickly. So SICARII is like same way. Like they understood the rules immediately and they applied them, and it became difficult to deal with. But everybody else don't apply the rules. Like they go with just faith and just this is what it means to me. Like, really? Well, what did this shit mean to the author that wrote it? What does it mean to him?
Oh shit. Okay.
Because literacy is based off the author intentions of the story. The Cat in the Hat had an author, and he wanted the story to be perceived one way or a certain way. And if you can't get that, you miss the story, then you're done. So the books of the Bible, it's called the Bible, but they're all different accounts. Supposedly. So Matthew's and Matthew's account, Luke's account, you dig?
I mean, this is the argument that Wujawa was making some time ago regarding Egypt and, a lot of the stuff that people was trying to hold them to. The Egyptians said this, but without understanding the rules of the language, you can't really get into.
He was 100% correct. I always stood with that. I said, if this guy know the language you don't, now you have to rely on somebody else telling you what the language meant, but you never gonna know for yourself. So that's lazy. And then if you want to argue with Wujawa, like you do yourself a disservice because now you at his mercy all the time. So every time he say some shit, you got to go research it and see if he's wrong or right. Like save yourself the time to just go figure shit out yourself.
I mean, I don't even understand how you begin to create an argument and you don't understand. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I understand. It's very hard to do
before you even understand what it's even saying. Like, I don't even understand how that works.
Well, you can't. It's impossible. Let's go back to literacy and comprehension. Like, how are you able to tell? How are you able to read and gather what the text is saying if you don't comprehend it? If you don't know what language it came from originally, and what the author, because everything written down is from the author, what the author wants you to get out of this, right? So now, if Ujjayi would say it that way, I think we would be like, oh yeah, shit, man, you fucked up. But Ujjayi, he argued his way, right? That's why I try to bring a clear cut way where we all could be on one accord. I brought the 4 levels of comprehension. So I believe if that was brought with Ujjayi, I believe less confusion would have been there, right? And that's all. But you're right though.
But the comprehension piece don't even really address the author's intention, like what they were trying to convey. It doesn't really address that. And that's an important part. Anytime you're going and looking back at something, ancient, you got to be mindful of the times and the author's intended message, especially when it's in another language, another culture.
That's what I said,
yeah. So, I mean, but
right. So what they should have did, which was Zion Lex did. See, Zion Lex did the right thing. He went and learned that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And now when he was debating them, a lot of those guys was afraid to talk to him. You dig? He revealed a lot of, he put up a lot of skirts on people.
Mm-hmm.
He embarrassed, I think he did a good job, and people got emotional and they act like they want to fight him, but I think he did a great job of learning the text, understanding exactly what he's saying, and then challenging people now on what they said it meant prior. And he like, oh, no, it don't mean that. Or it means that, but it also could mean this. So which one should we go with? Which one should we go with? So and so. And they get Jabari. Which one should we go with? And they get confused. Yeah, exactly. So you say that, I say this. Now what? Stalemate? And if it's stalemate, I still win because my whole argument. I'm speaking for Zion. Like my argument was that you was not entirely correct. Yeah, so you're right. So now if Zion Lex could come after everybody, then think about this, the watcher, no man. If these guys are into Egypt and Zion Lex comes, he's into Hebrew and he speaks Hebrew and he understands the Hebrew language. If he comes after these guys to learn the Metanetter, I mean, come on, man. What was your excuse then? Yeah, he came after you. That's not even his, like, he don't even give a shit about it. He's a Hebrew guy.
I was gonna say, yeah, some people just don't give a damn.
But no, man, what I was saying was this. People should really try, one, to learn their language better, the grammar and the rules, or if they have a good idea on their own stuff, they should go try to do another one. And I'm not even talking about be fluent, just learn the rules of another language. And then when people do that, they appreciate language a little more. They say, okay, now this shit real. It's real. There's rules to this. So I was going to say earlier that in English, if you say I do not see nothing, you just said you've seen something because 2 negatives cancel out and becomes positive. So if anybody ever said I do not see nothing, and we say that all the time, we always use double negative, especially black folks. We use that a lot. White folks, if you pay attention to white folks, they really say it the correct way. This is not trying to be funny. But you don't see too many white folks say, I don't see nothing. And they say, I don't see anything. That's the correct way. I'm telling you, I've been watching. Now, some of them will say that. But I'm saying on average, if you listen to 10 white folks, at least I'm going to say above 50% will say, I don't see anything. And I'm going to say, when it comes to black folks, 10 out of 10 going to say, I don't see nothing. That's a fact. And look, some of us, like us, look, sometimes, no, ma'am, I know not to say anything. But I would still say the double negative.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is just, again,
just comfort.
Yeah, comfort.
Yeah.
Culture.
Emphasis. Don't forget about emphasis. Yeah. Because you want to focus on the nothing part. There's a lot of emphasis there, but grammatically, that's totally wrong. If anybody had listened to their grammar teachers, they would have never said that. They would have said, because she probably turned her in her grave. They would have said, I don't see anything. That's exactly how they were. That's how all of us was taught. As if you went to an American elementary school, you were taught, I don't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
So our language amongst each other, and maybe like language in movies or other influences, got us saying, I don't see nothing. Right? But it's probably most likely our household that got us saying that. But I only said to say that's an English rule. In Spanish, that's not true. In Spanish, to say I don't see anything is wrong. That's how that shit works. If you say in Spanish, I don't see anything, you're considered an illiterate in Spanish. In Spanish, double negatives, triple negatives, quadruple negatives is all acceptable. You can say nada, no, you can say all that shit. No, nada. You dig? And that's considered, that's extra emphasis. That's why you got to understand the rules of the language, and you appreciate language better.
Standard to say no twice. Yeah.
Huh?
I say it's standard
Right.
to say no at least
Oh,
twice.
yeah, because they're going to say no first. No. Yo no veo nada. You dig? Right away. They're going to say no to start off, and they're going to say nada later on in the sentence. Two double negatives. And they might add some other shit there. Some other negative words there to make you know they're saying no. But my point is, in Spanish, double negatives are considered good. But in English, it's considered bad. It's considered you don't understand the language properly. So you only know that if you get out of your comfort zone and try to, study other languages and see what's going on. So Greek, unfortunately, is more like English, not like Spanish. So
But
Greek,
I also feel like I do feel like we're influenced too by how other people talk. So like,
of course, I said that. I said TV. I said family. Yeah, I said that.
I'm
Yeah.
saying like, so consider a Spanish person coming over, right?
Yeah.
And they talking double negatives regularly.
Right.
So when they learn English, they're still going to speak the way they speak in their native tongue.
Yeah,
right?
but that's why they struggle though.
Yeah. So like, it's a phrase a few phrases that I heard when I was in Texas that at first I used to think like, damn, that shit sound crazy as hell. Like, who that child for? Like, to me, that sound crazy. Like, who that child for? But I say it now, like, who they for? And at first I didn't know what they meant. Like, what the fuck that mean? Like, oh, who kid is that? Like, or whose child is like, who that child for? What? But it's something that I catch myself saying now after being around, brothers and people to say
Right,
it.
of course.
Or like people from New Orleans, they'll say, I ain't even did you nothing. I ain't did you nothing.
Ignorant shit. I got you.
Yeah, like I ain't did anything to you. But if you consider where they're located, they're mixed in with a lot of people that,
but no ma'am. No ma'am. If they got write an essay, they put that shit there. They failed.
Well, most people are not gonna write the way they talk. Most people do not. if they're writing formally, they don't write the way they talk. I know.
Right, but now, watch this. Most people hired in situations where they're talking are never going to say some shit like that ever. Like, they're going to actually talk how they write. You don't catch no news analysts, no basketball analysts. That's not no ex-basketball star. I'm talking about actual people who went to school and got hired to talk. You're not gonna catch them talking in those phrases, those idioms. That's not gonna happen. They're gonna talk in the way they write, and they're considered educated.
But see, the thing is, more than likely they're gonna talk that way, but they may write a little like less formal. Depending if they're, so I tend to believe that like whatever you do primarily, they speak primarily, so they're kind of trained to speak a certain way, even when they off the clock, right? Like,
I mean, but that's right. That's called that. They're when you practice what you learn, that's literally called being educated.
Yeah, like I say I probably within maybe the last 2 years recently just started using like slang when I type, because I've always been somebody that use sentences, punctuation. Like I type out full fucking paragraphs and sentences and shit. Like,
yeah.
but
Yeah, well, yeah, because in texting you got shortcuts, right? You got that. But the thing is, when I tell my students, right, when it comes to knowledge, right, Polite and young Pharaoh talk about memory, and Dr. Mayat showed that that's the bottom of intelligence, or the intelligence pyramid. Memory is the bottom, right? So I tell them, I say the reason why you forgot whatever you're trying to tell me is because you never learned it. I said, yo, when you tie your shoes, do you forget? I said, no, because you learned it. Well, how about spelling your name? You forget? Because you learned it. You only forget things because you memorized it and you did not learn it. So people memorize stuff instead of learning it. And that's why it doesn't stick. But when you learn something, it sticks for a long time in your life. Like it's like hard to like kind of erase. Phone numbers we learn, right? That you keep in your head and you still know now, even though with cell phones, if you had no phone, you could like call certain people because those numbers in your head. Like forever, basically. Like I got 2 numbers in my head forever. That's one of my friends, my oldest brother. But everybody's number I don't remember. But if I had no phone and I need to borrow your phone, I could call 2 numbers for sure. The other ones, maybe not. But 2 numbers for sure I can call. And I always knew those numbers 20, 30 years now. Always, they never changed their phone. Always knew their numbers. And I didn't try to learn those numbers. They just stuck in up and above everybody else's number. But I think we're overcomplicating the situation. So back to came together. No, man. If I say it was a conjugal relationship, they would say, prove it. I got click Strongs, right? And then I got to show that. They either can accept it or reject it. No problem. I have no problem with that. But no, man, when they tell me that this shit means a marital ceremony, don't they got to prove that somehow?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
Okay.
I would say they would have to prove it to me for me to accept it. But I
Right.
mean,
Yeah,
they
right,
may choose not to.
No, right. We're talking about a debate, though, man. No, man. I'm saying, like, in debates, it's called source up. You make the claim, you prove it. Okay. So,
but you know damn well everybody don't go by those rules.
No. But I'm saying, like, some people don't. But I'm saying some people I debate do. So these guys do, right? The SICARII Israelites, and some of them, even non-ones, they do, because that's why they go to different chapters and verses to show me where it says that. So, but the thing is, no, man, if he says, okay, I could prove it says that, let's go to Deuteronomy 22. And when he goes to Deuteronomy 22 and he reads it, I let him read it. And then, no, man, when it turns out that has nothing to do with a wedding ceremony, would you say his comprehension is legit or at least in question? Like, what would you, because that's called searching for clues. He searched for the clue and we read the clue. It has nothing to do with a marital ceremony. At that point, is this like you note this possible special ed, or would you say, hey man, there's an issue here because that reads nothing about a marital ceremony?
I would note it as either he's potentially missing something or he think I'm potentially missing something.
Got it.
So
yeah, he's trying to be fair. So let me ask the watcher. You still there, watcher? He's asleep. Okay, asleep.
I don't know. To be honest, I'm more inclined to feel like people be smarter than what they are. They just think everybody else stupid. So
yeah.
When
I
see something like that, I'm like, oh, so you must think that I'm stupid. I don't necessarily think you slow. I think you think I'm slow, and I'm not following.
Okay. Okay. So no, ma'am. So now I got you. So ma'am. So when I say, brother, are you that's you want to go? You sure? And then, like, I don't know about me, but when I say you sure, they all get like insecure, like, why? Does it say that? I'm like, so I'd be like, brother,
Mama,
that has nothing to do with a marital ceremony. It's like before I even explain that shit, I constantly say, brother, that has nothing to do with a marital ceremony. Now, like you said, maybe you thought I was slow, and maybe this is a catechism, and you didn't really put too much thought into it, and maybe you did read this chapter, and you just thought it meant that, right? Because you can't rule out the other one, though, man. You can't rule out the fact that he really thought this shit justified the marital ceremony, and that would be that'll be a comprehension issue. If you put that down, HSPT test, reading test, they're gonna say, oh no, it's not. You gotta repeat your second. You gotta come back to the same grade next year. You're that reading HSPT on the East. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but on the East they changed the name now. But all you guys can Google right now, reading HSPT. Of course, it's an acronym. No, ma'am, you're not finishing your grade and moving up if you can't pass that shit. You're repeating your grade. That's 100% facts. If you don't pass that shit, you will be in the same grade next year. Okay? Because they want you to know, they want you to comprehend correctly. You're not going to the next grade.
And what level is this on?
This was high school. That's high school. High school. This was high school. This was standard. Now they got some no left child left behind bullshit. Now I don't know what that's about. But before no left child bullshit, if you didn't pass this test, reading comprehension, reading, not math, not nothing, reading, you will be in the same grade the next year. That's a fact. Niggas be sweating when they got to do that shit.
In Indiana, they had a state standardized test, which I'm pretty sure it probably
same shit. I guarantee you same shit. I guarantee it's the same reading shit. I guarantee. Just call something else.
So I'm pretty sure it was probably, it followed federal guidelines as well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this was national.
But what I'm saying, so
because public school is national, huh?
Indiana went a step further. So in high school, you began taking it your sophomore year. So
what was it called?
So ours was called ISTEP.
Who?
ISTEP.
ISEP?
ISTEP. ISTEP.
Okay, wait. You said ISPEP? Okay,
ISTEP.
Got you. ISPEP. Okay, got you. Tell you same shit. Go ahead.
So ours is called ISTEP, and in Indiana, it was required for you to pass math and reading. Okay. Now, you had you.
Wait. You know what? You're right. Now I'm thinking back because you're right. Because you had to pass both. So you could pass one, but you was faced with the other one though. Right. Okay, I get it now. No, you're right.
Yeah. So
I remember now. I remember.
You had to pass both, and you didn't necessarily stay in the same grade.
You definitely did. Open-ended questions for both of them. Right? Yep, you're exactly right.
Yeah. Now, you didn't necessarily have to stay in the same grade because you can still go on and take your junior classes, but you're not going to graduate. You're not going to walk until you pass both parts, period. So you could try every year.
So now, let's say if you're a senior, right? So maybe I'm like foggy memory, and you're right. So let's say if you're a senior, right, and you don't pass, are you graduating?
No, you're not.
Right. So you're gonna repeat the same grade, right? So you're gonna be a sophomore. You're gonna be a senior again, right?
Exactly. So they'll give you a certificate of completion. You don't graduate.
Well, that's a new shit, right? Would you saying it's a no left child behind? I'm saying before Obama was in office, if you didn't pass that shit, both of them, because you could pass one, you still got you.
This was back when this was back when I was in high school. This was
okay. No, ma'am. What I'm saying is this. Listen, what I'm saying, because I didn't say it entirely. If you don't pass that, you're not getting a high school diploma. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So what they'll say is you completed the coursework to graduate, but you ain't graduated yet.
Okay, right. So when somebody asks you a high school diploma, you're asked out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, right. Because jobs, this is the real world. some jobs require nothing. Some requires GED, some requires associates, bachelors, and we know the list. The jobs I know because I worked for companies who wanted my transcripts. Wanted a GED, not GED, wanted possibly GED, but they wanted. I don't know about GED, but I'm sure they probably wanted that. But they asked me because I said I graduated high school. They wanted my diploma, and I'm 40 fucking years. I don't have that shit. So who knows where it's at? So they wanted transcripts now. It's okay. Well, you got to go to high school and get your transcripts. So I went there, and they give you transcripts, you give it to them, and that's how they print it out. They charge you like some 10 cents a page, something like that, and you get it that way. But you're gonna need that for certain jobs if that requires a diploma, or you're not getting hired. So those people with those certificates of course completion, they're not gonna get hired for jobs that require a diploma. So what I was, like I said, you helped my memory. It was math and reading together. So you could pass one, but you had to pass both. One wasn't good enough. I remember it totally now. So it was math and reading. And I believe most people pass math. I'm telling you, the reason I only can remember reading, because I remember people telling me that they can't pass reading shit. They never said the math one. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
so that's why it stays in my head. The reading shit stays in my head longer, right? Because reading was the more problematic one to pass.
Yeah, I had friends that took tutoring for the English, and I had one friend that passed the math, didn't pass the English, and I had one friend fail both parts. Now I ain't gonna lie, she had pissed me off. So I don't know how y'all did y'all testing, but how we did ours, they broke everybody into different areas. So like, but they didn't use.
Oh yeah, they're gonna separate your ass. Yeah, they're gonna separate you. Yes, they're gonna space you out. Some social distance shit.
Yeah, but they didn't use like classrooms because it got to be proctored. So that was too many, like different spaces to proctor. So they did large groups by grade level. So
okay,
like all the 10th graders might be in the gym, all the 11th
right. Nah, yeah. That's similar. You reminded me now. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. So
they let you space your ass out.
Yeah, me and my friends were sitting in close proximity. Now, I've always been, good test taker, never had no issues in school, pretty much focused. And I got another friend that was always really studious or whatever. But then I had one friend that she'd be in la la land. When I say I looked over and that girl was daydreaming during the test, I'm like, and they so strict. Like anything you do, you can be put out and fail. I'm trying to signal to her, like, girl, if you don't pay the fuck attention and do what you need to do, she failed both parts. I'm like, girl.
Yeah,
I think all she entered in was her goddamn name on the Scantron sheet and her student ID number.
Now look, no ma'am, the math part, there's no excuses. The reading part, I'm gonna give for me, right? This is unbiased personal opinion, personal leniency. I'm gonna give all Black Americans a pass on the reading part because I don't know if it's done intentionally or unintentionally, but the stories are not about us. They're about some lily white shit, and it bores the fuck out of us. Okay, because we're unrelated totally to this story. Nothing about that story reflects our livelihood on a regular basis. I believe those stories definitely represent and reflect a white society.
But I'm gonna be honest, like thinking back, I've always been a reader. So those passages wasn't nothing to me. Like I didn't get bored. It was an easy read. Now I feel like people that don't
you
read
are the exception now.
Huh?
I said you will be the exception, right, to what I'm saying.
But this is what, so for me, I think people, one, you got a struggle with comprehension, and then you have a struggle with just basic reading. Like, how teachers used to have kids read out loud in class, even in high school.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
what about the stutterers? The stutterers be funny as shit.
Yeah, and you know,
Oh,
even
she love
now,
that shit.
I know at least in Baltimore now, you can't make kids read out loud. Like you can't even do that.
Now
So
that's sad. Now that's sad. Okay, that's sad. That gotta be some Democrat shit. Yo, that is sad because teachers have to be able to gauge a child's progression in their competency, all that shit. So they was the point of reading aloud is not to embarrass the kid in front of the students. It's so the teacher can hear that kid struggle, so they can say, okay, this kid needs attention. So if you don't read aloud, how the fuck a teacher gonna know who needs help?
well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how it was in your area, but like reading out loud was just kind of. I mean, I understand the intended purpose, you know, the gauge,
And that's part of college. That's public speaking.
but
There's no way
what
around that shit.
I agree, but I'm gonna be honest though. Those kids that struggle, they never got no additional attention or guidance or resources. Like it's just matter of fact,
And
the teacher more
ma'am.
inclined to get frustrated because they struggling through a passage, even if the kid is like, "Nah, I'm gonna make it through this because I'm supposed to read from here to here."
Now,
Like they still
I ain't
trying
never
to do
experienced. No man, I had a guy who stuttered like a motherfucker, and the teacher ain't never. And matter of fact, we never got done with the story because they couldn't finish. And he always raised his hand, like, nigga, stop raising your fucking hand, bro. We never. But I never seen that teacher. She was white too. I never seen her get frustrated. But look, no man, stop with the bullshit. Okay.
We have ghetto ass black teachers, baby. I ain't
Okay.
gonna hold you.
No man, stop the bullshit. That right there is important because, like I said, for those reasons. I forgot what I was gonna say next, but I'll just say that's important to see if a kid can read the words in front of her. Okay, so if that should say spider, and you say spoon, you need glasses or you need a slower class. Right. So now I was gonna say that. Now I know what I was gonna say now. No, ma'am. You said that the follow-up was never there. No, ma'am. That's because the fucking parents are being denial. No, ma'am.
I mean, I'm
A
saying even
parent-
in the classroom, though, like outside the classroom, yeah. But even in the classroom, it wasn't like no reading groups or, you know, like
no, ma'am. No,
yeah,
ma'am.
we in high school. The
They
expectation
contact the
is
parent. So something that's serious, they contact the parent. They have a meeting. These parents don't come to meetings. Okay? Because for whatever their personal reason is, they don't come to meetings, parent meetings. And teachers complain, and many black people will tell you when they go to a parent-student meeting, they be the only black parent there. They see Hispanics, white, Chinese, everything else. They be the only black parent there. So we don't somehow parents just don't take them shit serious, and they just look like it's nah, my kid's good, he's good. And that's sad because now you're setting your kid up for failure because he's not regular, and you're treating the nigga like he's regular. You hold him to regular chores, regular shit at home, regular job hunting. He's not regular, but you hold him to a regular, childhood, and that's unfortunate. That's bad because if you're disabled, you need a blue shit in your car. Okay, so that's unfortunate that some families bleed a little more hype and treat a disabled kid like he's regular, and make him live a regular life, and then he wonder why he's joining the fucking gang because people didn't pick with him because he's not regular. He thinks he's regular. And now he's in the gang to kill all the motherfuckers who's picking on him. Yeah, so it's very sad. The parents are notified and told that, hey man, we need to get your kid to a smaller class. Okay, so I was gonna say this to you, man. I'll say just recently, an Asian woman was listening to my services, right? And she wanted to join her kid, and I could tell by, again, like you have to be a certain profession, a certain business to tell certain shit. When she asked for one-on-one classes, I already knew, like, okay, So I explained to her. I said, ma'am, one-on-one classes are normally for people who are slow behind, irregular, not normal kids, or geniuses, ma'am. I said, normally kids like to be with kids. Kids don't like to be alone. Kids like to learn with other kids. So she gave me like this weird stare. So I said, is your kid normal? What do you mean normal? Oh, here we go with the bullshit. Because there's no fucking easy way to tell a parent that a kid's not normal. They all get offended. I asked this bitch, I said, yo, is your kid a normal? What's normal? Okay, semantics now. So she said, well, my kid is suffering. No, I said, how old is he? She said 16. Okay, my flyer says 7 through 14. I said 16. So now I know he's fucking slow. You won't be. The reason why you're trying to solicit my bitch services because you know he's 16, but he thinks like a fucking, somebody younger. So she's like, well, he does suffer from, I forgot what she said, but she said he does suffer from so. So I'm like, yeah. I said, no, ma'am, then your kid definitely need one-on-one classes. I said, that's why I asked you that, because you don't want to put them in a regular pace class because some of these kids is going to set the pace. Now the pace is this. The pace is how fast they should learn because you got to keep up with the class. So if these kids and my kids these Indians definitely be honors kids. And if majority of my kids are honor, if majority of the group are honor kids and your son is joining, then guess what? Your son or daughter got to keep up, or you just can't have that class, that day, that hour. Choose a different hour of that day or a different class. But that class, your kid won't keep up. Okay? So you need to either be by yourself or with a slower class. That's all. Or a regular class. But these kids are exceptional. Everybody believes their kid's smart. That's their opinion. But the test results says something different.
Everybody's kid is smart. But so
Okay.
do they have like
whatever.
PD classes out there, or like
Who?
like professional development classes out there?
Yeah.
Okay, because you definitely gonna have to find a better way than to ask people is their kid normal. You definitely gonna have to find a better way.
No, ma'am. I asked every tutor there, and these tutors I'm asking, they're tutor as a side job. They're regular teachers in the profession. They all said there's no easy way to ask if their child is normal. All of them said that they will all get offended. But you got to ask that question because when they hire you and they're not getting the results they believe they had, they're going to blame you and give you a bad Google review or whatever. So you don't even want that kid.
Do you have an assessment that you use for screening where a kid is?
Yes. My assessment is me. I taught almost 1,000 kids in my career, almost 1,000. I know what's normal, I know what's exceptional, and I know what's below. So when I ask a certain question, when I ask for a question, got you.
If you have an assessment, you don't necessarily have to tell them. The child takes the test. Based off of how they score, you can determine if they're a good fit for your program or not.
Right. I tell them right away. Right. I tell them right away. Right. But what I need to know before we do that, because that can be wasted. So now this assessment is free, by the way. I do it free. But that's a waste of time sometimes, because sometimes it's not free because they do it during my class. So now these parents like, hey, why you focus on that kid who ain't paying? Well, my kid's paying. So it's a whole trick bag shit. So it's like, let me just know now. Is your kid regular? So I don't waste time assessing your kid when I don't have to. You tell me he's not normal, fine. We got a special class for him. by himself, a Friday or a Sunday. But let's just be real. Don't let me assume your kid is normal. Now I got him. Now I'm assessing him in my class that parents are paying, and he's not normal, and they want to know why I'm not dealing with the kid. It's because see, I don't do that. Like, let me know now. Is your kid able to pass a normal test? But I understand parents, probably women parents, mothers, normal. What's normal? And you don't know what normal is? Do your kid know what 3 + 3 is? How old is he? 16? Okay. So he should know some algebra shit. Okay? Do you know algebra? No. Okay, he ain't fucking normal. Real simple, man. It's not that hard. But parents they be in denial. My whole thing is parents be in denial because everybody believes their kids are fucking genius, no matter how much they're not. So, and it's like, how do you know your kid's a genius? How you know? How you met other geniuses? Have you competed with geniuses? No, he's never did. He's fucking public school. What the fuck you know about geniuses? He's in regular class, no honors, nothing, but he's a genius. Okay, cool. All right, whatever. Okay, sure. You know, okay. You know, it's that kumbaya shit. Like, I get it. It makes you feel good. Like, yeah, people know it. Yeah, I showed my live in this channel right here. I showed black geniuses kids. These motherfuckers graduated college at 13. That's a fucking genius. And not just him, his brother did too. His younger brother. College done. They're working for technical, technological institution, but they're actually working at 14, 15 years old, done with school. Black, 2 black brothers, same mother and father. Finished college, 13, 14. Working, getting paid like a grown-up, 16, 17. That's a genius. How the fuck your kid a genius? But your kid a genius. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, come on, like let's be honest with each other. Your kid is normal, man. Or slow. But he ain't no fucking genius. We all can Google black supposed to be the only genius.
Is Kanye a genius?
Hell no. I don't know where to get, and that shit got to his head. Niggas call him a genius. Like, why the fuck is he a regular producer who got lucky? Like, how the fuck he making beats? Yeah, like how his beats is better than somebody else's? Like Scott Storch. How his beats better? Nah, Scott Storch's beats dope too. How the fuck he a genius over these people? Like, I mean, Alchemist. That was Mobb Deep. Like, his beats was dope. So, like, how the fuck is Kanye West a genius? Like, now he probably had a better plan. He was better prepared, better plan. He was a better planner. But I mean, your phone got a daily planner on there. You think so? It's like you ain't. That means you're just better prepared. Preparation prevents poor performances. That's all. 5 Ps. Okay, you had a plan and he didn't. Scott Storch didn't have a plan. You had a plan. You believed in yourself that producing is beneath you. That's the difference in you and Scott Storch. Scott Storch thought he was a producer. You said producer is just a stepping stone to get where you got to go. But I get it. But that's called a plan. I could tell you about many plans of successful people. I love watching successful stories. That'll make you a genius, though, because you stuck to the plan. It just means that you were disciplined. That means you got discipline. You got a plan, you stuck to it, you're disciplined. You're not a fucking genius. No, he's not a genius. You got a plan, he stuck to it, and it paid out.
Well, I'm gonna have to slide.
What time is it? I didn't check. Yes, 1:32. Tomorrow is what, Saturday? Oh shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, damn. Yo, a parent texted me to. Man, I tell these parents. I mean, I don't know what the fuck wrong with it. Yo, no, ma'am. They only paid me for limited classes because of this is December. We have New Year's and we have Christmas. So Saturday, they can't do 5 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever weeks in the month. They only do a little bit because of the holidays, and they only pay for those classes. Like, man, but if you just see how much you pay me, you'll know that you don't have a class tomorrow. So I ain't gonna lie, I forgot to respond to her. But it's a dumb question because you paid me for 3 fucking classes. So why do you think you got? And you had 3 classes. So why do you think you get a 4th class on a fucking holiday? It's like yo, I like my classes are based off the holidays. Like, so there's no holiday. I mean, there's no class January 16th. That's Martin Luther King. That's over. There's no class January 2nd because that's an extension of New Year. Some bullshit they made up. Like even like these Christmas. All of a sudden now 26 is part of the holiday. There's no school. Or no. So I'm like, fuck it. It's like, okay, whatever. It's a holiday. So I had to take that hit. Like, okay, because I charged parents, by the way, for this last week for Monday. And now just to give it back to them, that hurts. Like, when the fuck is the 26th part of a holiday? Like, all right, whatever. Okay, it's a holiday now. Okay, whatever. So, but this January 2nd is a holiday, and Martin Luther King is a holiday because Monday is a 5-week month. So I'm supposed to get paid 5 times whatever dollar amount. Nope. Holidays. So I don't get nothing. And Tuesday, a couple parents are going to pay me, but I don't have a lot of kids on Tuesday. I never, ever, 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 before pandemic, Tuesdays were never popping. It's always Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays. Be popping for me. Thursday don't pop, Tuesday don't pop. So it's like fruitless to have a Tuesday 5 weeks. No, I don't have a lot of kids. Monday, Wednesday, and Saturdays are my kids. Always. So I can't even get the money for this shit, man. And by the way, I'm in debt because did I tell you that my car got impounded for a whole month? Okay. Yeah. So my crazy ass who ended up, I got my debit card 8, right? I went to like check my balance and it's Walgreens. For some reason, my dumb ass left without getting a debit card out. So it ate the motherfucker, whatever it does with it. So I ended up but I got TD Bank, so they print out right away for you. Another one. So I got another one on the spot. But oh man, I'm not thinking. I'm thinking that this new car is still automatic pay. Everything's automatic pay. Forgot. Nope, that's done. So I'm thinking that my car insurance is automatic pay still, right? Because I'm not thinking that I got a new car or I got to update my shit, my billing info. Nope. You're right. So it turns out that the automatic pay didn't happen and they suspended my insurance. And once you do that, once your insurance is suspended, so is your registration, so is your license right away. All that goes hand in hand. Okay. You will not have nothing. Once your car insurance is suspended, so was your registration. So, because they notify motor vehicles right away. Like, yo, this guy don't have car insurance. And so that when they do that, they suspend so they ask you, I'm sure motor vehicles probably sent me some shit. And then I ain't replied, then suspend it. And the license go with the registration. So I'm driving my ass to the gym early November, like the first week of November, like maybe the 2nd. I take my ass to the gym, got the kid in the car seat. Luckily for me, it was a nice ass day. It was like one of those rare 70-degree days. Cop car. I mean, look, this piece of shit, white officer. Like, I can't even call him racist because he had a legit reason to pull me over. But no, man, when he rolled past me, he was all in the fucking car. So he was going the opposite way, looking at my car. So like that nigga grilling the fuck out of me. Like, I don't want to fuck around that officer. And before you know it, nigga behind me. So he clearly, in my mind, wanted to see what color I am, and when he recognized that shit, we go behind him and see he got to be guilty of something, and he was right. So that what that does, no man, is that supports their stereotypes and their racism and their discrimination, right? Because once they have a hunch and it becomes true, Now they're like, oh shit. So niggas really just be fucked up. So let me just pull them over and racial profile because it's worthy. It's worth it. Because they're gonna be fucked up when I pull them over. So I'm good. You know, that's the way they justify it. You pull my ass over, like, yeah, license registration. Now he know I ain't got this shit, right? Like he knows this. Like, he knows this shit ain't there, right? It's not accurate. So I give him a registration, you know, license and insurance card. This motherfucker like, yeah, look, you got another insurance card. This one's expired. He said, you also got another registration card. This shit expired too. I'm like, expired? Oh shit. He said, your license suspended. Like, license? Like, what? Like, yeah, your license suspended. Like, what the, when?
You just out here bad.
Right. So he explained to me, he said, well, when you suspend your registration, license go with it. I'm like, oh shit. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? So he called the tow truck immediately. Now,
They do that in
look
Georgia too.
Huh?
They do that in Georgia too.
Now look at this PC officer. Now he's white, of course, and he's not wrong because I don't. If I'm driving legally, I don't want an uninsured motherfucker on the road. So I'm not even mad I'm pulled over because I don't want a motherfucker like me on the road anyway. You dig? That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm honest in my position. My standard is for me too. So I don't want me on the road. So I don't mind him doing that. But I felt like my man was definitely using race as well because I'm trying to call an Uber. He sees I got a kid back there, but he's so trying to get me towed. I'm like, dude, let me just call it. Can I? Damn, did the tow truck got to come right away? Like, can I just get an Uber real fast? So I got to walk with the kid? No. I'm sorry, but I got to call a tow truck. I mean, this motherfucker really, like, God. So anyway, he called a tow truck before I could get an Uber. That motherfucker behind me quick as hell. So now I'm like, okay, that's why I believe like racism was like the root of everything. Because like, dude, come on, man. You know, if I was a white boy, a white woman, you wouldn't have done that. You know, you'd allow me
Probably
to.
wouldn't have, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
legally he can't because you don't have no registration.
Oh yeah,
no
yeah.
insurance.
So that's the thing.
Even if you
and
get a licensed driver here, who's gonna be able to move this car?
No. I don't mind him saying the car got to go. I'm mad that he won't let me give me a few minutes before he called a tow truck just to get an Uber. Like, dude, can I just? Because I didn't have the app on the phone because he always break my phone, so I had a new phone. I said, okay, damn, let me download this shit, and like he was just like, nah, I'm gonna call.
Oh, so
like,
you want to be able to sit in the car until the Uber got there?
Fuck the car. I just want to call an Uber. You know, the Uber guy could come and we could go. But this nigga was in a rush to get the car towed, so I ain't gonna look dumb sitting on the fucking road with a kid. So I'm like, okay, because he might say endangerment of the child, you dig? So I was forced to like put him in the stroller and like walk some miles. I had to walk all the way home and shit. But I had to push it and then push him throughout the terrain and grass. That shit was, oh my God. My God, man. Oh my gosh, it was tough. It was tough. But like, dude, like, really? Like, can I just can you let the app download so I could set up my shit? You know, they're gonna see it's a long process, confirmation number, all type of shit. So when I'm trying to do that, I see that, you know what I mean? I'm like, trust me, no man, when you pressure like that, you looking behind you, you see the tow truck
You
coming.
ain't have nobody you could call to order you an Uber on their account?
No, ma'am. This is in the morning. Okay, going to the gym. I don't know too many people.
I forgot you be up.
Right, and I don't know. Like I work for myself. I don't know too many friends who work for themselves. They all work for a company, and they're gonna be in there at their job in the morning. Okay, so I don't even. So now one guy was like, "You could have called me." Like, nigga, who the fuck thought of you? Like, yo, y'all don't understand pressure, right? When you are faced with a dilemma, and there's a time frame with it. This is chess. You're not going to have a clear mind. You're going to think about, right, oh shit, I got panic. Uber, right? You're not going to think about, okay, let me see all the friends I got on my Rolodex I could call to pick me up. You're not going to think about that. You're going to think about.
I'm not saying that. So, like, I mean, I learned early on, you got to have you at least a good solid 3 to 4 people. In the event you go through anything that you can reach out to, that if they don't get back with you Somebody in
Right,
that
right,
group
right,
gonna get back to you.
right.
Somebody.
But what I'm saying, like, there's unexpected things that you don't think you will ever need help with. I would never imagine I will be pulled over for being uninsured, because I'm always
Well, I'm
like
telling you
insured.
on this journey that you on as a father,
Yeah,
erase
no,
that out your mind.
I got you. But I'm just trying to say, as a human being, I'm saying that there's some shits in life that's gonna catch you off guard, and all you're gonna think about is what you could think about. Like you're gonna have a clear mind and be like, you know what? I could call this guy. You're gonna just think of it's gonna be panic button. That's it. Like there's some things in life where you just hit the panic button.
I feel you. What I'm saying though now, moving forward, not that you shoulda, coulda, woulda, like moving forward, like seriously, you gotta get you at least 3 solid people that somebody gonna answer that phone. You might have to have a conversation with them, like, "Hey, man,
No,
shit."
but what I'm trying to say is that I could have called somebody easily. I got people I could have called. What I'm saying is that
it just caught you off guard.
Right, caught me off guard, and the first thing I thought was just Uber, like because again, I don't rely on people, man. I'm self independent. I'll just call Uber. So it's like I'm not gonna burden somebody to come get me when they're probably doing something else important. So I'll just call an Uber, and that's to be it.
Yeah, most of the people that like, I'm in Minnesota, and ain't really nobody here. Not nobody that I feel comfortable like just calling Johnny on the spot. So for the most part, I'm self-sufficient. But if I need something, anything, like let's say, because this situation has happened. One morning, I was on my way to work, and my Uber app wasn't working for some reason. Like that shit was fucked up. And then Lyft, I didn't have it on my phone. I quit using Lyft long time ago. Like just on some, I ain't, fucking with them. I don't really care for the way they do business. So I'm like, fuck. Like this shit ain't working, this and the third. And the whole time I'm on the phone. They're like, oh, you need me to send you a Lyft or Uber on my account? Like, nah, I'm good. I think I got it figured out or whatever. And I ended up getting it figured out. But even if I wouldn't have been on the phone, I could have hit either one of my sisters, or my son. Send me a Lyft for Uber. I'm gonna cash out you the money. Like just
I
on if
got you.
if I can't access my shit for whatever reason, I got somebody that could. I need this Uber Lyft. Send me a screenshot of what it looked like. Literally, I was in a situation where I got out the car in the middle of and I was with my brother, but some shit went left. I wasn't feeling the situation. I got out the car, started walking, and I was in a real fucked up area out here. Real fucked up area. I called my sister, and she was in Brooklyn. She's lived here, his baby mama. I called her, and she was in another area. Like, I can't get to you. I'm finna send you a list. She sent me a screenshot of what it looked like. I told her where I was at, because I don't really know my way around here like that. She the one told me, bitch, where you at? Oh, get the fuck out of there. I'm sending you a list right now. Like, girl, you in the wrong area for this time of night. But I walked there, got in the lift. I'm just saying, like you said, with him and all of that, like, I don't know how far the walk home was, but just shit, even if you couldn't get the app right away and you had to walk, shit, what's the closest gas station? Send a lift up here. Shit, I'm at this gas station. Send me a motherfucking lift.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Other people might
all type of
disagree.
You'd be surprised.
Surprised at what?
I'm just saying the type of shit that you be like, now what the fuck is going on today? Like, what kind of day is this? Am I being punked?
Yeah. So
shit, I was trying to get to work one morning. I literally had 5 Ubers canceled. 5. Like, it used to be back in the day, you order an Uber, if they get assigned to you, they showing up. I don't give a fuck if they show up pissed and mad. Now they can decline rides and do all type of weird shit. I'm like, what kind of shit is this? Like, literally. I'm sitting here like, oh, hell no. So then finally, I just said, fuck it. I'm going to just jump on the bus and catch the train to work. Jumped on the bus, caught the train. The fucking route was fucked up. They got the stop labeled wrong, so I didn't get off on the stop I should have got off on. So I ended up going to the Mall of America. Again, still don't know the area, so I still had to lift from the Mall of America to work, which actually ended up being like 3 minutes away. I really could have walked, but I didn't know where the fuck I was at really. So I'm like, shit, let me just order a Lyft because I don't got the time. I'm finna be late. This shit is stupid. But I'll let you go.
Yeah. I think this was I think we talked long enough. I think if I do any more talking, it'll be excessive. You dig? So I do want Stu P to come back on with that argument. Or
man, what's been going on with his phone? Did he change cell service or something? Because he didn't get to sound as bad.
Right.
That
We can never
be
hear
breaking up. Like, man, you can never hear Stu no more.
I think he knows that there's certain parts of his home that have bad signals and other parts be good. Cause we tell him that and he'll be good. So certain parts of his home is horrible with a bad signal and other parts are good.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what the fuck? Because literally, like, we used to have real good conversations with him. Now it's like, like, nigga.
Yeah, you can't hear him.
I can't hear nothing. I'm trying to build with you, but I can't hear shit you saying.
But yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna play the second half. The whole debate for today is really a part. Is it really? Okay, you can say part 1. I mean, because like they believe certain, like, again, I know their arguments and I already challenge their arguments and destroy. So I really don't I count them as like already done deals. But yeah, so I had I didn't respond to nobody's text, email, no man. They only talk to me because I got catfish accounts and my usernames are something humble, right? But if I wasn't like to be a little arrogant, they'll never talk to me. They want an easy win. So they think when they talk to me, I'm an easy win. Because I tell them that I'm this, I'm that, I don't do this, I prep them. And then we start talking, and they realize I know so much, I'm going to say, hey, man, I ain't tell you I was a leader of Bible study. So that's what I would do. But yeah, so on that, tomorrow I got some guys lined up who's interested to talk, and we'll see.
All right.
Right. So with that, I'm gonna check the chat. I'm out my damn self.